Assembly chamber. Signed. 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 Assembly chamber. Sound. 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 Assembly chamber. Sound.
Please be seated. Members will have been saddened to learn of the passing of Anna Lowe, a former Assembly member for South Belfast. Anna represented the Assembly from 2007 to 2016 as an Assembly member for the constituency of South Belfast, and she was held in high esteem by all of us who served with her. As a former chairman of the Environment Committee, I exchanged many occasions with Anna on various issues, and on all occasions it was carried out pleasurably, because Anna was that type of a character. She always had a smile on her face at the conclusion of anything, but she fought passionately for what she believed in, and we have absolute respect for what she has done and what she has achieved. The first person from Chinese background to have been in any parliament in Europe or indeed United Kingdom, and that was a significant achievement. I always remember, in particular, Dr. Paisley had a particular affection for Anna Lowe and for what she was representing. We're privileged to have many people from ethnic minorities in our community, and it was the Assembly's privilege to have someone from an ethnic minority background, representing the people of South Belfast, and we had utmost respect for Anna Lowe. I know that many people, particularly in the Alliance Party, will be deeply saddened by her passing. I know that some of the people who are in the Assembly now were previously members of her staff, and they will understandably be feeling that pain. But I particularly want to pay and express the sympathies of this House to Anna's partner and indeed her two sons at this difficult time. And we all know the burden of losing a loved one, and we express our deepest condolences and indeed sympathies to Anna's immediate family at this time. Members will wish to speak in this matter, so we were giving up to 3 minutes to people to do that, and I call Emily Long.
Speaker, and this is a tribute that I hoped I would never have to pay. I think for all of us in Alliance it is still hard to contemplate that Anna is no longer with us. She was so full of energy and joy, and she lit up every room she entered. It is hard to believe that we won't see her again. On behalf of Alliance, I want to extend our condolences to her sons Owen and Connell, her daughter-in-law Fiona, her two grandchildren, and to her partner Robert. Anna was hugely proud of her family, and I know that they will truly miss her. When it comes to tributes about public figures, we often speak in superlatives, words like trailblazing, unique, groundbreaking, transformational, but there are few who truly deserve such praise more than Anna. There are still fewer for whom those words feel inadequate to express just what they were to us. Anna is one of those precious few. Born in Hong Kong, she came here and she made this her home. At a time when immigration is such a contested issue, we remember with gratitude that Anna chose this place, chose us, and made a huge contribution to this community. As a translator, as a social worker, as Chief Executive of the Chinese Welfare Association, and as a member of this Assembly, Anna's life was one of service. Her compassion and empathy, her intelligence and insight made her not just an excellent legislator and Environment Committee Chair, but also an outstanding constituency worker. However, Anna was much more than just her work. She was a published author, a gifted artist, and someone who loved to spend time in nature, walking and hiking, something reflected in many of her paintings. Her thirst for knowledge and learning and her natural curiosity made her a joy to be around. I first met Anna while I was a councillor in Belfast City Council, and she was a member of the Good Relations Steering Panel. She was also guiding the plans for the new Chinese Community Resource Centre through the various funding and planning procedural hoops. From the minute I met her, I was hugely impressed by her. Her commitment to the city, to public service and to building a truly shared and united community shone through. Integration and fairness were in her DNA. I saw in Anna the qualities that I knew would make her an excellent public representative, and in 2007 asked her if she would consider running for Alliance in South Belfast. She could not have been more surprised when I asked, and I could not have been more delighted when she agreed. After she spoke to the local association at a selection meeting, only days later they were thrilled to select her as their candidate, and the rest, as they say, is history. But genuine history in the making, in that Anna became the first person from an ethnic minority background to be elected in Northern Ireland, and the first person from a Chinese background to be elected to any legislature in Western Europe. In doing so, she paved the way for others from minority backgrounds to participate and contribute, and as a society, we are much the richer for it. Her election showed the best of us in Northern Ireland: warm, welcoming, diverse, confident, the Northern Ireland she loved and helped to nurture. Sadly, however, it also brought out the worst in some, and Anna was subjected to some appalling racism and abuse. Anna's bravery in facing down her abusers on her own behalf and on behalf of others was matched only by the support and encouragement that flowed towards her from friends, colleagues, constituents, who were all inspired by her resilience. There could be no more passionate advocate and consistent advocate for those causes that she took up and which were close to her heart. To have Anna on your side was to have a determined and persistent champion, whether for the protection of the environment or human rights, or for equality and women's rights. Mr. Speaker, for those of us who knew her best, Anna was not just a colleague but a friend. She was a huge encouragement and support to me personally over the years, as she was to many. I will miss her directness, her candour, her wit and her humour so much. Anna quietly shaped and even changed my views on occasion in ways that she will never know, all thanks to that honesty and compassion. For those of you who know me, you'll appreciate the achievement that represents. Anna was not a religious person. As a humanist, she believed in the goodness of people and their ability to transcend division, and she exemplified that every day in her own life. Good things do indeed come in small packages, and Anna Lowe was the best of us. She was my friend, warm, witty, funny and fierce, courageous and kind. I will miss her enormously, but she will live on in her legacy and in the hearts of all of those she touched with her kindness.
Yeah, Dennis.
Can Corla and as Sinn Féin Chief Whip, it is my honour to say a few words on behalf of the party on the passing of Anna Lowe. Anna Lowe has been described as a trailblazer, a champion of equality, of peace, and a fearless campaigner who fought against discrimination her entire life. From speaking to colleagues who worked with her over many years in this Assembly, she certainly was all of those things and much more. As the first ethnic minority politician elected to this chamber, indeed the first Chinese person elected to a legislative parliament anywhere in Western Europe, she broke new ground, but she also stood her ground. It is always difficult to be the first, and there is no doubt that Anna faced appalling racism, misogyny and bigotry throughout her political career. However, she was never deterred from doing what she believed in, and she never shied away from speaking her mind or doing what she believed was right. She may have been small in stature, but she always stood tall when it came to representing her constituents and defending the rights of those who needed her assistance. Of course, there was often political disagreements, but Anna, although a straight talker, was always respectful and courteous in the cut and thrust of political discourse. And whether it was campaigning for equality for women's rights or fighting discrimination and racism, there was much common ground on which Sinn Féin was proud to stand with her on. She is a great loss to those ongoing campaigns. She is a great loss to the political process here. But most of all, she is an immeasurable loss to her partner Robert, her sons Connell and Owen, and her wider family and friends. Our thoughts are with you today, and on behalf of Sinn Féin, I offer our sincerest condolences to you all.
I'm a little Pengelly.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, today we remember Anna Lowe, someone whose place in the history of this Assembly and of Northern Ireland is assured. When Anna Lowe became MLA for South Belfast in 2007, she made history as a first. Her election was a significant milestone, but the fact that Anna remains the sole MLA from an ethnic minority background highlights how far we have still to go to honour her legacy by making this House more reflective of our increasingly diverse society. Anna was undoubtedly much loved by those who knew her and much respected by those who worked with her. As someone who represented South Belfast, I heard that love and respect for her firsthand from so many people in so many places. She genuinely blazed a trail, but she did so with passion, ability, commitment and some style. and that I know she loved representing South Belfast, a constituency with such incredible diversity, and she worked hard for her constituents there. Mr. Speaker, on behalf of the Democratic Unionist Party, I want to extend our deepest sympathies with Anna's family, her friends and her colleagues in the Alliance Party. We extend our heartfelt condolences on Anna's passing and assure them of our thoughts and prayers at this difficult time.
Mike Nesbitt.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think as we create this kind of tapestry of tributes to Anna Lowe, it is difficult at times to avoid repetition. But repetition isn't necessarily a bad thing, not when it focuses on Anna Lowe's values and the great contribution that she made, not just in this chamber, but to society in general. It's a fact that before she was here, Anna spent some time working for BBC Northern Ireland, which is where I first came across her. She was working on the administrative side of the BBC's World Service operation in Belfast. And as a young aspiring journalist, having worked for the World Service on your CV was a very desirable thing at the time. The obstacle was the person who was head of the World Service, and I'll not name them. If you know, you know, but they were difficult. And Anna became the bridge between young, nervous reporters like myself and this formidable head of the BBC World Service in Belfast. And I think being a bridge, to a certain extent, summarises Anna's contribution to public life here in Northern Ireland down the years. A fantastic character, a tremendous contribution, and at all times, not just a public servant, but public-spirited. And she was very direct, and I will never forget one very sunny March morning outside the famous Willard Hotel in Washington, D.C., Anna coming straight up to me. I'd made a statement the night before. She'd obviously read it. She deconstructed it. She changed my mind. And she admonished me in a way that it underlined the sense of respect for a great person. She will be sadly missed, and on behalf of the Ulster Unionist Party, my condolences to her family and her friends.
Mr. Speaker, I obviously want to join everyone else who has paid sincere and fulsome tribute to Anna Lowe on her passing. I first of all want to extend the condolences of myself and the SDLP to her family, her partner Robert and her two sons, and indeed her grandchildren, but also to her colleagues in the Alliance Party who will be feeling her loss most acutely, having stood with her and worked with her so closely over the years. When you become a representative for South Belfast, as I am proud to be, and yourself, Mr. Speaker, and others in the Chamber, one of the things that you're most proud of and and you feel most passionate about representing is the diversity of South Belfast. Of course, Anna Lowe represented that in a very obvious way, in that she was the first ethnic minority MLA, and so far, frustratingly, the only ethnic minority MLA to serve in the Assembly, but also, as others have said, indeed Naomi Long, her party leader, has said, the first legislator from a Chinese background in all of Western Europe. What an extraordinary achievement. And if that were the sum total of Anna's achievement, then that in itself would be quite remarkable, but it wasn't. She was a fierce advocate, a talented legislator, an extraordinary communicator and campaigner, and also a diligent constituency worker. Throughout the constituency of South Belfast, people from all backgrounds, all diverse backgrounds in that wonderfully diverse constituency that we serve, feel real affection and indeed, as the Deputy First Minister said, love for Anna Lowe, because she was an extraordinary representative and an extraordinary human being. She did represent extraordinary qualities in terms of overcoming division. It is often said by people who get frustrated about this place, sometimes people who leave this place and wonder whether they should come back, that God, Northern Ireland never changes. Well, in many ways, Anna Lowe was the rebuke to that view. Anna Lowe represented positive change. She wasn't just an emblem of that change, she wasn't just a symbol of that change, she helped deliver that change, working for her constituents, including, but not limited to, those from ethnic minority backgrounds, for all of South Belfast and indeed for all of Northern Ireland when she was chair of the Environment Committee. The extent and depth of her achievement, I think, is evidenced by the warmth and sincerity of the praise that we've heard from her today. We are all the poorer for her loss. So my condolences again to her family, who will be feeling the loss most acutely, but also to her friends and colleagues in the Alliance Party who treasured her rightly, her contribution so much. Our sincere condolences. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Paula Bradshaw.
Mr. Speaker, and I would just like to start by expressing my condolences to the family and friends of Anna on her passing. I first met Anna Lowe in her capacity of Director of the Chinese Welfare Association in 1997, and it was the first year I started working in the voluntary sector, and our paths crossed many, many times, and so I saw firsthand how she championed not just those from the Chinese or Asian backgrounds, but also any sections of society, people of colour, different cultural, religious backgrounds, and she always did it with her warmth and wit. She also was a great advocate for the celebration of cultural diversity, and I know that she very much contributed to the likes of the Belfast Mela every year. When I joined the Alliance Party in 2010, she invited me out for coffee and said, I will only be standing for or running for one more term. And she says, and I will support you in that transition. And I have to say, she did it with generosity of spirit and warmth. And we know in this chamber it's not always easy, that transition from one politician to the other, but Anna was exemplary in that regard. We'd like to also extend the condolences of the South Belfast Association. We have a large membership, and they all were so fond of Anna. And when we used to go out campaigning, we always nearly had to allocate somebody to Anna because she got caught at doors, because everybody wanted to speak to her. Everybody just wanted to spend some time and exchange views with her. So, you know, we all have very happy, warm memories of her. But I suppose in terms of Anna's political legacy, I saw over the weekend there a lot of people, myself included, were sharing photos of Anna at so many rallies. She was a champion for those who experienced racism, homophobia, transphobia, misogyny, and those who were being deprived their human rights in terms of reproductive health. And in many ways, she was the embodiment of the Alliance Party core values. She was genuinely a wonderful person, and I will sorely miss her. Thank you.
Jerry Carl.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to extend my sympathies to Anna's family and her friends and all her Alliance Party colleagues on her very, very sad passing. Anna was a tenacious trailblazer, there's no doubt about that. Somebody had many barriers in her way, put in place by a society that obviously makes life harder for women, and women from a racialised minority in particular. And one can only imagine the barriers, the obstacles that Anna faced and had to overcome on an everyday basis, but especially as an elected representative. And I know she had to face brutal racism, she had to face hatred, but she stood against hatred, stood against racism, and she stood against the bullies, and I think she was absolutely brave to do so. She also, from my memory, was one of the first pro-choice MLAs that certainly I seen speaking in support of reproductive rights, and I think it would have been easier for her to keep her head down and not speak up about women's reproductive rights, but keeping quiet wasn't something she did, and rightly so. And before I was an MLA, Mr. Speaker, myself and some party activists were involved in some anti-racist activity with Anna Lowe, I think around maybe 2014. And we did some work with Anna in terms of speaking on platforms and organising protests alongside Anna to say that all minorities, all racialised minorities are welcome in Belfast and beyond. And I think that was really, really important. It wasn't the sum total of her work, but it was an important part of her work, and I think our city, our society is better for that work that Anna did. She was an important figurehead of anti-racist sentiment in Belfast and beyond, and I think that's more important today than it was in 2007 when Anna first became an MLA. So I hope that our friends and our colleagues can be proud of that legacy and so much more that she did, and I want to add my condolences on her sad passing.
Claire Sugden.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I too wish to offer my sincere condolences to the family, friends and colleagues of Anna Lowe. It was a pleasure to know her, and it was a pleasure to have worked with her. Many have said it because simply it's true. She was a trailblazer, and she did it with style. I don't think anyone rocked a leather jacket in this chamber as well as Anna Lowe did. She did it with energy, and she did it with good humour. but ultimately she served her community and all others. Elected politics in Northern Ireland is difficult, especially when presented with the challenges that she experienced, challenges that society no longer accepts because leaders like Anna Lowe faced them down. She was unique because she was a first, sadly not yet a first of many, but it will come, and it will be because of Anna, and this will be her legacy. My deepest condolences to all who knew and loved her.
Kate Nicholl.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I first met Anna Lowe when I joined her office as a work experience student 12 years ago. She was the first person I ever voted for, and the more I got to know her, the more I respected her. She talked about issues that others were often too afraid to. She wore a leather jacket, as Claire said, and she actually bought that because she had done a Women in Leadership course, and they said men have to wear blazers in the chamber, women should really wear jackets too, and I think out of spite, Anna got a leather jacket to take the advice on board. And she somehow managed to deliver brutal honesty with so much warmth. One of my colleagues, I know Jenna and Kathy, who are my work sisters, are here, but we have another one who's in America, and she had got a haircut. And she came in and Anna said, "Did you get a haircut?" And she said, "Yes, do you like it?" And Anna said, "No, no." Anna never lied. She wondered how dishonest people kept track of what they said, and it wasn't just us she was direct with. She told constituents when she thought that they were being unreasonable. She told other politicians when she didn't like their behaviour, and party policy rarely dissuaded her from saying what she thought. Anna taught me so much, the value of hard work, and the ushers will remember frequently having to go up to the office to check when she was going home so they could look up because she was the last person here diligently reading her committee papers late into the night. She told me that you can never please everyone, but if you stick to your values, you maintain your integrity. But mostly she showed me how politics can be done with kindness and empathy, which goes so much farther than one-upmanship or bitterly fixating on difference and the past. Born in Hong Kong, she had left school at an early age, but her thirst for knowledge never left her. She knew what it was like to be denied opportunities and to feel like an outsider, so she built a career founded on inclusivity. As a police interpreter, a social worker, director of the Chinese Welfare Association, and later as Alliance MLA for South Belfast, Anna was never particularly interested in political theory or strategy. She was just interested in people and making their lives a bit better, and she made so many people's lives better, including my own. Suzanne Breen said she was good fun, and she was so much fun, and despite so many personal and professional challenges, she lived her life with such energy and optimism, and there was a pure, almost childlike joy about her. Anna loved the arts, the environment, going for walks, good food. She was an amazing cook, and spending time with her many friends, but her greatest love was her two sons, Connell and Owen. She would tell anyone who would listen how accomplished they were, their achievements, how they were doing in university, how they were so handsome. She used to tell me if I wanted children, I needed to find a Chinese husband. Anytime she saw beautiful children, she'd say, "Oh, they're gorgeous. You know, my children are gorgeous too, they're Eurasian." And she was so funny, and she was so proud of her sons, and she leaves a remarkable legacy for her children and grandchildren, whom she so adored. A life of hard work and service hadn't given her the time for herself that she richly deserved, yet she never seemed to age. In fact, that almost reversed in retirement, and meeting Robert was life-enhancing, and every time I saw her, she was glowing. Days filled with painting, swimming, gardening, and travel. The cruelest part of her passing is that the life that she had so longed for and that she was finally living has been cut short. Principled, inclusive, warm, and brave, Anna Lowe embodied everything we need more of in politics and in life. My work mum, my mentor, my inspiration, my friend. I can't believe that she's gone, but I'm so glad that I did get to tell her that I loved her before she went, because I really did. All who loved her will feel her loss profoundly, particularly Connell, Owen, and Robert. We will remember Anna Lowe forever.
Cameron.
Speaker, and I also to rise to pay tribute to Ms Anna Lowe and to pass on my condolences as an MLA to Anna's partner Robert, her sons, the wider family and friends, and of course to Anna's Alliance family circle too, on Anna's very sad passing. I had the pleasure of serving on Environment Committee for a number of years as deputy to Anna's chair of the committee, and Anna was a very good chair. She was very fair, she was very respected, and she was very respectful. She was warm, a great character, full of fun, always smiling, incredibly knowledgeable and passionate on environmental issues. A little but a strong lady who spoke her mind, and she wasn't afraid to do so. And Anna certainly made her mark on her time in this assembly, and we'll remember her for that. And I know that she will be missed, not just by her family and friends, but also by those of us who were fortunate enough to have known her even for a short time and to have worked alongside her within this Northern Ireland Assembly.
Stuart Dixon.
Mr. Speaker, I first met Anna before I knew of her involvement in the politics of the Alliance Party or Northern Ireland. I met her when she was working for the Chinese Welfare Association, and I was providing employment documentation support on behalf of the Labour Relations Agency to that organisation. That's where I met Anna, and there was definitely a ray of sunshine in that room and in those meetings that I had with her. Anna joined the Alliance Party and, as our leader said, in a whirlwind was selected to be a candidate and got elected to this Assembly in 2007, and she was here to 2016. I joined her here in this Assembly in 2011 and was proud to do so. We were a small team at that time, very close-knit and working very closely together in the roles and responsibilities that we had in this Assembly. Anna was a friend, a champion of all that she stood for. She stood in the European election in 2014, and as a party officer I had a lot of time to spend with her campaigning and going with her as she went to various events and knocked doors around and across Northern Ireland. That election had all the hallmarks of a Northern Ireland election, from its highs to its appalling lows, and to the way in which Anna was treated quite often, not only in the press but also by her political opponents. I will never forget some of the horrible times that she went through, but Anna had a resilience, Anna had that wonderful smile, and she just pushed on in everything that she did. But I know personally that those attacks took a toll on her. Anna left here in 2016. She retired from active politics, but always kept her passions and interests alive. She was a talented artist, and if anybody has the opportunity to go and look at Facebook and other places that you can see some of her art, it is absolutely incredible. I'm just only sorry that I didn't have the opportunity to get some of that wonderful art that she did. Today, I just want to add my words of condolence and sympathy to her family, to the family and the wider family circle, and to all of her Alliance Party colleagues and those constituents in South Belfast who will forever remember Anna Lowe.
Mark Durkin.
Mr. Speaker, it's with great pride but huge sadness that I stand to pay tribute to the late Anna Lowe. Others have spoken of Anna's role as a trailblazer and pathfinder. She showed what could be done, and she showed how it could be done well. Anna served with distinction and determination as an MLA and in the role of chairperson of the Environment Committee, in which, as a former Environment Minister, I had quite a few dealings with her. She never let our shared passion or indeed policies for the environment temper her scrutiny of my department. And while we occasionally crossed swords, there were never cross words. I admired her effectiveness as a politician and as a public representative, but even more so her ebullience as a person. Her very presence as an elected representative from an ethnic minority background was rare, but the warmth and respect that she showed others was even more so. This House has been a poorer place without her. My condolences, my thoughts and prayers are with her family, her friends, and her party colleagues. This world will be a poorer place without her. J. Gurua Anam Usal.
Kelly Armstrong.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I came to the House in 2016 after Anna had left, but that doesn't mean to say that I didn't know Anna in her role as a politician. I remember in 2014, part of the European elections, she came down to Portaferry to look at the CGen turbine energy that was working in Strangford Lough at that time, and it was a miserable, absolutely miserable day. The car was fogged up, it was terrible, and there was nothing we could do other than get out of the car and stand along the coastline while she quizzed me for about 45 minutes on how this turbine worked in Strangford Lough. And I think that's part of what we've heard here today from so many others. Anna Lowe was absolutely committed to the environment. She didn't just love doing her work, she loved the environment, and she loved doing things that was going to protect it for not just herself but for all of us. Anna was a person who loved very warmly. In recent times there was an event that was called for former female elected representatives and current female elected representatives of the Assembly, and Anna attended that. And I watched as she went round the room, and there wasn't a single person in that room, a single female elected representative, no matter what the party, that Anna didn't hug. We all know what Anna's hugs were like. And I have to say, Mr. Speaker, I am very sorry for Owen and Connell and for Robert. While they have lost a very precious person, we have all lost. Anna was a warm person, and I can only think that she embodies the epitome of what Alliance is about, that you didn't really get into an argument with Anna. She talked you round and she made sure that you understood exactly how she felt, but it was all done with a smile on her face and a great warmth in her heart. And I know that others of Alliance Party have spoken very warmly of Anna today, and I think of Kate and of Kathy and of Jenna and all who worked with Anna for so long over the years. She was their work mummy, and they will desperately miss her. Anna was my friend. Her and I don't exactly share a lot of height, but the good thing about it was that when she hugged me really hard, and I will miss her so much. Thank you.
Philip Brett.
Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, first of all, my thoughts are with those who knew Anna Lowe and those who loved her. I only had one interaction with Anna Lowe, and that was in this place. As a politics student at Belfast Royal Academy in 2009, our class was very diverse and we could not agree on a single thing. Our teacher, trying to get us to agree and not argue with us, decided it would be a good idea to come up with a dream team of who we could agree on should be the First Minister. And to a man and to a woman in that class, everyone agreed that that person should be Anna Lowe. So we were coming on our visit to Stormont. We had made signs to say Anna Lowe for First Minister. We arrived here and Anna was not in the building. Instead of her devoting her time to her constituency office in South Belfast, she drove from her office to Stormont. There was nothing to be gained from Anna in doing that. We were all from North Belfast, but Anna knew the importance of ensuring that young people were interested in politics. She sat with us for 90 minutes as her office staff told her she had other engagements, but the people in that room were the most important to her that day. And she taught us one thing, Mr. Speaker, and that was that we need to learn to disagree well. Whilst we may have different political views and aspirations, our jobs as politicians is to serve the collective interests of the people that we are honoured to represent. That day, Anna Lowe probably unintentionally had an impact on me, that our job as public representatives is to devote day and daily our lives to making the work of this place deliver for the most vulnerable in our society. I'm very sorry that I never got to sit in this place or work with Anna Lowe, but her legacy lives on, and let it be her epitaph that people in this chamber learn to disagree well. Thank you.
Andrew Muir.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And today, as we mourn the passing of Anna, I want to give thanks for a life of public service, and that's been outlined by many today, including her role as head of the Chinese Welfare Association, then as MLA for South Belfast, and also as chair of the Environment Committee in this place. We are so lucky that Anna chose Northern Ireland to be her home. As her book title states, The Place I Call Home, From Hong Kong to Belfast, My Story, What a wonderful story it is. A story of being very courageous in the face of numerous threats and racism. A story of being committed to serving her constituents diligently. A story of being a powerful leader on very difficult topics, but someone who stood up and spoke out for many people, including on women's reproductive rights. I give thanks for that. A gentle, kind and humorous person. Someone who I admire deeply. I wish we could have more politicians like Anna. We were very lucky that Anna chose North Down as her home in recent years, and I was delighted to have Anna as a constituent, and she will be missed in North Down. But she will be missed not just in North Down, but by her friends and colleagues within the party, but more broadly across Northern Ireland and in this place. Anna was a wonderful person. Her dedication for the environment was well known, and it's something that gives me inspiration in the job that I do, so I can serve the people of Northern Ireland just as well as what Anna did. Thank you.
That brings to a conclusion all those who requested to speak in this matter. It's not down in to do this, but I would like members to stand just for a moment and reflect on Anna Lowe. Thank you. Please be seated. Now, we resume normal business, and members' statements is the next item of business. I call Declan Kearney.
Sinn Féin leaders have consistently sought to heal divisions through efforts to build trust and foster reconciliation. And that has often meant stepping beyond traditional comfort zones. The participation at yesterday's Remembrance Sunday ceremony by Michelle O'Neill, as a First Minister for all, who is also an Irish Republican, represents a gesture of respect for those dead from Ireland and their loved ones who served in British forces during Britain's wars. That is, notwithstanding my own and my party's Republican and anti-imperialist opposition to those same colonial wars and global conflicts, both historically and in more recent times. By attending, she was acknowledging the pain and the suffering of all of those who have lost their lives on all sides in the horror of World War I and during subsequent conflicts. War can never be romanticised or glorified. All wars are terrible. The ongoing genocide in Gaza is a graphic reality of how terrible war is. International humanitarian law, diplomacy and multilateralism must always be paramount. Serving as a First Minister means being a First Minister for Unionists and for Republicans and for those from neither background. The dead from all traditions should be afforded the right of respectful commemoration, and that includes Republican patriot dead. There is also a broader point. Political leaders must lead by example. All our actions today must be about laying the foundations for the transition to a new constitutional settlement in Ireland, which is indeed based upon respect, inclusion, pluralism and equality. I
call Diane Forsyth.
Mr Speaker, and delivering more affordable childcare has long been a priority for the DUP, and within 7 months of devolution being restored, our Education Minister designed the scheme to slash childcare bills by 15%. And the latest figures I have received show that some 13,294 children have been registered for the Northern Ireland Childcare Subsidy Scheme, with parents now saving some £1 million every month. This is additional money that's remaining in household budgets of working parents across every part of Northern Ireland. And I stood for election to this House in 2022 on the DUP manifesto commitment to help working families and to deliver on childcare. And I'm proud to see real progress on this. The Education Minister also delivered in these range of schemes to secure the Sure Start provision, which is a successful partnership between our Department for Education and the Department of Health, delivering for the best outcomes for early intervention for our children here in Northern Ireland. And also through this, the Education Minister has expanded on our preschool provision as a commitment to ensuring fair access to preschool provision for all children across Northern Ireland to ensure that they have the best start in life. And on the childcare scheme now, we see 96% of all registered daycare providers registered to provide this subsidy scheme, with significant numbers of childminders and playgroups also included. And we want to make further progress to make the childcare sector more sustainable. But we have identified a problem and practical measures to help, and this is our focus across government, staying committed to our election manifesto, delivering for working families and delivering on childcare.
I wanted to speak today on Anti-Bullying Week. The first thing that I want to do in that regard is to just speak out to anybody who's experiencing bullying at the moment. It's an absolutely shattering thing to go through, and I just want to encourage anyone who's experiencing that to reach out to a parent, reach out to their schools, or perhaps reach out to an organisation like Childline to get the kind of support that you need to get through this experience. I know words from an MLA that you've probably never heard of will be little consolation if you're going through this, but I felt it was a better use of my time to speak words like this than to start going through lots of statistics about bullying. So this House has not been behind in looking at this issue, and I want to acknowledge that we have some legislation, the Bullying in Schools Act, and this is having an impact, and I'm grateful to the Minister for providing me with some information on the impact of that Act and the implementation of it. I think there's about 9,000 people have experienced some training now on bullying. There are about 146 schools that are involved in putting together a leadership training on bullying, and there's about almost 300 referrals that have come through on bullying. But what we want to look at is it's an issue that we can't stop talking about. It's an issue that will always recur, and we have to keep our focus on it to look to what else that we can do. So the Act that came in required schools to gather information, to gather statistics, but we don't share that with the department. So I hope that going forward I can call on the Minister to start gathering that information, to publish annual reports on what's happening in terms of bullying in schools so that we can better target resources and do a better job of trying to eradicate bullying in our schools. Thank you.
Steve Egan. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today, here in the Assembly, we solemnly gather to remember those who give their all, so that we may have the freedoms that we have today. We often forget that those who gave the ultimate sacrifice in defence of our nation and the wider democratic way of life that we cherish did so, not for some base ideology, but because they wanted to defend their family, their friends, their community, and our way of life. Wherever they served our nation, their willingness to put themselves in harm's way speaks to their courage and something that we must never forget. The wearing of the poppy is also a reminder that war and conflict continue to be with us, and regrettably, recent history shows that violent ideology, nationalism and race hate are back to haunt us all with a vengeance. This is marked in particular by two events this weekend at either end of Europe. On the 86th anniversary of Kristallnacht, the violence against the Jewish people in the streets of Amsterdam has been rightly identified by the President of Israel, Isaac Herzog, as a pogrom. This is Europe in the 21st century. And secondly, and virtually ignored and forgotten by our near-instant short attention span media, an ongoing full-scale war is going on in Ukraine between Putin, along with his North Korean and Iranian allies, against the Ukrainians who should be giving all our support to. Mr. Speaker, the continued rise of anti-Semitism, which pervades what passes for political thought in some sections of this island and across Europe, and the war in the Ukraine are clearly and irrevocably linked. The naivety of those political and media commentators who do not see the interlinking of this wider-scale conflict in the Middle East, directed by Iran, and the battles in the Ukraine, directed by Russia, show that they are perfect examples of Lenin's useful idiots, and you don't need to look very far to find them. Mr. Speaker, one of my predecessors as Unionist Party leader, Jim Molyneux, saw first-hand the impacts of the destructiveness and hate when he helped liberate the Bergen-Belsen concentration camp in 1945. The horrors of war and the inhumanity and evil shown were that our forebears fought against and what many of us who served since have thought to have consigned to the past. Regrettably today, unless we take urgent steps to properly defend our freedoms and fight intolerance, I believe it will be not long before those horrors will be revisited on us all. As we remember the past, do not ignore the facts that could lead us inexorably back to those dark days. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Speaker, we have an opportunity this week to discuss the topic of bullying, given that this is Anti-Bullying Week. Within the Assembly and in society, we have many discussions and implemented the Addressing Bullying in Schools Act 2016. In recent years, we have implemented its provisions. While we have achieved progress, we have work to do to raise the issue of bullying, particularly with a significant increase in the number of people being bullied, particularly in relation to cyberbullying. According to the World Health Organization, the number of cyber attacks has increased, not only here in the 6 counties, but not just here, but throughout the world. In the year 2018, it was reported that 1 in 6 young people have been bullied. This is particularly relevant for me to speak about this today, as this is European Cyber Month this month. Every year, Anti-Bullying Alliance chooses a particular theme for that year. For this year, Choose Respect has been chosen as the theme. As part of this campaign, the Anti-Bullying Alliance asked us to wear 2 odd stocks on the 12th of November in order to draw attention to what makes us unique. I look forward a great deal to see your odd socks.
Mr. Speaker, and thanks for the opportunity to speak this afternoon. Today is an important day of remembrance. We remember all of those who fought and died for our freedoms. But it's also a day to remember Winston Cross. Winston was only 18 years old and was from the Glen Estate on the city side of Londonderry. His family described him as a happy-go-lucky teenage boy who was funny, full of life, and had a bright future ahead of him. Winston worked as a painter in Ebrington Barracks and was leaving his work one Friday in 1974 to join the army the following week. He had his papers to sign up on Tuesday, the 11th of November 1974, 50 years ago to this very day. Winston's sister Sharon shared her story, and here are some of her words. When Winston didn't come home that Friday night on the 8th of November, my mother presumed he had gone out for a drink with friends. His best friend, Bert, or Joseph Slater, was with him. They never came home. The IRA had abducted both of them from a bar across the border. They had taken both of them to Donegal and tortured them for 3 days before being hooded and shot on Sheriff's Mountain. There they left them, lying at the side of the road with black bin bags over their heads. At first, the IRA said that he was an informer for the military because he worked in Ebrington Barracks. Then they changed their story and claimed it was a case of mistaken identity, and they apologised for taking him and shooting him. The truth is that they murdered our beautiful brother and his friend Bert and they didn't care less about the carnage that they would cause through their actions. In stark contrast to the murderers, the people in the Glen estate were all mixed from various backgrounds, but they still gathered together and paid for the funeral. That's how close-knit our community was. Mr. Speaker, today I want to ensure that the name of Winston Cross is remembered in this House. Let us make sure that Winston, brutally murdered in the prime of his youth, is never forgotten. My thoughts and prayers are with the family and friends of Winston. Their loved one was cruelly taken from them by murderous cowards 50 years ago today. 50 years ago on, we will remember him. This evening, a special 50th anniversary service will take place at All Saints Cluny Church, where a new plaque will be unveiled. We'll be thinking of the family at this time. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Well, Bradshaw.
I also rise to make a statement on remembrance exactly 106 years after the end of World War I. However people choose to remember and reflect, I think it is important that we do so. We remember the sacrifice of so many during 2 world wars and other conflicts. We recall also the loss of civilian lives in conflict, and we reflect on the ongoing need to promote peace, democracy and the rule of law. Historians will always dispute what truly led to World War I, and we must be wary of any sort of glorification of it. Nearly all of our ancestors fought in it. Nearly all of us have ancestors who fought in it. Few spoke of it particularly fondly, and many did not speak of it at all. The appalling loss of life, suffering of so many, combined with the collective trauma, are what we should remember. The tragedy is that the very next generation then faced the trauma of global conflict yet again. Within most of our lifetimes, we did, of course, experience conflict in our own land. Nearly 4,000 people killed, 10 times that number injured, and sadly, there were absolutely alternatives. We did at least recognise, even if it was too late and after too much suffering, that there is no future in murder and mayhem. We may reflect on those who are always focused on building peace and on creating a fair society. We may also reflect on those in many other parts of the world where sadly murder and mayhem are still the norm. In the Middle East, in Ukraine, in many parts of sub-Saharan Africa and in numerous other places. We see the type of suffering and instability which will create cycles of conflict likely to last generations if no one has the courage to focus on our common humanity and thus build and lead a peace process. For all that, we must also reflect that contrary to what we may perceive in the news, we are lucky enough globally to live in the safest and healthiest period in human history. In those 106 years, global life expectancy has more than doubled. Entire diseases have been wiped out, rates of murder and violent crime have plummeted, and more people live in democracies more than ever. And this is due in many parts to the sacrifice of those who gave their todays for our tomorrows. In this part of the world, we may therefore reflect that at this stage in the 21st century, the UK and Irish troops now, as often as not, work alongside each other on peacekeeping missions. In fact, the UK contributes almost 7% of the entire UN peacekeeping budget. This work is often overlooked precisely because it does not appear on the news. Indeed, it prevents even more places from ending up in the news. Thank you.
This morning, Concordia, I want to raise an issue around the arts sector that we have here, and a meeting that I did last week with Equity, the Actors Union, who were in 115 and addressed a number of MLAs. And I suppose what was really very clear from the testimony of the artists and those who work with them and actors was around the lack of support that they receive and how difficult it is to be a full-time member of the creative industries here. I think we're all very aware of the value and the worth that creative industries right across the island of Ireland bring. Punching, I think it has to be said, well above the weight in terms of the small island that we have. And we see that outworking in some of the big global events such as the Oscars, where Irish actors, Irish film often are featured right at the top levels of those industries. But that is all coming from the grassroots and from people out there who are taking part in drama, in writing, in helping to stage events, musicians. All of those people are fundamentally challenged in doing that as a job here. And what was reflected to us the other day is that many young artists in particular are now looking at moving to other places, and I think that is something that we should do everything we can to prevent happening. And what we should do is create an environment here where those artists are supported. So while they are some of the best talent across the world, they don't even have the support, some of the best support in terms of these islands. So I would call on the Minister for Communities to look at that situation. I know he has been doing some work on it. The committee is also doing work in this regard. But we need to look at how we put in place a support system that allows artists to create their work and to do that in a way that they are supported to do so. And all of us will reap the very many benefits of that. And those benefits go way beyond what it is. They reach into health, they reach into social cohesion and out into communities. So I just want to underline the plight of those artists.
David Brooks. And I rise today to congratulate President-elect Donald Trump and his Vice President-elect J.D. Vance of the United States on their remarkable election victory. There are a spectrum of political views in this place, and no surprise then that there should be differences of opinion on international affairs. But just as I congratulated the incumbent President in Belfast City Hall after his election, despite some questionable remarks and political differences with unionism, I today heartily welcome the return of President Trump and look forward to continuing to build strong relationships for unionism and for Northern Ireland on both sides of the aisle as ever, but certainly particularly with the incoming Trump team, knowing in his first term his ear and doors were open and he was more balanced in his approach and more open to hearing unionist concerns and priorities than many administrations in my lifetime. The roots that bind our people run long, deep and strong, and I hope that in the coming presidential term we are able to cultivate still stronger ties and transatlantic cooperation, both economically and culturally. As we approach the 250th anniversary of US independence, we recall the transgenerational transatlantic journeys of the Ulster Scots people as we work to reawaken awareness of the Ulster Scots diaspora and the Ulster Scots role in founding and shaping the United States. It is exciting to have a prominent and eloquent Scotch-Irish Vice President-elect in J.D. Vance, who is aware of and takes pride in his Scotch-Irish lineage. Over centuries, waves of Scotch-Irish immigrants have left these shores to build new lives in America, bringing with them the values of hard work, resilience and a fierce dedication to freedom and democracy. Those people and communities today face challenges as we do at home, but many of these pioneers helped shape America's frontier, laying the groundwork for a vibrant nation, the vibrant nation it is today. Vice President-elect Vance's Scotch-Irish heritage is a proud reminder of that legacy, a heritage shared by many past presidents, a testament to the lasting influence of those who came from Northern Ireland, who travelled along the Great Wagon Road on the spirit and character of the United States. Today is Armistice Day. Yesterday I stood at the memorial at the former US military cemetery at Lisnabrini, as I do each year to remember not only our own servicemen, but also our allies. There are young Americans prepared to launch the famed Allied attacks on the beaches of Nazi-occupied France. They, by the way, knew what a real Nazi was. American forefathers fought them alongside our own, looked them in the eyes and liberated victims from their genocidal jackboot. It may be what the member for Southampton was referring to as colonial wars, while forebears of his were found on Nazi U-boats. But it is not only in world wars, but in many conflicts since, our nations have stood side by side to defend the freedoms we enjoy today. From the shores of France to the poppy fields of Afghanistan, from the Baltics to the deserts of Iraq, we will remember them. In contrast, Sinn Féin and the Irish Republican movement have... Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to take this opportunity to make all members aware that this is the start of Safer Ageing Week. Safer Ageing Week is an initiative run by the charity Hourglass. Hourglass is the only UK-wide charity dedicated to calling time on the harm and abuse of older people. On a daily basis, Mr. Speaker, through their helpline, casework service and awareness raising, they work for safer ageing and a fairer society. And I fully support their work and agree that it's time to wake up and speak out on the abuse of older people. Older people experience the same forms of abuse as all other age groups: psychological abuse, sexual abuse, physical abuse, domestic abuse, neglect and sadly, economic abuse. And during Safer Ageing Week this year, Arglass are asking us to specifically take note and call out the economic abuse of older people. I'm told that every day the Arglass helpline hears from older people who have become victims of a range of nefarious individuals. These are distressing accounts of theft and robbery, of being taken advantage of by rogue traders acting in bad faith, and perhaps most shocking of all, family members pressurising their older relatives into relinquishing control of their finances or building up massive debts in their name. Since 2021, Arglass have worked with older victims of economic abuse here in Northern Ireland who have lost an estimated total of around £700,000, but these are only the recorded cases because much of this abuse will go unreported. And in a cruel twist, economic abuse is often accompanied by emotional blackmail, that aforementioned psychological abuse. Many older people who are grandparents fear losing access to their much-beloved grandchildren if they don't comply with the attempted manipulation or coercion around their money. And often the family members abusing the older person are their only meagre means of support if they have been purposefully isolated. The abusers in this instance thrive on this type of impossible scenario as they know it makes the barriers higher and increasingly impenetrable for the older victim who is often left powerless. Feelings of shame, fear of further isolation, these things combine to create a wretched environment, something akin to a psychological prison for many of our older people. So, Mr. Speaker, what can we do? Or indeed, what can I do? Firstly, we can recognise Arglass and the important work that they do in ensuring that older people don't feel isolated, that they don't feel neglected, that they don't feel trapped, and that they don't feel powerless. We can speak up about the issue and signpost to Arglass helpline, but we can also support them by looking out for older people in our families, and around our friends and our neighbours, and indeed right across our community. And we should create an environment where people should be able to grow old safely. Sadly, sometimes this is not the case. So, members, take note, once again, because we will all get older, and we will all want to be protected from economic and other types of abuse. So let's support Arglass and the valuable work that they have to do, that not only saves but changes lives. But let's not only do this in Safer Ageing Week. Thank you.
My father passed away on the 1st of November 2021. Earlier that year, he had been diagnosed with stage 4 lung cancer. His cancer was likely a consequence of many years of smoking, and he sadly realised this. He began smoking, however, at a time when it was encouraged and even suggested that it was good for you. His roles in the British Army and prison service made it difficult to stop. He did quit about 15 years before his passing, but unfortunately the damage had already been done. Also, on the 1st of November, we observed the beginning of Lung Cancer Awareness Month, which serves as a reminder to all the devastating impact of this disease and the urgent steps that we need to take to improve the outcomes here in Northern Ireland. My family and many other families across Northern Ireland live with this impact. It is cruel, yet hopeless, to miss someone so much. Lung cancer remains one of the deadliest cancers in Northern Ireland. Over 1,000 people are diagnosed annually here. 74% of cases are detected at late stages when treatment options are limited. But by prioritising regular lung health screening and addressing other lung health issues, we can improve outcomes, not just for lung cancer, but for a wide range of respiratory conditions affecting our community. Currently, Northern Ireland does not offer systematic lung cancer screening, despite evidence showing that targeted low-dose CT scans can catch lung cancer early in high-risk individuals, such as those over 55 years old or those with a history of smoking. In the United States and Europe, similar programmes have led to significant increase in early-stage lung cancer diagnosis and improved 5-year survival rates. We need to prioritise resources for a lung cancer screening programme that includes people at high risk and extend this model to those with other chronic respiratory issues like asthma and COPD. Screening and early diagnosis for these conditions would allow for more effective interventions, improving quality of life and reducing the strain on our emergency services. Asthma, for example, affects around 182,000 people in Northern Ireland, including many children. Whilst it's often manageable, uncontrolled asthma can lead to severe complications and can be fatal. But by investing in preventative care for asthma, such as regular checkups, access to medication and public education, The government can reduce the need for emergency interventions and help more people lead healthier lives. Many lung cancer patients also have underlying respiratory conditions, and these can be found and help catch the cancer early. We need to reduce the stigma around lung cancer. The truth is, anyone can develop it, that or a respiratory condition, and a well-funded public awareness campaign could emphasise that lung health matters for everyone. Thank you.
Pen is mightier than the sword. This remains true today, especially when it comes to social media. Social media can be a powerful tool that helps us all communicate useful information to our constituents and wider society. Local and national media outlets use it, churches, schools and community groups use it. Our children and young people seem to spend a lot of time on their socials. However, despite the good and valuable information that can be found online, there is a darker side that involves online abuse, and no one is immune to this abuse. It can be a way for school bullies to continue their abuse outside the limits of school. Those who, with violent tendencies, can often transfer their physical abuse to mental abuse by the use of social media. Public figures and politicians are not immune to this type of abuse, as often keyboard warriors feel they can say what they want online without the need for accuracy of any description. There are those who believe online abuse against politicians is inevitable and acceptable. After all, most public figures occasionally find themselves on the receiving end of spiteful and hurtful comments and attacks. Sometimes a misunderstanding that could easily be resolved by a phone call or face-to-face takes on a new life when someone posts on social media. Many read comments on Facebook and other social media sites and believe the written word without doing their own research and fact-finding. One clear rule that everyone should remember on social media is to make sure you do not say anything in a public forum that you would not say to someone's face. Remember, the person you're attacking has feelings. They have a family with feelings. When you attack an individual, those in their family or employment are also hurt and left feeling dejected. After all, whether you're a politician, a celebrity, a child, or a young person in school, you are not fair game. It is all too easy to become carried away when there is a keyboard at your fingertips. But remember this, as in the real spoken world, there may be consequences for your action. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
That concludes the time that we have allowed for member statements. I'd encourage people who didn't get speaking today to come back tomorrow, and hopefully we'll be able to get you in. Before we move to the next item of business, I wish to advise members that I have received notification of the resignation of Connie Egan as Deputy Chairperson of the Committee for the Executive Office, and notification of the resignation of Stuart Dixon as Deputy Chairperson of the Committee on Standards and Privileges, both with effect from Friday the 8th of November. The designated nominating officer for the Alliance Party has informed me that Connie Egan has been nominated as Deputy Chairperson of the Committee on Standards and Privileges, and Stuart Dixon has been nominated as Deputy Chairperson of the Committee for the Executive Office. Mr. Egan, or Ms. Egan and Mr. Dixon have accepted their respective nominations, and I am satisfied that the requirements of standing orders have been met. Colm Gildernew has sought leave to present a public petition in accordance with Standing Order 22. The member will have up to 3 minutes to speak. I call Colm Gildernew.
The petition which I am presenting today comes from Dungannon traders, and it contains 130 signatures, a very large sample of what is quite a small cohort. And the issues that Dungannon traders are raising is around the 1 hour parking in Dungannon town centre. They make the case, and I believe correctly so, that is very restrictive in terms of allowing people to come into Dungannon town centre and to engage in activities. So 1 hour parking probably does allow you to go in and do the single thing that you had to go into Dungannon to do. And it doesn't even probably do all of those. But if you're going to do a meeting with someone or to pick something up, within 30 or 35 or 40 minutes, you're then at that point, you have no time to do anything additional. So you don't have time to go and get a coffee, you don't have time to browse some of the shops, or better still, spend money in the shops. And the traders of Dungannon believe this is creating a significant disadvantage for them. It's also not even, realistically speaking, in some cases, enough time to go in and get your lunch in Dungannon town. You could wait 15 or 20 minutes in some of the busier places. So it means that people are constantly watching their watch. They're not able to go in and enjoy the town and all of the benefits of the social benefits as well as the economic benefits that would bring. What the Chamber, well, what the traders have suggested is, in recognising the fact that they don't want to see abuse of the parking scheme by people who are working in Dungannon and parking up overly long, what they have suggested is that it moves to a 2-hour period, which they believe would provide that bit of extra comfort without necessarily aggravating the parking situation. And I have to say, I do believe that the parking situation is a separate issue and should be dealt with separately in that sense. It's also worth pointing out that some of the other towns have different legislation in place. So Mahrafat, for example, has 2-hour parking. Cookstown on-street parking is free. So it places Dungannon at a disadvantage in respect to that. This call is supported not only by the traders but also by the newly formed Chamber of Commerce and Industry in Dungannon. And that Chamber of Commerce reflects the very dynamic and entrepreneurial cohort of business people we have in the area. I think it's incumbent on us to support them by moving to address this issue. I would also finally like to flag up that the traders are asking that as part of a demonstration of the worth of this, that if it could potentially be looked at as a trial for this Christmas period and to allow those traders the full advantage, I would urge the Department to work with the Council, who are supportive of the direction of travel, to work together to see if at all possible, if that can be done for this Christmas period.
Thank you. I invite the member to approach the table to present his petition. Thank you. I will forward the petition to the Minister for Infrastructure and send a copy to the committee. Next item of business is committee membership motion from the Alliance Party. Clerk, please read the motion.
That Ms Connie Egan replace Mr Stuart Dixon as a member of the Committee for Justice, and that Mr Stuart Dixon be appointed as a member of the Committee on Standards and Privileges.
Thank you. I call Paula Bradshaw to move the motion. The question is that the motion standing in the order paper be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, if any, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. If the members would take their ease before we move to the statement from the Finance Minister.
Members, the Speaker has received notice from the Finance Minister that she wishes to make a statement. Before I call the Finance Minister, remind members they must be concise in asking their questions. It's not an opportunity for debate. Long introductions will not be allowed. Minister.
And thank you for the opportunity to make a statement on the outcome of the 24-25 October monitoring exercise. As members will be aware, the October monitoring round was postponed following confirmation that the British Chancellor would announce her autumn budget on the 30th of October and would set the budgets for Whitehall departments for 24-25. This in turn provided the Executive with its final spending envelope for 24-25. Departments were invited to provide updates to their forecast overcommitments in order that the Executive could consider the most up-to-date in the October monitoring round. Following the autumn budget, the Executive has £631.5 million resource DEL and £68.1 million capital DEL and £20.4 million financial transaction capital available for allocation in this monitoring round. Despite the considerable additional funding provided through the autumn budget, it still falls short of the pressures identified by departments in full. As Finance Minister, I know and expect every politician will make the case in the Chamber and media for what they would fund, but rarely do they offer where they will take money from. Articulating problems is very easy. the challenges in addressing them. The harsh reality is we don't have enough money to do everything we want to do, so we all have to compromise. Before addressing departmental overcommitments, some central allocations were agreed, as these would not have been included in departmental overcommitments. An allocation of £1 million resource del was agreed for the costs associated with attaining the necessary assurances from Central Procurement Directorate on City and Growth Deal projects. Allocations of £2.8 million resource del and £0.1 million capital del were agreed for match funding to allow departments to draw down EU funds. And the Executive also agreed a resource to capital del switch for the Department of Justice for the NI Road Safety Partnership. Having taken account of these issues, the Executive had £627.3 million resource del, £68 million capital del and £20.4 million financial transaction available for allocation. Turning first to resource del, the most recent departmental returns forecast overcommitments of £791 million, meaning even after allocating the full £627 million, it falls short of the pressures identified by departments. Given the Executive's collective commitment to ensuring public sector workers are fairly paid, I have encouraged ministers to prioritise pay. However, departments will have to make savings or reduce what they would want to do in order to remain within their allocations. The general allocations to each department are set out in Table B, which accompanies this statement. There are also some earmarked allocations for specific purposes. Despite the challenges facing us, the Executive has prioritised the funding available. 92.6% of the resource funding available for general allocation has been provided to health, education and justice. £350 million has been allocated to health and £170 million to education. Some £36 million is being provided towards addressing pressures in justice. In addition, £2.8 million is provided for the costs incurred by the PSNI due to the unacceptable racist disturbances over the summer. The Department for Communities has been provided with a general allocation of £11.3 million and an allocation of £17 million for winter fuel support. While this funding cannot mitigate fully against the bad decision taken at Westminster, it shows our determination to do what we can within the constrained funding available to us to provide a level of mitigation from the detrimental impacts of winter fuel payment changes on older, vulnerable people this winter. The Department for Infrastructure has been provided with a general allocation of £22.8 million. The Executive Office has been allocated £7 million in respect of victims' payments. The Department for the Economy has been provided with £6.2 million and the Department of Agriculture, Environment and Rural Affairs with £3.6 million as general allocations. No allocation has been made to my department. Turning now to capital. Once again, capital bids far outstripped the funding available, some 5 times over. Departments submitted bids totalling £346.1 million against funding available for the allocation of £68 million. Given there are clearly considerable capital pressures across the system, I have urged any departments with reduced requirements to bring these forward as early as possible. The Executive has today agreed allocations totalling £68 million. These include £24 million to the Department for Communities for new build social housing, which will enable delivery of up to 1,400 houses in this financial year, and a further £1 million as a general allocation. The Department for Infrastructure has been allocated £39.6 million towards its capital pressures, including the ongoing issues arising due to constraints within the wastewater infrastructure and the resultant impact both on construction and the environment. £2 million is being given to DERA for tackling rural poverty and social isolation, and £1.4 million to TEO for North-South Ministerial Council accommodation costs. On financial transactions capital, I am proposing a small allocation of £0.2 million to DFE to reflect a reduction in receipts. With over £20 million of financial transaction capital remaining unallocated and a further £27.7 million expected from a budget cover transfer later this year, I have asked all departments to consider how this can be utilised. Lascan Corlia, while the Executive does not have the funding to meet the overcommitments in full, today's allocations of over £631 million across resource and £68.1 million capital DEL will help to alleviate some of the pressures facing departments. The allocation reflects the total level of funding available this year. The British Treasury have been clear that it is unlikely that significant further funding will be made available this year. Therefore, it is imperative that every Minister and all departments take the action necessary to live within their budget following these allocations. Given the significant impact of an overspend at block level, failure to do so by one department will have consequences for all departments. Overspending is not an option. Doing so would run the risk of having to repay the £559 million from the financial package and a reduction in next year's allocation by any amount that we overspend. This would only serve to make 25-26 even more difficult, given the constrained financial context. Collectively, we must work together to deliver a balanced budget. Given the continued pay and inflationary pressures and growing demands on our services, this highlights the need for the transformation of our public services. The level of in-year funding reflects the reality of underfunding of public services following 14 years of austerity. The autumn statement signalled a step in the right direction, but we will need to see continued investment over the coming years to help transform public services. With the substantive funding from the financial package ending prior to 2026-27, I am determined to continue building on the progress made to negotiate a fair funding model going forward, which ensures that our budget is reflective of our level of need and not just the uplift provided through Barnett consequentials. My focus will now turn quickly to the 2025-26 budget, which I intend to bring to the Executive for consideration later this month for what I hope to be the last single-year budget. Lascan Corlia, I commend the outcome of the October monitoring exercise to the Assembly.
Minister, thank you for that statement, and I call Matthew O'Toole for the first question.
Thank you. Minister, you said that you don't have enough to cover the shortfall this year. You also said that difficult decisions will have to be made. One of the decisions you have flirted with and talked about is reviewing how our rate system works, indeed a broader look at how we might raise revenue and use new fiscal levers. But we haven't heard anything in detail from you 9 months on from the restoration and a month or more on from the publication of a budget sustainability plan. When will you finally bring us detailed plans?
Minister.
Thank you, the member, for his question, and I'm sure the member would acknowledge it's been a rather busy 9 months. The Budget Sustainability Plan was published at the beginning of October, and one of the commitments within it that the Executive agreed was to have regular strategic consideration of income generation. So that is something that my department, and I know that my officials were at committee last week and briefed in relation to this. That is work that is ongoing in terms of how we take an executive-wide approach to that. I have also proposed a set of proposals to the Executive for consideration in relation to the short, medium and long-term consideration of our rating system, and that is something that I hope the Executive will consider in the near future. I have been hoping to make some progress in relation to the rating system in the next financial year, but we're in a very tight time frame if that is to be possible, so I am still hoping for the Executive to consider that.
Diane Forsyth.
Mr Deputy Speaker, and I thank the Minister for her statement today. In the Minister's statement, she says that she has encouraged ministers to prioritise pay, yet she has also highlighted the need for ministers prioritising their break-even position at year-end, with the £791 million overcommitments being offset by £627 million. That leaves £164 million of a shortfall, so significant challenge. So I asked the Minister, can she clarify which one of these priorities is the most important in her opinion as she directs ministers? Is it the prioritisation of pay or the prioritisation of break-even?
Minister.
Well, I think clearly, and I have articulated this on many occasions, that the Executive does need to balance its budget for 2024-25, or there are significant financial penalties that would impact on us all in the next financial year, and that would limit our ability to both deliver in terms of public services and on public sector pay awards. each minister has been given an allocation, and obviously they will be all going off now to look at the pressures that still remain within their departments, and some departments in particular have considerable pressures to try to manage. I think as an executive we have prioritised public sector pay since we returned in February, and I know all ministers will want to seek to do that. So it's how we can best take action to try and go as far as possible as we can in relation to public sector pay, because I think that's a commitment that we all collectively will have.
Nicola Brogan.
And my thanks to the Minister also.
Particularly that the Finance Minister has prioritised health and education, and I suppose as a member of the ERA Committee and as a representative of a rural constituency, the £2 million going towards TRIPSI is also very welcome. But can the Minister detail the remaining resource DAIL shortfall, please?
Sure.
So the allocations today reduced the departmental overcommitments from £791 million to £180 million. This reflects the significant challenges facing the executive, as I've just outlined to Ms Forsyth as well. And while I would have liked to have been in a position to fund all the pressures in departments, it simply was not possible, because providing more for one department would simply increase the pressures on all of the other departments.
Tennyson.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and thank you, Minister, for that statement. Minister, I'm sure you'll agree that at a time of such constrained budget it would be outrageous were we to return £48 million of FTC at the end of this financial year. So can I ask you to elaborate on what proposals to utilise that money you're working on with your executive colleagues, and when will this Assembly learn more about them?
Minister.
So as the member I know will be well aware, the distinguishing feature of FTC is that the funds can only be deployed by the public sector as a loan or equity investment in a private sector entity. So that limits what the executive is able to spend the financial transaction capital on. And any public or private sector entity will then go on to use the funding to invest in related infrastructure. That investment has to be in line with the executive's aims and objectives. So it is challenging for departments to identify suitable projects, and clearly we would want to ensure that those projects that departments are bringing forward would align with the executive's policy aspirations. So I have encouraged all departments at every opportunity that I have to engage with them in relation to budgetary matters, that to bring forward proposals in relation to financial transaction capital, in particular in terms of the engagements that I've had with the Communities Minister, given that there is that significant pressure in relation to the supply of social housing. The Department for Communities has brought forward some proposals in relation to the use of financial transaction capital, but I do think it is important that all departments would try to think imaginatively about how they could utilise this funding. FTC isn't necessarily returned. If it's not spent, it can be utilised to pay off other FTC loans, so it's not lost to us as an executive, but it would be much better if we were using it to deliver on projects and priorities.
Steve Aiken.
I thank the Minister for her remarks so far. Minister, I note that in paragraph 10 of your statement you talk very clearly about prioritising public sector pay. But can the Minister accept that as a result of the executive budget decisions, we are now very likely facing fresh industrial action by health workers and other key members of the public service?
Minister.
Well, firstly, let me recognise that, and I have done this already in the Chamber today, that the October monitoring round outcome is challenging for all departments. And as I've said already on a number of occasions, the funding that was available simply didn't go far enough in terms of the pressure facing all departments. So that does mean there will be difficult decisions for all of us to take in relation to balancing our desire to provide public sector pay awards against those other pressures. It is disappointing that the Health Minister felt that he couldn't support the paper today, given that his department was provided with an additional £350 million, which was over 58% of the resource funding available for general allocation. And I know the member will be interested in this because he's commented on it a number of times, but that brings the total allocations to the Department of Health for this year to £472 million, which is an outcome reflecting a 4.9% increase on the Department of Health's final budget for 2023-24.
Jacqueline McAleer.
I thank the Minister for her statement. Minister, will you seek a reserve claim this year? Okay.
Sir.
So the 2024-25 overcommitment figure that I quoted of 180 million after the October monitoring round allocations have been made does not include the cost of a number of exceptional items such as the PSNI data breach, holiday pay and McLeod injury to feelings. It was anticipated that if those costs were to crystallise in 2024-25, they might be funded by a reserve claim. However, given the level of in-year funding provided to the Executive in the autumn budget, the Chief Secretary to the Treasury indicated, while further conversations are possible, the Treasury position in the first instance is that those items should be funded from the settlements that have been announced. I, however, have been clear in my view, and I have expressed it to this House already, that I consider those items to be unaffordable if they were to crystallise this year, given the existing pressures facing departments, and therefore it would be my intention to seek to negotiate a reserve claim if any of those were to crystallise.
Paul Frew.
Deputy Speaker, considering the pressures on public sector pay, the Minister states that she has made no allocations to her own budget, the Finance Department. Why not?
Mr.
So the approach that was taken in relation to how we would allocate the money that was available to us was where departments had a overcommitment and they also had unfunded public sector pay costs. So all departments had overcommitments except the Department of Finance and the Executive Office, and so those departments got no allocations in terms of the general allocations. As a planning assumption for this financial year, when we were setting the budget, there was an assumption that the civil service pay would be at 3%. Trade unions have made clear to me that will not be acceptable to them. So I will have to have conversations with the trade unions, just like all of the other ministers that have been making representations in relation to their departmental budgets, and it will be difficult for all of us to navigate a way forward in this, but I'm committed to trying to do my very best in relation to that.
Billy Armstrong.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and thank you, Minister. Minister, are you concerned that if Executive Ministers do not live within their budgets, that this will have an impact on negotiations with the UK Government on a permanent fiscal framework and for debt forgiveness?
Sure.
That is one of the current concerns that I do have in relation to departments, that if there was to be an overspend this year. Obviously, the financial implications are significant in relation to the fact that it would come off next year's budget and put at risk the £559 million reserve claim. But also, we are still in a process of trying to negotiate a fair funding model. We've made significant progress in relation to the interim fiscal framework, but we have further way to go in relation to that because we need to negotiate beyond the 2026-27 financial year to get that commitment to our level of funding and our relative level of need actually tied down, and to ensure that we have a funding settlement that enables us to deliver public services at the level that people rightly expect and deserve.
Linda Dillon.
I can Corley and thank the Minister for her answer so far. Minister, first of all, I want to welcome the commitment that, or the follow-through on the commitment to prioritise health, that you have actually prioritised it in these allocations, and I really welcome that, and I look forward to finding out how that money is going to be spent and how it is going to be prioritised. And you've outlined some of the consequences around, if the level of overcommitments remain. Have the ministers given you a commitment that they will do everything in their power, and it is a follow-on from the previous question, to ensure that that does not happen, because we all need to understand the consequences if those remain going forward?
I think that my colleagues around the executive table are well aware of the consequences, and I don't think any of us would want to be in a situation where we are losing funding in the next financial year. So I would hope that all my executive colleagues are committed to ensuring that they live within their budget, and I would be reassured that they are. I think it is important to outline the consequences, the potential for losing the money off next year's budget, and then the £559 million reserve claim write-off, which would become repayable. And of course, as an executive, we didn't accept that there should be strings attached to the reserve claim, because it was accrued while the executive was being underfunded when the institutions were down. However, Treasury take a different view on that, and it would have to be a matter of negotiation.
Diane Dodds.
Deputy Speaker, and thank you, Minister. Like previous speakers, I am glad to see the prioritisation of health, and I particularly look forward to seeing how the Minister helps healthcare workers to maintain the parity that they fought for so long. Will you be requiring a plan from each Minister as to how they live within their budget? And if so, can we see that plan for transparency's sake?
So part of the work within the budget sustainability plan is for departments to bring forward 5-year plans in relation to how they are going to I suppose meet their budgets in the years to come, and how the various elements of their departments that make up their spend, how they're going to control that, whether that's in relation to resource spend, and whether it's in relation to the type of projects they want to prioritise, or whether it's in relation to how they utilise technology or workforce planning. Those are things that departments will need to work through and to bring forward. And obviously, as part of the programme for government, we do have the pillar in relation to reform and transformation, and the aim is to set up a unit within the Executive Office to coordinate that work, and I think that's going to be really important work as we seek to manage how our and put on a more sustainable basis our public finances, but also how we plan to deliver high quality public services in the future that meet the needs of our citizens.
Alan Crawford.
Speaker, and I thank the Minister for her statement today. Can the Minister set out the criteria used to determine the different allocations to each of the departments, please?
Sure.
So the October monitoring round, like any monitoring round, is well established in terms of its practice. Departments make bids, they provide equality impact information in relation to those bids. I meet with ministers and have conversations in relation to those bids. Obviously as well, it became apparent over the summer months that we were on a trajectory of significant overspend, and I conducted a urgent in-year exercise which provided the Department of Finance in the first instance and the Executive with a considerable amount of information which was considered in making the allocations. And of course we are guided by the Executive's priorities, which are now articulated in the draft programme for government, and include things like health and tackling waiting lists, include special educational needs, include childcare, include things like social housing. So it is a process which is guided by the Executive's priorities and based on the needs of departments.
Cathy Mason.
Les Concordia. I thank the Minister for this statement and welcome her commitment not only to health but also to education. But can the Minister outline the challenges faced in relation to capital funding?
Yes, of course. And unfortunately, as I set out in my statement, the bids submitted by departments total £346 million, which was about 5 times as much money as we had available for allocation of just £68 million. So it was simply not possible to fund all or even the majority of bids, and I know that some departments will be disappointed that they didn't get a capital allocation. But I think that, and as I've just set out to Mr Crawford, the allocations agreed by the Executive reflect the importance of social housing and recognise the pressures faced by our largest capital spending department, which is the Department of Infrastructure, including in relation to constraints within the wastewater infrastructure, both of which are priorities for the Executive and reflected in the draft programme for government.
Philip Brett.
Speaker, and can I thank the Finance Minister for coming to the House this afternoon to update members. It is disappointing, however, that some ministers found it appropriate to give their running commentary on the events before members of this House were informed of the outcomes. Can the Finance Minister confirm that of the $631.5 million allocated, the $350 million allocated to health represents 55% of the entire allocation, and further brings the Department of Health's overall budget to 51% of the entire Northern Ireland block grant?
Minister.
I have the figure at 58%, but will not quibble over it too much. Obviously, the allocation is a very significant allocation, and it does reflect that health is the Executive's priority alongside education and justice in relation to the amount of money that has been allocated. I think all of us collectively would share the view that health needs the funding that it has got, and in particular when you look at the number of people on waiting lists and the challenges that are across our health system. And as I said to Mr Aiken in one of my previous answers, this now brings the departmental budget for the Department of Health to a 4.9% increase on the out-town budget for 2023-24.
Stuart Dixon.
Minister, for your answers so far. Minister, one of the issues that can't be dealt with in this particular statement is your negotiations with Treasury with regards to the PSNI data breach, holiday pay and the McLeod judgment. Can you tell the House what action you are taking to ensure that those matters will not impinge on the future budget of this Assembly?
Sure.
And I thank the member for that question, because it is something that I have engaged with and raised with Treasury in every engagement that I have had with them to date, and it's something that you would expect that other ministers raise with me, not least the Minister for Justice in relation to the issues that impact on her department. But of course those issues and those particular items which might be the subject of a reserve claim impact on all other departments and would have a significant cost to the Executive, and that's why I have raised them in every single engagement that I've had with Treasury, and why it is my clear view that they would be unaffordable and that I would need to seek a reserve claim, and I would need to negotiate that with Treasury.
Durkin.
Mr Deputy Speaker, I thank the Minister for her statement. I welcome any additional allocation for housing, but I'm not entirely sure as to how an extra £24 million, as welcome as it is, will enable delivery of up to 1,400 houses, given the decimation to the baseline budget for housing. Initially this year we had enough to build 400, following the last monitoring round that brought it up to around 600. So I was wondering if the Minister could clarify, had she consulted on that 1,400 figure with the Minister for Communities or with the Housing Executive, or if not, where did she get it from?
I concur with the member in relation to the allocation of funding for housing. I think we all recognise that it is very necessary. The figures that I quoted were provided to me by the Department for Communities, so I would hope that they are accurate from their end. And of course, it reflects the 1,400 reflects the total amount that will be new starts this year, and does reflect the priority that the Executive has put on it, both in this monitoring round where 24 million was allocated, but also in June monitoring round where another 20 million was allocated.
On Gilrenew.
And thank the Minister for the statement, and I also want to welcome the significant investment in housing, as well as the 17 million for winter warmth to address or partly mitigate the disgraceful British Government's cut in that benefit, and indeed the tackling rural poverty and social isolation. Those are very welcome. Can you comment, Minister, in relation to financial transactions, capital funding, how that could be better utilised to prevent future significant underspends?
Minister.
Yeah, and as I set out to Mr Tennyson previously, the Executive is quite limited in how it is able to utilise financial transaction capital, because it has to be deployed by the public sector to the private sector, either as loan or equity investment. And I have continued to encourage all departments about how to consider how available financial transaction capital can be used. I had written to the Community Minister to encourage him to consider if there's greater use that can be made of the available financial transaction capital to increase the supply of social housing, building on the schemes that the Department currently has in place. And my Department has also agreed with Treasury that any underspends can be used to offset the required repayment of 80% of FTC allocations. Therefore, the underspend, as I mentioned to Mr Tennyson, which can't be carried forward, is not lost but is rather used to reduce future liabilities. But obviously, we would much rather it is used for projects that the Executive wants to deliver and which we can deliver in partnership. And I would, of course, encourage departments to look as imaginatively as possible at how they can use FTC in the future.
Chambers.
Can the Minister confirm that she has advised Executive colleagues that Health's capacity to make more savings in this year is extremely limited, if indeed not non-existent?
Sure.
Well, it wouldn't be for me to advise the Executive in relation to Health's capacity to make savings. That would be for the Minister for Health. But I do recognise the challenges that the Health Minister, like every other Minister around the Executive table, has, and the action has been taken in departments already to make savings and to try to live within budgets. But clearly, with the level of overcommitments that we do still have, further action is needed.
Paul Boylan.
Last John Corley, thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and could I thank the Minister for her statement or her answer so far, but could I ask the Minister how much additional funding has the interim fiscal framework secured for public services? Sure.
So the application of the 124% needs-based factor in the interim fiscal framework has resulted in an additional £431.4 million of additional funding through the Barnett formula for the Executive. That is made up of £59.95 million already received in the uplift for 24-25 at June monitoring, £123.81 announced in the autumn budget for 24-25, and £247.6 million announced in Barnett consequentials for the autumn budget in the autumn budget for 25-26.
Cara Hunter.
Minister, the funding last year for special educational needs was £65 million. That's 14% less than it needs to be this year for special educational needs due to inflation and increased demand. While the £170 million today is certainly welcome, do you think it is enough to meet the shortfall and the diverse needs and demands of our children here, and particularly children with special educational needs?
Sure.
I would say that the specifics of the Department for Education would be more appropriate for the Education Minister to comment on, but I do recognise, as with other departments, that the Education Minister will still face a shortfall in relation to his budget within his department, and like other departments will be seeking to go as far as possible in relation to pay. I know that's something that he's committed to, but we all have to live within our budgets, and make prioritisation within our departments is going to be important in relation to how we do that.
Timothy Galston.
Much Deputy Speaker. Minister, Westminster has been very clear that there is no additional money coming from them for casement. Can you confirm that in your statement today, likewise, there's no additional money coming from Westminster or coming from Stormont? And indeed, if the GAA want casement, do you agree it's up to them to fund it?
Mr.
Well, as the member will be well aware, the Casement Park is a Executive flagship priority, and it is something that the Executive is committed to delivering on. There wouldn't be funding in the monitoring round statement for casement, because we need to see proposals coming forward from the Communities Minister in relation to that, and obviously we also need to know the amount of money that the British Government is going to put on the table for the delivery of Casement Park, as it committed to do. And clearly that is something that we all will be working towards delivering in the time ahead.
Mr McNulty.
And thank the Minister for her statement. Minister, can you confirm if you've asked your officials to draw up options for using some of your Executive's £65 million capital underspend on constructing Casement Park, or have you suggested the same to the Communities Minister? And if not, why not?
Minister.
I will have to write to the member on that because I'm not sure what figure he is referring to. Our capital budget is significantly over-subscribed, so if the member wants to highlight specifically what that is to my officials, we will pick that up with him.
Carl.
Yeah, departments will have to make savings, and I don't think you can issue a diktat to cut budgets and then wash your hands of the consequences. It's by any definition austerity, and I share concerns about money not being allocated to health workers who were promised it. Minister, there's £17 million to mitigate against the Executive's cut on winter fuel payments. Is that recurrent or a one-off?
Sure.
So, well, it wasn't the Executive that cut winter fuel payment, it was the British Government that took that decision, and we are left to pick up the pieces and to live with the consequences. And we have decided as an Executive to allocate that money, which I think is much needed. It doesn't go as far as what any of us would want it to in terms of replacing the money that it has lost, but hopefully it will go some way to mitigating against that bad decision taken in London and give some support to our more vulnerable older people for this winter. It's something that the Communities Minister will be bringing forward proposals to, and so I wait to see what those proposals are from the Communities Minister before I could comment further on the recurrent nature of it.
Colin McGrath.
A farcical element of this Executive is when it's the programme for government, it's everybody together, but when it's budgets, you throw everybody under their own to try and deal with what money's left. Would the Minister explain why the 5.5% pay rise for health workers was not ring-fenced so that they would definitely get that money? And is the money that's included in the attachments, is that a 3% rise or 5% rise, as was previously indicated from the Department for Health?
Sure.
Well, I don't agree with the member's assertions in relation to how the Executive has dealt with its budget. I think that we have challenging but constructive discussions in relation to that, and we have taken a collective approach in terms of both the budget and subsequent monitoring rounds. And I think that I have recognised very clearly today and in all of my comments in relation to it that all of ministers face significant challenges in terms of how they move forward in relation to their budget and how they prioritise and try to deliver on all of the things that we all collectively demand of them. In relation to the allocation to the Department for Health, I'm not sure that the Minister for Health would have welcomed ring fencing of the money, and it's not an approach that we have taken in relation to any department. We have given a general allocation and to try and give flexibility to ministers as to how they manage their budgets for the rest of the financial year. And clearly there is an onus on every minister around the Executive table to take any action that they can that might give some savings or provide some additional funding to the centre that then could be reallocated to other departments as we try to manage our way through the rest of the financial year as best as possible.
Thank you, Minister. And that concludes questions on that statement. Can I ask members to take their ease just a moment before we move on to the next item?
Going off just before Mr Gaston had the opportunity to make a speech. I don't tend to normally do them to musical accompaniments, but please take my apologies.
Accepted, Mr Reagan. Okay, members. Order. The Speaker has received notice from the Minister for the Economy that he wishes to make a statement. I'll repeat again at the start of this statement. Questions should be short. Long introductions should not happen. Minister.
With your permission, I wish to make a statement in compliance with Section 52 of the Northern Ireland Act 1998 regarding the meeting of the North-South Ministerial Council in Trade and Business Development sectoral format. The meeting was held in Armagh on the 23rd of October 2024. Minister Gordon Lyons, MLA, and I represented the Northern Ireland Executive. The Irish Government was represented by Peter Burke, TD, Minister for Enterprise, Trade and Employment, and Minister Burke chaired the meeting. This statement has been agreed with Minister Lyons, and I am making the statement on behalf of us both. The NSMC welcomed the overall achievements of Intertrade Ireland since the previous sectoral meeting in April 2024, including achieving a business development value of £82 million or €94 million and providing crucial investor readiness supports. The Council commended the valuable contribution that Intertrade Ireland has made through its trade and development programmes for small and medium-sized companies trading across the border and in both jurisdictions, including supports through its collaboration innovation pathway and under the Innovation Boost programme. Ministers recognise the positive impact of the innovation and technology programmes administered by Intertrade Ireland and its support for building relationships between companies and researchers. The NSMC noted Intertrade Ireland's ongoing research work in 2024, which includes a study of the business supports ecosystem across the island, research into the changing nature of trade on the island and offshore wind and hydrogen energy, as well as the ongoing work of its quarterly All-Island Business Monitor. The Council welcomed the work of Intertrade Ireland alongside Enterprise Ireland and Invest NI in developing a cross-border enterprise cooperation scheme, which was awarded €30 million in shared island funding. Ministers welcomed the presentation from businesses on the benefits of Intertrade Ireland's programme of supports. The NSMC also welcomed a presentation from Advanced Technologies and Manufacturing cluster on the benefits of clustering and how development of the cluster was supported by Intertrade Ireland. The Council noted Intertrade Ireland's strategic ambition in the area of clustering. The NSMC approved the reappointment of Margaret Herty as Chief Executive Officer of the Trade and Business Development body Intertrade Ireland for a 4-year term with effect from the 21st of April 2025. The NSMC appointed members to the board of the Trade and Business Development body Intertrade Ireland, and the Council agreed to hold its next NSMC Trade and Business Development meeting in spring 2025. I commend the statement to the Assembly and welcome any questions.
Minister, thank you for that statement. Members, as question time begins today at 2 p.m, I suggest that the Assembly takes its ease until then. Questions on this statement begin after question time, when the next member to speak will be Sinead McLaughlin.
Members, now move to questions to the Minister or to the Executive Office, and I call Michelle Guy.
Mr. Speaker.
Deputy First Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Maze Long Cash Development Corporation business plan had been submitted to the Executive Office, but we understand that it has been further reviewed by the Development Corporation in light of their current budget allocation. The business plan will be revised now that the outcome of the current internal reallocation exercise is known. The member will appreciate that's only happened today, so they will consider the outcome of that, and this will determine what is achievable from a budgetary perspective. We will consider the updated plan as soon as possible. Once approved, it will be published on the Mays Long Cash Development Corporation website. In the interim, the Mays Long Cash Development Corporation continue to operate in line with their agreed remit. We are committed to working with the Development Corporation to realise the potential of the site to the benefit of all, but we recognise that we must move only with consensus and sensitivity. No decisions have yet been made on any future of the site.
Michelle Guy.
Thank you, Deputy First Minister. You and I share the constituency of Lagan Valley where the Mays Long Cash site is situated, and we understand its strategic importance for the area. So my question to you is, as Deputy First Minister, with the access and the influence that that provides, what are you doing to deliver the potential of this site? Because it seems at the minute the politics of this site is taking priority over delivery.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the member for her question. As outlined, there is a significant amount of history associated with this site. There's also a huge amount of potential with the site, but moving forward we can only do so with sensitivity to those victims and survivors most impacted by the events associated and within that site, and that's what I will be doing.
Deputy First Minister, at question time back in September, the First Minister referenced a meeting with the MLK Development Corporation back in July. So could I put it to you, can the DFM update us on discussions that have subsequently taken place that will inform a future roadmap for the regeneration of the site?
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the member for his question. We had an update from the board. There is a new board in place with 6 new members. They are, of course, taking a look at some of the plans and proposals that had been made by the previous board. They're still in a very early stage in terms of them working together, but I do believe that there's a significant amount of talent and enthusiasm and ambition in that board. Of course, anything proposed by the board, including the budget, but also the activities within that site, will require agreement by the First Minister and myself. However, there are a number of existing organisations, as you will be aware, on that site, so part of their role will be to continue to support those excellent organisations such as the Air Ambulance and the Ulster Aviation Society.
Jonathan Buckley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Deputy First Minister will know that yesterday marked a significant day for many of us who attended Acts of Remembrance. I last night attended the UDR Association Act of Remembrance in Mount Norris Presbyterian Church, where I joined with UDR widows, including my great aunt, who lost her husband in the Dungannon Army Barracks explosion many years ago. Most of these victims have experienced much hurt, much re-traumatisation and no justice. So can the Deputy First Minister give us an assurance to this House that there will be nothing on the site that will hurt victims and survivors of terrorism?
Minister.
In the Executive Office, we have many responsibilities in relation to victims and survivors of the Troubles. That means trying to meet their needs, but it also means being sensitive to the concerns and the issues that they face. The victims and survivors in Northern Ireland are those that have given the most, and we must always be very sensitive to that as we move forward. We must recognise their loss, and we must recognise the legitimacy of the concerns and issues that they have. It is therefore, as I said earlier, absolutely important that nothing happens on this site that would further any hurt or pain, and anything that happens must be done with full sensitivity to those victims and survivors.
Deputy First Minister, you said it's important that nothing on this happens on this site which gives offence to victims. I agree, but the problem is nothing's happening on the site at all. The saga of the Mays Long Cash development has been going on longer than the mousetrap. It's been sitting there, a wasting asset. If the Executive Office cannot progress this, can I suggest that 2 things happen? 1, a simple, poignant memorial is put up for all those who want to remember at that site. But number 2, the rest of it is given over to either social housing or some other productive form of economic development, because this farce cannot continue indefinitely.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the member for his question. If he wants to tramp over the concerns of victims, then that is up to him. I will not be engaging in that. I will be moving forward with consensus with victims and survivors, because anything that we do, we should not be furthering any concern or hurt. And therefore, it is not for me to decide what is the way forward and impose that on those that have been associated with this site and have hurt and sensitivities in relation to it. As I have said, I want to unlock the potential of the site, but that has to be done in a particular way and moving forward with that consensus. But he is also incorrect when he says that there is nothing happening on that site. There are some very, very good activities on that site, not least the Balmoral Show, which I understand that he has attended. All of the activities around the Icon Centre, the Aviation, Ulster Aviation Society, an excellent organisation that attracted 7,000 visitors over the Heritage Open Day weekend, and of course the Air Ambulance, where since they have started there in 2017, have been called out some 4,500 times. That's just some of the activities that are taking place. Of course, I would like to unlock the full potential of the site, but we should recognise the good work that's already happening there at the moment.
Timothy Gaston.
Speaker, Deputy First Minister, your party colleague Lord Dodds is on record as saying, however it is dressed up, whatever spin is deployed, the preservation of the H blocks, including the hospital wing, would become a shrine to the terrorists who committed suicide in the maze in the 1980s. That would be obnoxious to the vast majority of people and is something unionist people cannot accept. Will you give a commitment today that you agree with your party colleague in that statement that he made?
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank the member for his question. The member will be aware that that building is listed. That was listed, as I understand it, at the request of the then Secretary of State for Northern Ireland at a period of direct rule and outside of the control or context of either the Northern Ireland Executive or this House. Where I am absolutely clear, and I will reiterate this again, is that nothing will happen on that site as long as I am Deputy First Minister that would cause hurt and pain to victims and survivors. That is my promise to victims and survivors. There is nothing that I would wish to do to cause any further pain and hurt on those who have suffered the most and who have given the most in terms of Northern Ireland.
Stephen Dunn. Question 2. Deputy First Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We know that victims and survivors understandably see contributions from the institutions as an important measure of accountability. So we will welcome the interim payments that we have received from 3 institutions, Bernardo's, the De La Salle Order and the Good Shepherd Sisters, as well, and I'm pleased to say, an additional contribution by the Diocese of Down and Connor just this month, specifically in respect of the De La Salle run homes. Engagement will continue with these institutions on final contributions following the closure of the HIA Redress Board. Constructive discussions on appropriate contributions from the Irish Church Missions, the Sisters of Nazareth and the Sisters of St Louis are ongoing. We have committed to publishing the details of these contributions when the process has concluded. Members will understand that this is a live negotiation with a number of these, hence the sensitivity around some of the detail. But we would encourage all victims and survivors who intend to make an application to the board to do so as soon as possible and in advance of next year's deadline.
Mr. Dunn. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank the Deputy First Minister for her answer. Would she agree with me that it is indeed important that the outstanding institutions recognise the harm that has been caused and contribute to the scheme? And equally, as you have stated, with the scheme beginning to wind down, is it your assessment that time is running out for these outstanding institutions to do the right thing and make a contribution? Minister.
Thank you. The Hart report, following the inquiry into historical institutional abuse, very clearly highlighted things that were done wrong by a number of the institutions in relation to the treatment of children in their care. And therefore, of course, it is right and proper that there is an acknowledgement of that by those institutions and that those institutions should make a contribution in relation to the cost of this. Of course, we are realistic and we did not want for victims and survivors to have to wait for those institutions to decide when to give and what to give. So therefore, we had decided to move forward with the redress board in order to try to address and support those victims and survivors. But the negotiations will continue in terms of getting that all-important contribution. I'm really pleased to say as well that the work of the redress board is winding down. I understand it with only 38 applications left to be scheduled. So that is a significant amount of work that the board has completed, and that's why at the moment we are appealing to any remaining victims and survivors to come forward and seek that redress if they haven't already.
And I thank the Deputy First Minister for her answer so far. Just to follow on from that last point in terms of outreach to those harder to reach victims, is the Department doing anything specifically to try and actually reach out to people to make them aware of the redress scheme and of the services that are available to them? Thank you.
Minister.
Thank you, and thank the member for her question. Yes, very important as we head towards the closure date of the scheme next year. We want to make sure that those that are entitled to this support have been reached. Now, there have been a number of campaigns previously, including a leaflet that was put through every door. But of course, we want to make sure in the last months of this scheme, so therefore there's a new campaign. There'll be radio adverts. We've written out to all of the MLAs and various organisations asking them to share that information. We've also sent the information to all of the local councils across the UK and Ireland, and indeed reached out to organisations, for example, in Australia that we have worked with before to try to support that. We of course work with our local media and international media as well in terms of placing stories to try to promote to the readership that this scheme remains open and that there is an encouragement for them to come forward before it closes next year.
Connie Egan.
Deputy First Minister, has the Executive Office given any consideration to bring forward legislation to compel further contributions?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the member for her questions. Of course, these are all legal issues that we have examined, and indeed it may be appropriate to have further engagement on this in terms of the work of the committee as well. There are, of course, a number of legal aspects of this that do make that complicated, not least because of the nature of the report. The report did not examine every institution, and therefore the findings within that report differ from, for example, if it were a finding of the court in a civil or criminal case. But of course the redress scheme goes beyond that. And extends beyond that. So there are some challenges with doing that, but we've made very, very clear that we believe that there is a strong moral responsibility on these institutions to step up. They have contributed to an apology for their actions. They've acknowledged that there were things that were done that ought not to have been done, and therefore it is right and proper that they do step up and make these contributions, not just because it is a financial contribution to this scheme, but because it sends a very clear message of acknowledgement about the role and the feelings that they had as well.
Neil McLaughlin.
Thank you, Deputy First Minister, for the answers to your question. The Commissioner, Fiona Ryan, has been doing really good work in all of this area. Would your department be given any consideration to extending her role?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the member for her question. The member will be aware that this work is winding down in terms of the redress board, but of course the pain and the trauma and the issues will continue for many years beyond the closure of this scheme, and indeed will impact those that were involved indeed for the rest of their lives. So there are needs there. There are a number of things that we are doing, for example through the support mechanisms of the Victims and Survivors Service, who have taken on this new role of trying to support victims in the historical institutional abuse, along with Advice NI and other organisations as well. So I think it is important as we move towards the closure that we do look at a range of supports, and of course we will take a look at that proposal that you have made as well. But what we want is a system and a service that is there to meet the needs of victims, no matter what that looks like, and would be actively considering that.
Colin McGrath. Speaker. Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With your permission, I will ask the Junior Minister to take this question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Central Good Relations Fund is open to all constituted voluntary and community groups, including minority ethnic groups, to deliver good relations projects where there is evidence of good relations need. Many projects provide opportunities for sustained, meaningful contact between those of different backgrounds to actively target sectarianism and racism, for example, via cultural awareness workshops, community dialogue sessions, or formal training in tackling racist or sectarian attitudes and behaviours. Since 2016, over £25 million has been awarded, enabling more than 780 projects to be delivered, reaching over 260,000 people here. Outcomes data for the 2023-24 period indicates that 83% of those aged 13 years or more and 68% of those aged 12 years or less reported a positive change across their knowledge, behaviour and attitude toward people from different backgrounds due to their participation in the Central Good Relations Fund project. The opening budget allocation for the Central Good Relations Fund in 2024-25 was £1.65 million. Through the June monitoring round, we secured a further £625,000, bringing the total allocation to £2,275,000. This is an increase of over 60% over the 2023-24 allocation for the fund and demonstrates our ongoing commitment to good relations work. This has allowed 59 good relations projects to be supported in the 2024-25 period, reaching around 22,500 people across all council areas. In addition, though, through approximately 1.1 million funding per annum under the Minority Ethnic Development Fund, from 2022 to 2025, we are supporting 31 successful applications to support our minority ethnic communities to help eradicate racism.
Mr Dunn. Oh, sorry.
We're going to thank the Junior Minister for the answer. Given that there was a reliance this year on monitoring round money to be able to fill the gap, could we get some assurance that next year the full budget will be applied for up front, so that those groups that do work in the community in terms of good relations are able to continue that work, they're able to provide their services, but they don't have the fear that the money is going to be reduced and jobs will be lost?
Junior Minister.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and I thank the member for the supplementary question. He'll be aware that the bid for 625,000 was lodged for the Central Good Relations Fund and was fully met. The bid for 1.5 million for the Communities in Transition Tackling Paramilitary Activity Programme was also lodged through June monitoring, and the bid was fully met, and no further bids were submitted as part of that October monitoring. There's also the issue, I suppose, around the multi-year funding, which may come into play as well, and we're delighted by the commitment of the UK Government at Westminster in the Chancellor's statement at the end of July for future spending reviews to cover at least 3 years, with a review every 2 years. This will provide greater transparency and allow departments to plan more effectively and efficiently for further investment in public services.
Sharon.
And thank the Junior Minister for that answer. Minister, could you give an indication as to when the application process will open for 25-26?
Thank you, and thank the member for her supplementary question too. For the 2025-26 Central Good Relations Fund, it will open for applications this December, so 2024. So further details will be provided on the Executive Office website, social media platforms, and emails will be issued to mailing lists along with details of how to apply.
Morris Bradley.
Speaker, and I thank the Junior Minister for her answers so far. But can I ask the Junior Minister to describe some examples of what projects this work has supported with young people across Northern Ireland to date?
Minister.
Thank you, and thank the member for his question. In 2024-25, approximately 61% of projects within the Central Good Relations Fund are delivering against the TBUC priority, our children and young people. Almost 8,000 young people will be directly impacted as a result. In 2024-25, through the Central Good Relations Fund, 2 projects are being supported, which include participants from my own area of South Antrim. These are Ulster Hockey with funding of £45,000, targeting 620 participants, and Belfast Electronic Arts and Music Academy with funding of almost £27,000, targeting 90 participants. For Your Freedom and Ours received an award of £33,620 and is delivering within the South Antrim area as well. And under the TBUC Camps programme, one group in South Antrim was awarded £30,000 to deliver 3 TBUC Camps projects, engaging approximately 80 young people. Under the Planned Interventions programme, 2 groups in South Antrim were awarded a total of £10,750 to deliver 2 projects, engaging a total of 59 young people. £94,000 was awarded to Antrim Newton Abbey Council from the District Council's Good Relations programme to deliver good relations programmes, which include projects engaging participants in the South Antrim constituency. So those are some examples. Thank you.
Peter McReynolds.
Minister, for her answers so far. In August this year, we saw racism and violence on our streets, and I personally had friends and colleagues affected by what they saw, heard and experienced during that period. What bids have been made to address the ongoing increase in racist attacks since these scenes took place?
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and thank the member for the question. So I'm just trying to find an answer here. apology. I can't find the answer here, but obviously we abhor racism and some of the activities that happened in the past months, and we've been very strong in condemning those. We do look forward to the review of all these policies to include and make sure that race is included and acted upon. But if the member wants to follow up further in writing, we can actually provide a fuller answer.
Declan Kearney.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Question 4, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The appointment of the Commissioners and the members of the Office of Identity and Cultural Expression is essential to implementing the provisions of the Identity and Language Northern Ireland Act 2022, for which the Executive Office is responsible. As previously advised, we have instructed our officials to develop further advice, which will include documentation for each competition, including candidate information booklets and details of selection panels to enable the competitions to be launched. To finalise this advice, a competition initiation meeting, it's called a CIM, needs to be conducted for each competition, and we are pleased to advise that the selection panels have now been formed and that the preparations for the CIMs are at an advanced stage. We hope to have held a SIM for each of the competition in the coming weeks. We would also remind members that the competitions will be run in line with the Commissioner for Public Appointment guidelines.
Mr. Kearney.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Deputy First Minister for her answers so far. Deputy First Minister, in addition to that, can you give us an exact timescale for the 3 commissioners to be employed? And can you tell us when those 3 commissioners will be formally hired?
Mr. Speaker, I thank the member for his follow-up question. As indicated in the initial answer, there's a lot of detail and process that goes into making sure that these public appointments abide by the guidance and the rules of the Public Appointments Commissioner's Office, but also to ensure that they are fair and open in the appropriate way. So, of course, that there is that process that needs to take place. What will now happen will be that we, the First Minister and myself, will receive up the final proposal around the criteria for these, the adverts and the documentation as indicated in the booklets. We will take a look at that, and if satisfied that that meets the requirements, then that can go out and be placed. I think the appointments processes would generally take around a 6-month period of time. That will depend on the interest, of course, to some of the appointments. Some appointments have more interest than others, and that can complicate things. It would then be a requirement that for each post, a person or people deemed appointable that would come through that process would then come back to the First and Deputy First Minister for consideration and agreement. On the odd occasion, you don't get anybody that crosses a line in terms of anybody who is deemed appointable as part of a public appointments process, but we hope that that will not be the case in relation to these appointments. But as I've outlined, look, this is a lengthy process, but having that documentation up hopefully in the next couple of weeks will enable that to go out and commence that 6-month process of public appointments.
Kingston.
Thank the Deputy First Minister for her answers so far. And can the Minister confirm that the business case ensures a fair and equitable approach to both the Irish Language Commissioner and the Commissioner for the Ulster Scots and the Ulster British tradition?
Mr. Speaker, I thank the member for his important question, because I do think at the heart of that is that important message that this will be brought forward in a fair and equitable basis. And that's why I welcome the fact that the business case has been prepared and advanced and agreed on that basis of the 2 offices having a fair and equitable amount of funding initially. What will then happen when the commissioners are in place is that they will bring forward their business plans and their corporate plans, what they want to do in terms of their activities, and of course again in recognition of the numbers of people from those traditions throughout Northern Ireland, then that these need to be advanced in a fair and equitable basis, because that is what is right and what is proper. Public funding should always be distributed in that fair way.
And we'll hold.
Thank you, Deputy First Minister. I was just wondering if you could outline what role the Commissioners will have in working alongside the North-South language bodies.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank the member for her question. These are statutory roles, so of course they have their statutory responsibilities, and those are set down in the legislation. But of course, I would imagine that the commissioners, of course, would engage with the North-South bodies and across the UK as well in terms of advancing some of those aspects. In terms of Irish language being a recognised minority language of the United Kingdom, but also in terms of the Ulster-British tradition will have its links very strongly, as does Ulster-Scots, for example, with Scotland, but of course links around the Anglo-Irish traditions and different British traditions right across this United Kingdom as well. So I would imagine that, yes, of course, they will engage, but that will be set out, one assumes, in their first business plans and corporate plans.
Thank you, Minister. Minister, from a written question already, we know that the set-up costs for these commissioners' offices is £8.3 million, with £9 million annual running costs. Could I just ask the Minister, has that money now been set aside for this financial year, or are we really looking at this not happening now until we go into the next financial year?
Minister.
Thank you. The preparation plans for the Commissioner's Office will have a sense about when it is likely that that expenditure is required. And of course, as a principle of good public expenditure, you would not try to take that funding into a year in which it would not be accrued or spent. In this case, the Commissioners are yet to be appointed, and as outlined, the appointments process is likely to take at least 6 months. So that would bring us into the next financial year in any event. However, even in that situation, then the Commissioners' offices would need to be established, staff would need to be recruited, systems would need to be put in place, and then you would be looking to the plans and proposals put forward by those Commissioners. I would fully expect they would require a resource to support them to do that, but also some time rightly in order to get their initial plans put in place. I think, like anything, you would of course want to move towards a multi-year approach to this in terms of their plan, but I would anticipate that we would have some early indication about that activity. So the member will appreciate that that will not be done tomorrow or next month. That will take some time. But as that develops, of course, the spending profile for this will be set out and is likely to be not in this financial year, but indeed in the years to come.
Justin McNulty.
I can thank the Minister, the Deputy First Minister, for her answers. Deputy First Minister, I understand that £3.8 million has been allocated for each body once established. Can you tell us how this figure was arrived at, and can you give us your assessment of whether this funding is fair, proportionate and equitable, and will it be enough for each body?
The First Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank the member for his question. I suspect if you went to anybody and asked was it enough, that they would indicate it would not be enough. Of course, what we can do within the remit of the statutory responsibilities for each body has to fit within the overall financial position of the executive of the department and what is possible and achievable. The amount of money is set out has come out of a very detailed business case, but that is very much predicated on a core staff complement and start-up costs. So that is very much around a small staffing complement for each of those offices. Any proposals around any additional spend, for example on activity or projects or grant funding, that doesn't sit with the Commissioner's Office. Grant funding would sit in the Central Office of Identity and Cultural Expression, as opposed to with the particular Commissioners, and that is set out in detail in that legislation.
Paula Bradshaw. Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We recognise how important the issue of clerical child abuse is, and we are aware of the devastating impact it has had on many people. The junior ministers met victims and survivors in September through the reference group to hear first-hand about their experiences and to restate our commitment to this important work. Work is progressing on the 3 separate pieces of research that we have commissioned, one examining records held by faith organisations and statutory agencies, one recording experiences and the expectations of victims and survivors, and one examining the safeguarding policies and practices of faith groups. We intend to shortly call for victims and survivors to come forward to participate in that research. The research is an important step in deciding the best way forward to address the impact and legacy of this abuse. We look forward to the conclusion of the research projects in spring next year and subsequently seeing the final report and recommendations. And as with all of these things, this will be a trauma-informed response, and we will, of course, move forward very conscious of the pain and trauma that many of these victims and survivors of clerical abuse are still going through.
We have no time for further questions on tabled questions. We move to the topical questions and call Matthew O'Toole.
Mr. Speaker, Minister, in August we gathered here to express our horror, outrage and revulsion at the race hate that we saw on the streets of Belfast. Can I ask what specifically the Executive Office, the First and Deputy First Minister, have done since then to tackle the growing scourge of racism in this society?
Deputy First Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for his important question because it provides the opportunity once again to put on record our absolute rejection of racism and of any action based on hate or discrimination or prejudice. What we saw over the summer was entirely unacceptable, and that is the message that we have been sending. So there are a number of different aspects to what we have been doing. First of all, to show that joint and shared political leadership, not just within the First Minister and Deputy First Minister's office, but of course across this executive, to call out at every opportunity these terrible actions. Secondly, we have been liaising with statutory agencies through our arm's length bodies, through our funders, but also importantly with the PSNI, and indeed we met with the Chief Constable, I think it was just last week, where we also raised this issue once again. I think it is incredibly important that we work in a connected and collaborative way in tackling the scourge of racism and the violence and disorder brought about by that. But in addition, we've been looking at many of the funding schemes within the department. So, for example, for all of our good relations schemes, I've asked and we received the figures around a very significant participation rate for those from minority ethnic communities. Of course, good relations is not just between those of different political or religious beliefs, but of course between people of different races and ethnic identities as well. So I think it would be really positive to ensure that those are all fully mainstreamed within the funding schemes that we have, and we encourage other departments to do so also.
Mr. O'Toole.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Minister, I don't doubt your commitment to this, but since we've come back we haven't seen progress on a standalone hate crime bill from the Justice Minister. We haven't seen the publication of a racial equality strategy. We don't know when we're going to get a refugee integration strategy, and I'm afraid we don't have clarity on whether good relations money is going to be specifically directed towards getting outcomes for people like those in my constituency who face being hounded out of their homes, where kids are being injured with glass because masonry is thrown through their front windows. I'm afraid we do now need to move beyond warm words and see practical action. So can I suggest that on all the areas that can I ask whether on all the areas that I listed we will see delivery and more specifics from this executive by the end of this year?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the member for his follow-up question. There was a lot more I could have said in the initial answer, but I'm very conscious of time and the length of response. But of course, we are also working on those issues, bringing forward that race relations legislation, but importantly as well that refugee integration strategy, which has been promised, and work is ongoing, and I can give the House that reassurance that that work is ongoing, and we are endeavouring to bring that forward as soon as possible. But he is absolutely right, this is not just about words, but I would say words matter and leadership matters, and what we say and what we do on this issue, both in terms of the media and in this place, in terms of standing together against racism, is important. But you're absolutely right, that needs to be followed up by action. That is why officials in the Executive Office have been working closely throughout the period with Belfast City Council and other councils around that practical support and that financial support. We have a dedicated ethnic minority funding scheme under our race relations strategy, and that of course has been protected and will be moving forward. We're looking at issues around multi-year budgets and better support under that, but what I've indicated to him is that also that needs to be mainstreamed within our good relations schemes, such as Sectoral good relations, such as our TBUC camps and others, because that is a really good opportunity to ensure that those key principles about respect and tolerance of difference and different identities starts at the earliest possible opportunity in relation to prevention.
Minister, when are we going to see the new or amended Ministerial Code so we can debate it in this chamber?
I thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the member for his question. As I understand, there had been some work done on that. Of course, the recent legal case made clear that the Ministerial Code has to be read subject to the decisions under the legislation, for example, on the Executive Functions Act. So therefore, anything that we do, regardless of what the Ministerial Code says in relation to that, it has to be read in relation to the actual primary legislation. Now that doesn't, I think, is a matter of good legislating. That is not an acceptable position as a permanent position moving forward. So work on that is progressing, and I have no doubt that that will be brought forward in due course. But I do reassure the member that any conflicting aspects in the Ministerial Code to, for example, the Executive Functions Act, it doesn't create an issue or problem with the Northern Ireland Executive or the functions therein.
I thank the Minister for the answer, and it is something I've asked about on multiple occasions, and particularly with the lack of openness, transparency and integrity from some ministers over this last number of months, particularly in the McMonagle affair and child safeguarding. So would the Minister agree with me that actually it's really important that we have that new and amended Ministerial Code to give us confidence so that we can ensure that we hold ministers to account when we have to hold them to account? Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think, to be fair, in relation to the required changes of the Ministerial Code, that really pertains to the particular aspects of the Executive Functions Act. And those were in relation to, for example, clarification on the types of matters to come to the Northern Ireland Executive for consideration and agreement, and that of course arose out of some confusion perhaps, or lack of clarity in some of the subsequent legal cases. So it is a technical point. There is a point around the treatment of planning applications and consideration of planning matters by the Executive. So those are technical matters that require a change to the Ministerial Code. There had not been, as far as I am aware, proposals to change the obligations that all ministers are under in relation to the key principles as set out, including transparency and openness. So of course that endures, that exists, and all ministers must comply with that Ministerial Code, which remains in place currently.
Down for South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Deputy First Minister for her answers so far. Following on from the American election last week, I extend my congratulations to the new President-elect Donald Trump, and I want to ask the Deputy First Minister her plans for engagement going forward with the new incoming administration to highlight the continued importance of investment, the US foreign direct investment in Northern Ireland.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the member for her question. Of course, Northern Ireland has been a huge beneficiary of foreign direct investment by the US in particular. That is why there's been significant time taken over the recent years with working within the US to try to further build on that very successful FDI. And of course, our relationship with the United States goes much beyond just trade. We have those very historic bonds in terms of our history and our heritage. I believe Northern Ireland indeed has the links to the most US presidents in any other jurisdiction per head of the population. So that is something that we should build on as well, not just those trade links, but improving our opportunities with the US based on our heritage and those links. I'm very conscious that the Vice President, for example, has those Ulster Scots links, or Scots-Irish as the US refer to them. So I look forward to engaging with the President and the President-elect and the incoming administration to further for the benefits of Northern Ireland.
Ms. Forsyth.
Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Deputy First Minister for her answer. I'm pleased to take any opportunity to raise the importance of the Ulster Scots links between Northern Ireland and America, and I believe that we have great opportunities with having JD Vance within the White House. Does the Deputy First Minister think that this is a key opportunity for our Northern Irish historical links with America to build going forward?
Deputy First Minister.
Absolutely. A key part of the international relations work that we do is around what is often referred to as soft diplomacy and cultural diplomacy, and that is very much about reaching out in that way and explaining those links, the shared culture, the shared history. And I think so many people in the US don't realise that they have that Ulster Scots or Scots-Irish heritage, and indeed heritage from the UK and Ireland, of course. There's very rich vein of that runs right through the US. So I think it's not just a responsibility of us to try to promote that, but it's a really good opportunity for us to promote that. And by using our shared history, those bonds and the and not least also in trade, because of course many of those Ulster Scots that went on to the US invested heavily in trade and business and helped build America as well. So there's lots of opportunities. The Communities Minister had a very successful trip, as I understand, over there on this very issue, and I look forward to building on that and just sharing our shared experiences.
Alan Robinson.
Given the significant role that family farms in the province given the significant role that family farms play in the province's agricultural sector, has the Deputy First Minister had, or does she plan to have, discussions with the Chancellor, Rachel Reeves, on the potential effects of the recent changes to inheritance tax legislation and how these changes may impact the future of family-owned farms in Northern Ireland?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the member for his very important and timely question, because I know that many farmers and farming families throughout Northern Ireland are particularly concerned at the moment in terms of those proposed changes by the Chancellor. I had taken the opportunity to raise directly with the Chancellor and with the Prime Minister prior to this budget the concerns about the rumoured changes, particularly in relation to agricultural relief. However, that was not listened to, and that is now been put in place in terms of the announcements around the budget. We will continue to fight that fight. I am pleased to say that I will be attending the rally on Monday night, organised by the Ulster Farmers Union. I would encourage all others with concerns to do likewise at the site of the Royal Agricultural Society at the Maze Long Kesh. In order to show our strong opposition to this, farming is at the heart of our economy here in Northern Ireland. Farming is incredibly important. Our local farmers provide good quality, nutritious, locally grown, locally supported, locally produced food. We are a net supplier of food across this UK. That is something to be valued. That is something to be protected. We should be standing up for our farmers, and I am determined that that is what I will be doing as we move forward, including on this very important issue.
Mr. Robinson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I very much appreciate the response from the Deputy First Minister today. Can you further update the House on what steps the Executive has taken to fully assess and address the negative impacts on family farms, and does she expect, through discussions through Executive colleagues, if support or guidance will be issued to help support farm businesses to navigate through these changes?
Okay, thank you, and I thank the member for his follow-up. Look, absolutely, there are some things that people can do, and some of that is around planning. I know that some farms and farming have already done that, but of course there's more that we can do to support that through, in particular, the Department for Agriculture, Environment and Rural Affairs. I was glad to see, for example, some organisations already advertising some of those activities, but let's be very clear. If indeed the consequences and impacts for farmers of these changes around agricultural relief could be negated or mitigated against in full, then there was no point of the Chancellor putting this in place. The fact that this tax has been reduced in such a way indicates that the Chancellor believes that a tax will be raised by this change. And if tax is going to be raised by this change, then it is raised on the back of our farmers. Farmers need support. They are not a cash cow to raise tax for anything else. Farmers do an incredible job. They require support, not additional burdens. And I believe that we can have a strong, united voice from the Northern Ireland Executive to say to the Chancellor and to say very strongly, protect our farmers. We will be fighting for our farmers. We are on the side of farmers on this issue, and we are asking the Chancellor to change course urgently.
Paula Bradshaw.
Mr. Speaker, just to come back to my question, because I didn't get in for supplementary around the clerical child abuse, and we saw in the media today the Church of England senior figures in it. There's a bit of a spat around the Mackin report that's been launched into the 100 boys and young men in the Christian summer camp. I'm just wondering, Deputy First Minister, to what degree is the research that you outlined earlier, is that going to actually penetrate into actually the organised youth groups, for example, that have been using church premises for their activities? Thank you.
Minister.
Thank you. I thank the member for her question. It's a very important aspect of this, because really the approach of doing this research first was very much based on the reality that there is some anecdotal and other evidence coming forward around what has happened, but there's very little insight into the scale or the depth of this problem. So the research is designed to flag up issues of relevance to be considered moving forward. So I suspect that this will be an issue that will be looked at. One of the very important elements to this is the call for victims and survivors to come forward. We are likely to go public with that call at the end of November, but it is incredibly important that we do hear from those victims and survivors, because, for the very reasons that you have said, that they will raise things that we are not aware of, or perhaps that the layout of this doesn't take into account at this time, but that will need to be taken into account as we move forward with additional support and help. So that's a really important aspect of that. It's one that you think MLAs across this House can get involved with helping publicise. But yes, this will be about research, looking at the evidence, identifying what more work needs to be done, and importantly listening to the voices of victims and survivors.
That brings to an end the time for questions to the Deputy First Minister. We now move to questions to the Minister of Education. If we can just take our ease briefly.
Mr. Speaker, due to affordability considerations, the pay and grading agreement will be implemented in 2 stages. Stage 1 will move eligible staff onto their new pay scales with effect from the 1st of April 2024, while Stage 1 will entail a non-consolidated payment of £2,550 pro rata to eligible staff in lieu of back pay. I can confirm that the Education Authority has completed their amendments to the payroll system and will be making the payments for Stage 1 of the agreement this month as part of the normal pay process. Payments for Stage 2 of the agreement will be made in the next financial year in line with the agreed settlement.
Well, Mr. Stewart.
For his answer, Minister, I'm sure you'll agree with me that our educational support workers, classroom assistants and staff at all levels are invaluable and deserve a fair rate of pay and conditions. Minister, can you indicate if the financial package agreed today for your department will allow you to redress all the pay requirements for educational staff, and if not, what projected shortfall could there be and where are these likely to land?
Mr.
Speaker, the member is absolutely right in terms of his comments about valuing our support staff. That's why I engaged proactively with the trade unions to get a resolution to this issue around the pay and grading review, an issue that had went on for some considerable time. Primarily that was about recruitment and retention into the workforce, but the outworkings of that negotiated process has been the new pay scales taking effect this month once the payroll goes through, and then that non-consolidated payment which will come in Stage 2 of the process. And I want to thank the unions who worked with me during that process that we were able to get to that. It built upon the negotiated outcome with teachers, where we were able to increase by double figures in terms of the percentage increase in their staff upon taking up office. Again, a reflection of my commitment to supporting teachers. Of course, now we have the settlement now from the June monitoring, and that is something that I will be engaging with my officials on in terms of then what could be the outworkings of that as we seek to get a resolution to this year's pay rise, which needs to be negotiated with the teachers' trade unions.
Nick Matheson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Minister for the update today, and it's welcome news that this is now progressing. I welcome also your commitment to how important classroom assistants are to the running of our education system. On that basis, can you provide an update on the development of the register for substitute classroom assistants, similar to as operates for NISTR for teachers?
Minister.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I'll have to come to the member in writing in terms of the register around how we can do that particular work. So if the member's content, I will write to him about that.
Mark Durkin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the Minister for his answers thus far. On the face of it, what is welcome news, however, every silver lining has a cloud. And I've been contacted by many of these low-paid workers who are also in receipt of universal credit. They're concerned that the impact of the award that it will have on that entitlement, particularly if there's to be a payment made in the very near future, it will result in them receiving a nil award in their universal credit in the mouth of Christmas. Just wonder what interaction or communication the Minister's had with his colleague in the Department for Communities about how this could be mitigated?
Minister. I know the member has raised this on a number of occasions with me, as have some other members, and whilst I have every sympathy for the positions that are being expressed, when it comes to the pay and the outworkings of then how that would impact on universal credit and that payment, it's not a matter for me in terms of this department, and also it ties in issues around Treasury and the way in which it interfaces with them. So I'm not able to give comfort on this particular issue to the member, other than what we have negotiated and agreed is an increase. It's reflected in their terms and conditions. I think that's the right thing to do. But we also are following through on the nationally negotiated pay rise for support staff, which we will be seeking to make sure that the funding is there in place for that to take effect as well. So there will be a further increase in the pay for those staff affected around the support staff category.
Dr. Aiken.
Question number 2, please.
Operational responsibility for the planning of education provision lies with the 2 statutory planning authorities, the Education Authority and the Council for Catholic Maintained Schools. They conduct area planning activity in consultation and collaboration with a number of sectoral bodies. The Strategic Area Plan 2022 to 27, the planning for sustainable provision, and the Special Education Strategic Area Plan sets out the strategic direction on how the future educational needs of children and young people will be addressed through area solutions. While the plan provides the strategic direction for the next 5 years, Operational Plan 1 outlines the activity to be taken forward in the first 2 years, that was 22 to 24. There was a medium work stream associated with the Antrim and Newton Abbey local government district, and it stated the following: the Education Authority is proposing to review controlled integrated post-primary school provision in the Antrim area, Crumlin area, to address sustainability and oversubscription. The EA is and will continue to engage with the boards of governors of controlled integrated post-primary schools in the area. So to date, no proposals have been brought forward for my department, which only becomes engaged in the area planning process when a development proposal is published by the Education Authority.
Reagan. Thank you very much indeed. I make a declaration of interest as a member of the Board of Governors of both Kilbride Primary School, a great primary school, and also Ballyclare High School, which is also another great high school. Minister, thank you for your remarks. You will be aware of the considerable amount of development you will have heard from your own MLAs and other team as well that's going in South Antrim at the moment. And there does seem to be a mismatch between some of the plans that are being put forward for new housing that's going into the area, which I'm glad to see has been taken up. But the key question needs to be is how is that matching up with the requirements for the education system as well? And I think, and I'm sure the Minister would quite like to come and join me in sort of a tour around South Antrim if we look at some of the significant areas that we have. But I would ask the Minister what he's doing about making sure that we have a more realistic approach to the planning systems that are going forward rather than what we have at the moment.
Minister.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the member rightly highlights the schools that he has name-checked, and they are good schools, no doubt about that. But as I indicated, the area planning, it's not a function of the Department of Education. It is one for the managing authorities to take forward the way in which they plan their school estate. And there are 7 schools in the South Antrim. 3 of the schools are oversubscribed at first preference application point, but there's obviously, in terms of capacity and provision, it's more acute in the Antrim town area. And the department, where there is pressure, the department can work with those schools to provide temporary variations to try and accommodate and meet the needs. But at a high level, area planning is a function of the Education Authority and Catholic maintained schools.
Mr. Dixon.
Mr. Speaker.
I accept that there is a need to review and improve service delivery within education. To that end, education services will be reformed through the outworkings of the end-to-end reviews of special educational needs and school improvement, which focuses on the development of high-quality, cost-effective services. The reviews will shortly bring forward recommendations on how delivery models can be more responsive, agile and customer-focused. Service delivery improvements will be achieved initially through reconfiguration and refocusing of services delivered by the EA and other education bodies. Progress will be closely monitored and, if necessary, more fundamental structural change will be implemented.
Mr Dixon.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Thank you, Minister, for your answer so far. Minister, you'll be aware that the Independent Review of Education recommended the creation of a single managing authority. What action are you taking to bring that about in this mandate?
Minister.
Well, thank you, Mr Speaker. In terms of the Independent Review of Education, it found a number of key areas in terms of the managing authority role. Just to highlight, in one of them, it highlighted that the level of support for control schools was suboptimal. That's why I've created a task force to address that particular issue, because we need to make sure that where managing authorities operate, that they do so on an equitable basis, providing support to the various sectors that we have, and the Education Authority has failed the controlled sector in particular. And the Independent Review of Education provided evidence to that effect, as did the Landscape Review in respect of the Education Authority. So there's a piece of work taking place to highlight how those issues need to be addressed. There is evidence for that. We've engaged with schools in terms of that task force, and that is providing further evidence in terms of the need for change which needs to take place. But what I do expect in the managing authorities is that they work together to deliver consistency in terms of the level of support that is required. But there is a clear need to address the failings that exist in relation to the controlled sector.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and I thank the Minister for his answer so far. In some ways, he's commented on what I was going to ask in terms of whether he agreed that the Education Authority has been failing our controlled schools. Perhaps he would like to comment further on the evidence around this.
Mr Speaker, let me quote so that it's not me saying it, but it's the Independent Review, and this is a number of things that have been stated within that. The managing authority role has always been a challenge because the EA also provides a wide range of services to all other schools. This results in complicated systems for school management, which are in particular suboptimal for the controlled sector. This has been compounded by the terms of the Integrated Education Act of 2022, which imposes on the EA the duty to support integrated education. It then said, furthermore, the Integrated Education Act of 2022 makes it difficult for the EA to properly represent the interests of controlled schools in the area planning process, given its new obligation to support integrated schooling. It also said, principals in the control sector have suggested that the EA is stretched too thin and is conflicted by servicing all school types, leaving the controlled schools relatively unsupported. At the very least, this would indicate that sectors should be supported with greater consistency and equity. It also said our consultations with senior school staff, particularly in the controlled sector, produced a consistent pattern of criticism of the EA. The strong message from school leaders is that they want customer-focused, responsive and value-for-money services to meet the needs of their school and their learners. This is not their current experience. It also said principals offered severe criticism of services provided in relation to minor works, maintenance and procurement, as well as support services for learners with SEN. They've stated that EA is not sufficiently customer-focused, or perhaps it's not entirely clear who its customers are. There's widespread frustration because of a perceived lack of responsiveness. It's essential that schools be kept aware of appropriate NAPE contacts, and that where appropriate, this be done on a geographical basis. The evidence is clear, and the Landscape Review also provided clear evidence in terms of EA's failings towards the controlled sector.
Crawford.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and I thank the Minister for his answers thus far. Minister, just a follow-on from Mr Dixon's original question, can I ask how the Department will monitor progress in reducing red tape within the Education Authority, and what matrix will be used to evaluate such success?
Well, obviously the Department engages with the EA in terms of the various recommendations that were contained within the Landscape Review. There were 13 recommendations that were highlighted in terms of improvements required to support organisational effectiveness, governance, accountability and relationships, and that report indicated that whilst matters have improved over recent years, many aspects of the operation of the Education Authority remain profoundly unsatisfactory. So this is an ongoing piece of work that my department has with the EA to ensure that as an organisation it addresses the failings that have been well documented and rehearsed, not just in independent reviews but by many members across this chamber.
Cara Hunter.
Speaker. I thank the Minister for his answers so far. As recent as Friday, Minister, I was at a school and spoke with parents, teachers and principals about the lack of responsiveness from the EA. So can I ask you off the back of that, can you detail some specific examples as what has been done to transform the work culture within the EA with regards criticism of lack of responsiveness?
A very clear intervention that I made, and that was to ensure that we had a new Chief Executive in the Education Authority, one that was severely criticised by the leader of the SDLP. So I very much want the Education Authority to be responsive, to address its failings, but whenever I make those changes, then I appeal to other members in this House to support me, rather than on that particular occasion there was opportunity taken by the leader of the SDLP to have a go, unnecessarily so.
Claire Sugden.
For question number 4.
Minister.
When I took up this post in February, I realised that urgent action was needed to make childcare more affordable. I secured an additional £25 million of executive funding in May to implement a package of measures this financial year, which are already making a real difference to thousands of children and families across Northern Ireland. The Northern Ireland Childcare Subsidy Scheme is one element of that package, which came into operation in September of this year. Parents are now benefiting every month from the scheme's 15% subsidy. The scheme is currently focused on working parents who are eligible for tax-free childcare and have children below primary school age. We prioritise this group because they typically face the highest costs due to their requirement for more childcare hours. It is also the period when mothers are making decisions about returning to employment following maternity leave, and the high cost of childcare can be a significant barrier. So uptake of the scheme has exceeded our expectations. With nearly 13,300 children and 1,550 providers registered and £2 million in savings delivered for families in September and October, when combined with the tax-free childcare, these parents will have saved over £4 million in total. So, having listened to both parents and providers, it's my intention to bid for the funding required to sustain the scheme beyond the end of March 2025 and indeed until a longer-term strategy is in place. So I appreciate there have also been calls to increase the level of the subsidy and to extend it to others, such as parents with school-age children. These are options which I'll be considering over the coming months. The scheme is set up in such a way that we can easily expand it if there is a case to do so and the required funding is made available by the Executive. I will bring forward recommendations in due course.
Ms. Sugden.
Speaker, and thank the Minister, and it is very much appreciated the work he has done in this area, and many parents, are grateful for that support. However, there are parents who have children of school age, and they are, not necessarily getting that support. And I think there's much we could do with breakfast clubs and after schools clubs that the Minister could support that would even extend this type of childcare.
Minister. Well, the member is right to raise the school age and children in terms of helping support. I alluded to that in the original response, but the reason we focused on preschool age children is because that's typically the period when families face the highest childcare costs, and it's at this period that parents are transitioning back to work following maternity leave. So the initial focus was on that category of children, because not only in terms of childcare costs, but the early years are critical in terms of making an impact around the educational value that an early learning childcare strategy needs to have. And so that's been the focus. There have been many other aspects of this scheme that we have developed, but the reason for the preschool age one, I think, is justified. But I very much agree with the member. I want to do more, and I have every intention of making proposals to do more, and I hope that colleagues will support me in the Executive to provide the necessary resources.
Minister, the community and voluntary sector provide first-class care for children of school age with both breakfast clubs and after-school clubs. Unfortunately, we don't have enough of them. Can you provide what plans you have to further support and stabilise this sector, specifically in terms of staff and attracting new workers to the sector as well?
Sir. Well, obviously, when it comes to funding for where there is childcare providers, you're in a private marketplace in terms of how that would then be regulated. How could you do it? And I'm picking up on something that another member has asked in due course around how you would provide that kind of scheme to support the pay and terms and conditions of people involved in after-school clubs and so on. One of the proposals within the early years childcare strategy has been to identify, is there a need to support businesses where there could be a critical failure in the marketplace. That's something that the Department for the Economy is leading on. I'm supporting them in terms of identifying are there measures that we need to take forward around supporting businesses and employment practices within that. I would hope that that work can be completed before the end of this financial year, and that will help inform the outworkings of this strategy.
Peter Martin.
Can I thank the Minister for his answers so far? Can I ask the Minister, in light of the budget last week and the changes to employers' national insurance contributions and also the minimum wage, is he at all considering any additional support for the childcare sector generally?
Well, obviously there's been an impact as a result of the change that's been made through the national insurance contributions and the minimum wage, something that many businesses are raising in terms of how they're going to be able to meet that additional expenditure that's now required. So as we review the outworkings of all of this, we seek to provide as much support as we can. That is part of the work that the Department for the Economy is looking at in terms of their assessment around employment and helping to meet the need, but that would be something for the Department for the Economy to lead on, to provide the evidence base, and if the Executive were wanting to provide support, that would be a wider Executive decision out with what I would be able to do within the Department of Education.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I've met with many stakeholders within the childcare and early years sectors at the minute, and the consensus seems to be that the department has everything it needs to actually produce a childcare strategy. So my question to the Minister is, what specifically is holding up the publication of an early learning and childcare strategy?
The Executive and I as Minister wanted to actually make sure that action was taken and not just words. So a strategy is a document which outlines what it is that you wanted to do. I wanted to do something, and the Executive wanted to do something. Hence, the focus has been on standing up this childcare subsidy scheme, as well as all of the other support that we've put in to stabilise, for example, Sure Start, funding that we've provided to early years organisations. If I had have went with a strategy first, members rightly in this place would have been saying to me, when are you actually going to take action? So I've taken action. The benefit in the approach that I've also taken is that we now have 13,300 children that are registered, over 1,500 providers that are registered. That is all providing us with information. That gives us the data that we need around what are the costs, what are the patterns here. That then informs the strategy. So I can advise the member that within the past number of weeks, the department has turned to developing the comprehensive strategy. I've said before that I want this to be brought to the Executive in 2025, and I remain committed to do that. But initially, we wanted to take action. Now the work on the strategy has started.
David McLaughlin.
Minister. The general allocation of £170 million for education in the monitoring round is very welcome. Will any of this money go to the provision of 22.5 hours funded preschool hours per week? And if not, how can the Executive deliver on their key priority in the programme for government?
Minister.
Well, I can assure the member that we've already secured the funding to take forward the first tranche of the standardisation programme within the early and learning childcare funding pot. There was £25 million that was allocated to that. That is allowing us to identify at least 100 settings that by the 1st of September of next year it should be able to deliver over 2,000 more places moving from part-time provision to full-time, which is that 22.5 hours. I've already announced for consultation 2 tranches that identify the settings based upon the criteria that has been used. There is another tranche that needs to be announced to do that. So we've already agreed as an Executive we are moving towards delivering 22.5 hours of provision in our preschool settings, whether that's statutory or non-statutory. Work is taking place for the first phase of that to start. It'll become more challenging as we need capital funding to increase the physical capacity of some of these premises in order to fulfil that commitment, but we're already started that work.
Connie Egan.
Please.
Minister.
The challenges facing the early learning and childcare workforce, including recruitment, retention, qualifications and pay, are well recognised and being considered as part of the development of the Executive's early learning and childcare strategy. However, aware of the immediate pressures faced by the sector, I secured an additional £7 million of executive funding to help stabilise existing provision in the current year. This has enabled me to provide additional payments to all groups delivering Sure Start, Pathway, Toy Box, non-statutory preschool and other early years programmes to help them manage rising costs, including staff wages. While this has provided some temporary relief, I appreciate that a longer-term solution needs to be found, and I am aware of the calls for a direct government intervention to improve the pay and retention of the early years and childcare workforce. However, given the sector comprises of private, voluntary and community sector providers, including self-employed childminders, this needs to be considered within the wider economic and business support context. So to this end, the Department of the Economy is leading on a scoping exercise in conjunction with Invest Northern Ireland, the Department of Health, Department of Education and wider stakeholders to develop a clearer picture of the business support requirements of the childcare sector and help inform an appropriate government response. So this work is due to conclude in March of 2025, and that will inform proposals within the draft early learning and childcare strategy, which I intend to bring forward to the Executive later in the year. We are committed to finding a balanced solution that promotes workforce stability, values our early years and childcare workers, whilst maintaining accessible, high-quality childcare options for families across Northern Ireland.
Thank you, Minister, and I thank you for your answer on that. As part of that work that you're doing to support early education and childcare workers, would you consider helping fund the creation of a professional body for the early years and childcare workers?
Well, there's a number of bodies that can provide support who I've met. There's the Childminders Association, Patricia Loosley, and that organisation provides support to childminders, for example, and they can turn to. But as part of this review in terms of the strategy that we want to take forward, happy to look at that idea around a particular professional body. If that's something that is merit and there's traction for it, then that's something that could be considered as part of the wider strategy.
Jonathan Buckley. Speaker, and thank you to the Minister for his answers thus far. Minister, what has been the impact of the subsidy cap, and will it be raised or removed in the future?
Well, there has been, in terms of an impact around the cap and changes that have happened. Yes, it has had an impact around some of the funding that we've been receiving, but we're currently assessing what the threshold should be. It has affected a very small number of people in terms of the cap that exists, so the overwhelming majority of people have not been impacted by the cap in terms of the costs associated with the childcare, but there is a small number, and that's something that we're currently gathering the data on.
Donny Donnelly.
Please. The Education and Training Inspectorate report uses the term preventative curriculum to encompass safeguarding practices and the taught elements of the curriculum, such as personal development, mutual understanding and relationships and sexuality education. The ETI report found that pupil safety and safeguarding practices work to good effect to safeguard pupils, and that educational settings have adequate support from external agencies in responding to child protection safeguarding issues. To ensure that good safeguarding practices exist within schools, my department's safeguarding guidance was reviewed and updated in September of 2025. Schools and educational settings are required to follow and implement this statutory guidance.
Mr. Donnelly.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thanks to the Minister for his answers so far. I would just like to ask the Minister if he agrees with the NSPCC, the Children's Law Centre, the Human Rights Commission and others that ensuring the delivery of quality RSE in schools is a key safeguarding issue.
Well, I very much agree that the delivery of RSE in our schools is an important safeguarding issue.
Mr. McGlone.
I thank the Minister for his answers. Minister, drugs education is an important part of the preventative curriculum, yet despite this, the North has seen a trebling of drugs death in the last decade. Can the Minister outline if there is any revision or review taking place within his department about drugs awareness and education in our schools?
Well, this is something in terms of how the curriculum is delivered and particularly around the preventative curriculum that you keep under review, and as issues emerge we need to make sure that we have the right support for that. So SIA has been very good at providing materials so that when schools have a particular issue, and sometimes that can vary, there's material that SIA provides, as well as the Education Authority in terms of the support that they can provide around the protection of children and young people. There is functions there where they can support schools in these particular areas. But it is vital that we always keep on top of emerging issues, and particularly when it comes to drugs. There can be new drugs that enter into society, and how are we responding to that to make sure young people are properly informed about that, and that's a role within the preventative curriculum that's important to be kept up to date.
Alan Robinson.
Number 7, Mr. Speaker.
About half a minute, Minister.
Transitions post-19 for young people with statements of special educational needs has been a key aspect of the end-to-end review of special educational needs. I am aware that my officials met with the member and a number of parents recently at Rossmar School to discuss this matter, and I want to assure you, Mr. Speaker, that my officials are working closely with colleagues from across the Departments of Health, Economy and Communities to ensure that there are high quality and appropriate pathways in place for young people with statements of special educational needs leaving school.
Thank you. Move on to topical questions. I call Carl Hunter.
Minister, reports today show that your department officials advised that you shouldn't meet with the LCC. Would it be typical for a minister to ignore advice from his department, and if so, is this something he does often?
Mr. Speaker, there have been occasions where I've been recommended not to meet with a particular individual or group, and I have met. So this isn't the one occasion where that has occurred.
Mr. Speaker, Minister, I think it's crystal clear that young people reject paramilitary activity in their communities, and young people listening today, I think, will be disappointed that you've met with this group. I think they want to leave violence behind, and these groups associated with violence outside of the conversation of education. Can you provide this chamber and the young people listening today with any concrete outcomes from this meeting that will contribute to the betterment of our education here in Northern Ireland?
Well, Mr. Speaker, back in the day, whenever I was a young person, now I'm maybe just young at heart, although the politically correct civil service guide says you shouldn't say those sort of things, I actively campaigned against releasing prisoners. I wanted them kept in prison. The Members' Party campaigned to release mass murderers from our jails, but now lectures me about who I should and shouldn't meet. I will meet with those who want to move our society forward. Those who don't, I very much appeal to the PSNI and our security forces. Get the evidence, put them behind bars, and I'll campaign to keep them behind bars, unlike the member in her party that embraced paramilitaries and let them out of her jails.
Guy Middleton.
Mr. Speaker, the Minister will be aware that CPR training can provide or can increase the chances of survival for a victim if someone acts quickly. Can the Minister outline what support his department is providing to improve education around CPR in our schools?
Can I thank the member for the question, because it's a very important one that is dealt with in terms of, again, the curriculum. And CPR is something that I think we need to give greater focus to. So both CPR and awareness of the use of defibrillators have been mandatory elements of the school curriculum at Key Stage 3 since 2022. Supporting schools in meeting this requirement, my department has worked with SIA, the Education Authority and the Ambulance Service, developing the Community of Lifesavers programme. This programme provides teacher professional learning on CPR, as well as resources and training equipment for schools, and I'm delighted to advise that over 500 teachers have been trained through the programme, which utilises a train-the-trainer model to support teachers and focuses on both CPR and defibrillator awareness. The Community Lifesavers interactive phone app is also being launched, with the aims to building children and young people's confidence in developing vital CPR and AED life-saving skills.
Mr. Middleton.
Minister for his answer. Minister, you touched on defibrillators, and obviously they are life-saving pieces of equipment that are right throughout our community. What can the Minister do to maybe see more of these defibrillator devices rolled out right across our school estates?
Well, Mr. Speaker, tomorrow I'll be launching the new app in terms of CPR training. I'll be at Methody College tomorrow morning to do that. But in conjunction with the training aspect of it, we do need to look at the actual physical device. And so that's why I commissioned a survey to all schools, of which we've had over 600 responses. And it's clear from that response, half of the schools surveyed do not have such devices on school sites. I think it's vitally important that we provide these devices in our schools because they are life-saving. They have saved lives. That's why I've undertaken the work in terms of trying to identify the need that exists, and then upon identifying that need, then I'll be looking within my department to see what support can I do in order to see if this could be a measure that we can provide to schools.
Well, Brett. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Minister, supporting working families and helping families with the cost of childcare has been a top priority for our party and for you. That's why I was delighted you secured £25 million to support families right across Northern Ireland. Could you provide the House with an update on the childcare subsidy scheme, please?
Minister.
Yes, so we touched upon this, Mr. Speaker, in the questions. One of the areas in terms of the childcare strategy that the Executive has funded is that preschool settings, which we aim to deliver 2,200 full-time places in September. So far, the two tranches have comprised of 77 preschool settings, and that is allowing us to move forward in terms of those, and there will be a further tranche that we want to take forward so that we can achieve the target that we have set for September of next year. But the transition in subsequent years is largely dependent on the resources available to the Executive in order for us to continue to deliver upon that.
Mr. Brett.
Primary School in North Belfast, in my constituency, will be one of those moving to full-time provision. Can the Minister give any further updates of how his work is impacting on residents right across North Belfast?
Sure.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the member will be pleased to know that over 400 of his constituents are registered for this scheme and benefiting from it. Again, I think it is very much worth highlighting of those 418 children in North Belfast. That is an element of the over now 13,000 people who are benefiting directly in terms of hard-working families. But we have also been able to secure funding, a 10% uplift for Sure Start, that's 3.1 million. We expanded the number of Sure Start areas to include the additional 22 geographical locations that have been on a temporary basis to make them full-time. The Pathway Fund provided an uplift in terms of £600,000. That is having a positive impact. Toy Box project again is having a positive impact, particularly around educational underachievement. I've also been able to provide funding to the Department of Education in terms of supporting childminders. I've also provided support to the Department of Health when it comes to workforce training in terms of a grant to do with fair play. We've also provided support around an approved home childcare pilot scheme, supporting Playboard, NI, Book Start Baby programme. That's evidence of this Executive and this Department providing support for those critical early years and also to hard-working families in terms of the childcare subsidy.
Emma Sheeran.
Minister, I know that the home-to-school transport policy is still under review. I wonder, in the meantime, if you would consider making an amendment to the definition of a suitable school in cases where a student has had to move school in order to study the subjects that they need for their career or university aspirations, because sometimes the closest suitable school in terms of the type doesn't meet their requirements because it doesn't offer the subjects that they need. Minister.
Well, it's an area that many members raise around how the policy operates. Any one particular change will have a repercussive effect and couldn't be taken forward in isolation. So I do want to look at the home-to-school transport issue, not least because I do think there are ways in which we could provide better support to young people in terms of accessing the education that they want. But there's also a real issue around the exponential increase in the costs of transport. So on the one hand, I want to carry out a review to provide greater access to education, but I also know there is a real impact in terms of the funding available to the department, and transport has seen a significant increase, and therefore I need to make sure what are we doing in terms of representing value for money for the taxpayer that funds all of this. Those are two areas that need to be addressed as part of the wider review.
Sure.
Thanks to the Minister for that answer, and I understand the cost implications and the challenges that this presents. I've written to your office requesting a meeting with yourself with a group of parents, quite a proportion in our local area, but a small number when you consider the number of people accessing transport across the north who are currently unable to access transport for their children from Ballinasgreen to Marfelt. Will you commit to meeting with those parents and seeing what could be done?
I've met with many parents' constituents about the very same issue that the member has raised. I've always tried to be accommodating to all requests that come in for meetings with me. I think there's evidence of that in terms of the figures. I think may have met more individuals and groups than any other minister in this executive. I would certainly like to be able to accommodate the member, and if I can, I will do so.
Harry Harvey.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Could the Minister maybe provide me with an update on the implications of the introduction of VAT on private schools for Northern Ireland?
Minister. Issue, Mr. Speaker, of concern, and one that I've expressed opposition to and engaged with Treasury on. But HMRC have confirmed that there are 14 independent schools and 11 grammar schools in Northern Ireland that will fall into the scope of the VAT changes due to the government's policy.
Mr. Harvey.
Could the Minister maybe tell me if this will place more demands on your department? Thank you.
Well, Mr. Speaker, something that we'll continue to monitor, because obviously the impact that this may have on some families could cause them to reconsider the use of private schools, and if they then need to access education within the public setting, then that will be a cost that is borne by the taxpayer. So I can't be precise around the certain in terms of the level associated with this, but it's one that we're going to continue to monitor if there is going to be an impact from this policy.
Jerry Cole.
Last week this House voted to change the eligibility criteria for the RAISE programme. It almost got out there. Can he confirm when that will happen?
Minister. I think from reading the amended motion, it didn't actually demand that I change the criteria.
And the point was raised by members throughout that debate that they are for the eligibility criteria being changed. So can the Minister confirm that there's going to be no changes to that criteria?
I would just say, first of all, as a starting point, motions are non-binding, so they don't carry any legal status whenever the Assembly passes it. But the amendment to the motion sought reassurances from me as Minister to make sure that what had been done was correct, that it was right, and I'll be quite capable of providing that evidence to any member that wishes it, or indeed the Education Committee. As I said in the Chamber, facts are facts. The member's entitled to his own opinion, but when it comes to the facts in terms of this, there's a very robust criteria that has been used, and I'll continue to apply the fair and appropriate criteria.
Donald Hold.
Thank you, Minister. Last week I attended the launch of the first ever participatory budgeting event of the 5 Ballymena post-primary schools. Absolutely wonderful event, and I'm just wondering if it is something that your department could look into in terms of giving pupils ownership over how money is spent within their schools in a very small way. Is there any support that you can give to schools to roll out a participatory budgeting pilot?
Minister. I've been in a number of schools, Mr. Speaker, where that kind of financial management and helping young people to understand money, how you use it, has been of benefit, and the schools have benefited from that. My ability to provide direct funding for it, I think, is unlikely given the budget pressures that we're on. But there are other organisations that go into schools that can provide this type of support. I was in one in my own constituency where one of our local banks has actually been providing support to schools in a primary setting to provide that advice to young people, and the school have been able to use that as part of their programme of delivery whenever it comes to that particular class.
Elizabeth Hull.
Thank you very much. And I suppose following on from that, the encouragement of young people into the democratic process, which is what participatory budgeting is all about. Can I ask just what support his department gives to schools around their school councils or some kind of engagement in the democratic processes of the school?
Sir.
I'm always struck, Mr. Speaker, at the schools when I visit. The student council come and meet me, whether it's primary, post-primary, and they talk to me about how they've had to make speeches and then they've had to get votes. I seek to gather advice from them as to how I can use that approach myself. But schools are really good at now encouraging young people to be engaged through their student councils. And the ones that work best are the ones that actually not only give lip service to it, but where a council recommends a change, that the school follows through on that, so that it isn't just a talking shop and the school can say we've got a student council. So I very much advocate and encourage schools not only to make sure you have a student council, but that you properly engage with the council, and where decisions that are taken by the young people, that the school can actually put that in place to give real meaning and purpose to having the council.
Matthew Mason.
Can the Minister provide what his plan is to support those children who still haven't started school due to their specialist provision and mainstream still not being completed? And given that these children have missed out on so much, what support will be put in place to make sure that they're not further disadvantaged?
Very quickly, Minister.
Well, Mr. Speaker, there have been contingency measures put in place. Significant progress was made when we first started in terms of creating 1,400 places, ensuring that placements were being provided. And in September, October, now into November, we have been completing those final numbers that needed to have additional capital up in those school settings. But where we still haven't been able to have a young person in an actual school setting, there has been support arrangements put in place by the Education Authority to provide as much support as possible. I want to get to the point where every child is in their school setting, but there is no child that has been left at home not receiving some support.
That draws to a conclusion. Questions to the Minister for Education. If members would take their ease for a moment before we move to the next item. Point of order, Mr Galson.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. Mr Speaker, the Deputy First Minister claimed in response to a question from myself that the prison buildings at the Maze were listed at the request of the then Secretary of State. Will you be requiring the Deputy First Minister to correct the record to reflect the fact that the request for listing of the buildings actually came from convicted IRA murderer Paul Butler? Can you also ensure that the Deputy First Minister makes clear that the powers to delist the buildings will lie or do lie with their party colleague, Minister Lyons?
I think there's a number of issues around that. First of all, I'm not here to clarify everything that everybody else says or fact-check it on behalf of Assembly members. Secondly, the listing did take place under a period of direct rule. The member is right that it was Paul Butler who made that request. And thirdly, having dealt with the Department for Communities on issues around listing, the law is very clear on how that can be done or how that can be removed, and it's not generally done as a result of a politician's interventions. It is done on the basis of the work of the historic of the HBC. We move on then to the next item, if members take their ease momentarily.
Okay, members, we resume with questions to the Minister's statement on the NSMC Business Development Sectoral meeting, and I call Sinead McLaughlin.
Minister, in the context of Intertrade Ireland's research work and indeed the latest COP conference that is currently taking place. Just recently, Sustainable Energy Authority of Ireland has indicated there is an excellent and largely untapped geothermal resource in Ireland, especially in the north. Can the Minister advise how his department is working on a cross-border basis to exploit this resource, as there is real urgent need to make progress on the renewable energy development if we are to meet the 80-30 target?
Sure.
Well, it wasn't the subject of discussion at the meeting in Armagh that we did on the North-South arrangements, but nonetheless, I think she's correct. Geothermal can play a very important part in our journey towards net zero, and we need to explore all alternatives that we have to using fossil fuels to heat properties. There are 2 experiments, I understand one on the Stormont Estate down at Dungannon House, which are currently exploring the potentials of geothermal. The other one, I think, is one of the agricultural colleges. I'm not sure exactly which one, but these 2 experiments are currently rolling out. On the basis of analysis from those, we are very happy to explore not just the potential for geothermal here, but for geothermal across the island, and what collaborations can be made there. Intertrade, I suppose, in terms of their relationship, that are very keen on promoting clusters, and if industries and opportunities around geothermal should develop across the island, they'd be very keen to make those connections with people. But we are at the moment in the experimental stage. I would hope that very quickly we can move on to exploration of what outcomes can be achieved from that.
McGuigan.
I thank the Minister for his statement. Can I maybe ask what's the current status or position regarding Intertrade Ireland staffing levels?
Intertrade Ireland staffing?
Sure.
Yes. Well, there has been an increase in Intertrade Ireland staff in recent times. Obviously, Intertrade has to be resourced to deal with the issue of the outcomes of the protocol and dual market access. And we want to ensure that the interest there is not just outside the island of Ireland, but within the island of Ireland, in terms of how companies can get intertrade arrangements north to south and south to north, that Intertrade Ireland is best placed to try and work on those. So from my recollection, the staffing cohort has gone up from about 45 and roughly in the region of 67. There will be further business plans developed by Intertrade Ireland in order to meet the challenges that they anticipate with this growing interest in the north-south and dual market access arrangements. And of course we want to ensure that not only our businesses are in a position to take advantages, but that the organisation which is resourced to assist them has sufficient resources to do that.
Speaker, thank you for the statement, Minister, and the statement rightly recognises the importance and opportunity of advanced manufacturing. The Minister will be aware, as a result of the City Deal project, that Northern Ireland will have a new advanced manufacturing site on the edge of my constituency and on the edge of the Deputy Speaker's constituency. Can the Minister advise how we can ensure the lessons of clustering, which have taken part in other parts of these islands, are recognised there at the Global Point site, and we ensure that all communities are able to benefit from job opportunities at that site?
Minister.
Well, of course, we have a very good advanced manufacturing sector, a very good, strong manufacturing sector, and his constituency and indeed South Antrim and other constituencies, Mid-Ulster, are very, very well represented in that regard. We had a presentation at the meeting in relation to advanced manufacturing clustering, something that Intertrade Ireland have promoted. There were companies from north and south talking about how they had worked together, how in doing that, and we know that that's the case where companies come together and cluster. There's sharing of knowledge, sharing of expertise, sharing of business opportunities. We tend to get more innovation, more export opportunities, and therefore more growth for those companies. So I think the clustering programme that Intertrade have focused on in relation to advanced manufacturing has the potential for huge benefit, and certainly the presentation from the companies that spoke to us at the meeting bore testimony to that, and I think we want to continue to encourage it so we can see advanced manufacturing continue to grow and continue to be a very strong performer on the world stage.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I welcome the Minister's statement, and Alliance welcomes the specific work of Intertrade Ireland and on energy innovation and technology towards decarbonisation. If we can solve that crisis, we can open up a different world of opportunities here, and we all acknowledge that. We've just mentioned, or you've just spoken a minute ago about resource, but is the Minister content that there is sufficient ambition and resource being given to Intertrade Ireland to fully realise the full potential?
Over a number of years that there wasn't, and certainly given the position of dual market access, Intertrade is best placed. As I said, not just dual market access will interest companies abroad who may consider investing here or setting up here, but it's also of significant interest to companies on both sides of the border in terms of how they can advance their own position in export. So we want to ensure that Intertrade is resourced sufficiently to meet that challenge. There has been a significant increase in staff numbers and resources. I think almost 2 million increase towards the organisation this year. We're going to look at further development plans for Intertrade Ireland, and there is a determination between myself as Minister for the Economy here and my southern counterpart to make sure that Intertrade has what it needs to do the job, because the outcome from that is much more beneficial in terms of economic growth right across the island.
Diana Armstrong.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I welcome the Minister's statement on the North-South Ministerial Council. The Minister referenced the Shared Island Enterprise Scheme funding of 30 million. I understand this scheme is dedicated to fostering women's entrepreneurship on an all-island basis. Can I ask the Minister for his assessment of the uptake for the Grow It programme delivered by Women in Business and Network Ireland? Thank you.
Mr.
The member's quite right. There was a €30 million shared island funding for that joint initiative between Invest NI and Intertrade and Enterprise Ireland as well. And one of the programmes within that was to encourage female entrepreneurship. I'm told that there is a very encouraging response to that programme. Of course, we want to promote more entrepreneurship and more opportunity for start-up with female people across the island. They're very much underrepresented in terms of business leaders, and so we want to ensure that that is corrected. So this programme, I think, in many ways is, if you like, a pilot scheme in testing the ground for that. The responses to date are very encouraging, and of course, if that is the case, we'll want to take more initiatives to try and promote female entrepreneurship.
I thank the Minister for his answers so far. Minister, are there currently any vacancies on the Intertrade Ireland board?
Sure. A number of vacancies have been filled as a consequence of the meeting that we had in Armagh a couple of weeks back. There are a number of further vacancies which will arise early in the new year, and those would be, some of those would be the duty of appointment in that regard would come from the northern side of the border. I think there's one further one to be filled from the southern side. So, of course, we want to make sure that the board continues to have the membership it requires and that input in terms of managing and overseeing the work of Intertrade Ireland. So it's critical that when the opportunities arise to make appointments, we do so quickly and put the best people possible that we have in to fulfil those positions.
Timothy Galston.
Thank you very much. Minister, since introduction of the protocol, the budget for Intertrade Ireland has ballooned by 1.8 million. Can the Minister put his politics aside for a moment and tell us what, if anything, he is doing to support the businesses trading with the rest of the UK who face the challenges of the Irish Sea border?
Minister.
Well, of course, that's not Intertrade Ireland's remit. I'm not bringing any politics into this at all. There are enormous opportunities. The statistics in terms of north-south trade and how it has grown very significantly over the last number of years already there for people to examine. So there's nothing political in that. That is businesses getting on with doing what they do best, which is doing business with each other and creating prosperity. They see opportunities in terms of the protocol arrangements to further enhance that. The requests and the engagement with Intertrade Ireland has increased significantly as a consequence of that. And so we wish to support Intertrade Ireland in actually assisting our businesses, people who employ people in your constituencies, to get on and do as best they can in relation to that. There has been an Intertrade UK body set up to try and ensure that any barriers which might exist between East-West trade are addressed. We attended a meeting in London some time back, myself and the First Minister, in relation to a discussion around that under the previous administration, and I haven't any further advice as to how that body is functioning and how it's performing its duties. It's not directly responsible to my department, but certainly we're happy to give it any assistance if we hear from it at any stage in the future.
Members, that appears to be the end of the questions on the statement, so I thank the Minister for that. Can I ask members to take their ease for a moment before we move on to the next statement? Thank you.
Thank you, members. I've received notice from the Minister of Agriculture, Environment and Rural Affairs that he wishes to make a statement. Before I call the Minister, I just want to remind people to be succinct in their questions. Minister.
Thank you, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, for this opportunity to update this Assembly on progress with our commitments arising from the Climate Change Act Northern Ireland 2022. Today, world leaders are gathering in Baku in Azerbaijan for the 29th Conference of the Parties on Climate Change, otherwise known as COP29. COP28 had a focus on placing people and livelihoods at the heart of climate action, with inclusivity of a diverse range of stakeholders. COP29 will continue with that theme, with a focus on climate justice for those most impacted by the effects of climate change, but who did not necessarily contribute towards the emissions which have led to those impacts. I believe that, alongside others, we have a moral duty to take action to tackle climate change and deliver our climate targets. To that end, I am fully committed that we do so in a way that is fair and just. This brings me, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, onto my first update, which seeks to ensure that all sections of society are placed at the centre of and involved in our decision-making. This Assembly should be commended on the fact that a just transition runs through every aspect of the Climate Change Act that we passed here in 2022. A just transition requires a whole-of-society approach to tackling climate change and its impacts, an approach that seeks to promote inclusion, to respect human rights, while promoting development and creation of decent work and quality jobs. The just transition approach that we are taking ensures that as we transition to a low-carbon society and economy, we do so in a way that is fair and just and does not leave anyone behind. I am therefore delighted to be able to inform the Assembly today that I have launched a public consultation on the establishment of a Just Transition Commission for Northern Ireland. The establishment of this commission is one of the key legislative requirements arising from our Climate Change Act. The consultation is a key milestone to move this forward and ensure that we establish a commission that delivers on the functions envisaged by the Assembly as set out in the Climate Change Act. It is important that we have the right membership on the commission to ensure it is as effective as possible. The 2022 Act sets out the sectors and groups which must be represented on the commission. However, I am of the view that to fully address the transformation required, that the Commission may need to further broaden its representation from others, such as energy and transport sectors. I believe once the Commission is established and fully operational, it will be an invaluable resource to this Assembly and departments as a source of expertise to help ensure effective and inclusive emissions reduction policy. The Commission will provide advice to departments on how to ensure that their emissions reduction policies, including climate action plans, comply with the Just Transition principle. And importantly, it will provide an independent oversight function to ensure departments are held accountable and adhering to the Just Transition requirements set out in the Act. Turning to delivering on our commitments in terms of climate. In February 2020, I spoke to the motion declaring a climate emergency. It was my maiden speech. where I quoted from Alan Turing, who once stated, "We can only see a short distance ahead, but we can see plenty there that needs to be done." Plenty has indeed been done. The Assembly voted not only to declare a climate emergency in 2020, but also unanimously at final stage for what is now known as the Climate Change Act Northern Ireland 2022. Since coming into office earlier this year, I have been very conscious of both the obligations and opportunities arising from the Act, and I have been working to deliver on our climate commitments. In May, I introduced legislation for new climate change reporting duties on public bodies. In September, I secured executive agreement of Northern Ireland's first Environmental Improvement Plan. Alongside this, I have been progressing the carbon budgets and climate action plan to provide us with the ambition and the delivery plan to enable Northern Ireland as a region to maintain pace on our climate targets. There are significant benefits for all of the people here if we fully embrace the opportunities provided by addressing climate change, not only through welcome investment in sustainable green energy and technologies, but also through new employment opportunities that this will bring, and the benefits of decarbonisation through increased energy security supply. From my engagement with leaders across many sectors, the message is clear. We in this chamber need to provide clarity to investors and to businesses, both here and internationally, that we have a clear and long-term commitment to decarbonisation, to ensure that as a region we do not miss out on investment opportunities tackling climate change can bring. A key mechanism for reducing our greenhouse gas emissions will be through the setting of our carbon budgets, which will set the maximum amount of greenhouse gases that can be emitted in a given 5-year period. Their primary purpose is to ensure that there is a mechanism in place to put us on track towards meeting our 2030, 2040 and 2050 statutory targets in a planned and gradual way. The consultation on the proposed carbon budgets last year, which were in line with the recommendations from the UK Climate Change Committee, showed significant public support. I have been working over recent months to secure the agreement of my executive colleagues to the setting of our first 3 carbon budgets and our interim 2030 and 2040 emissions reduction targets at a level that we consulted on and was recommended by the CCC. I will then bring them to this Assembly. By the setting of the carbon budgets, we will be showing collective leadership and making clear our commitment, alongside every other nation on these islands, to decarbonisation. In terms of the Climate Action Plan, we will deliver on our carbon budgets through the development of a series of climate action plans, which will set out the policies and proposals across all sectors to reduce greenhouse gas emissions during the associated 5-year period. My department has been leading on the development of our first Climate Action Plan, with input from all departments. Extensive work has been undertaken to ensure that we have a credible plan which is supported by robust science and evidence. To put us on the path to net zero, our policies and proposals have to be ambitious. Our current policies as they stand will not be sufficient. This requires transformation. We must work together and drive forward action on climate change for both our current and future generations. This is the issue of our time. We must provide leadership and deliver a clear direction to our businesses and to our society on how net zero will be achieved. Our approach must be fair, it must benefit the most vulnerable in society and create high-value work and a sustainable economy. It is vital that we listen to the public as we shape our approach. That is why I am determined we publish our draft Climate Action Plan for consultation as soon as possible once we have the carbon budget set. I look forward to bringing the first CAP to the Executive in coming weeks, and will update the Assembly in advance of the 16-week consultation. On collaboration and working together, it's important to emphasise that this is a whole of society issue. We cannot do it alone. Collaboration and partnership across government and with all key stakeholders is absolutely vital. In tackling climate change together, it is essential we are also protecting our environment and taking advantage of opportunities to develop our green economy. In particular, to seize the economic opportunities to showcase Northern Ireland as a leader in innovation, technology and science which will drive inward investment. As all of you will be aware of the world-leading manufacturing that we have on our doorsteps, with the likes of Wrightbus and Artemis Technologies and many others. These are opportunities we must support, invest in and continue to grow, or we risk being left behind. Turning to the Green Growth Strategy. As members will be aware, a consultation on the Executive's draft Green Growth Strategy was launched just before COP26. My department, in consultation with all other departments, has been working to refresh that strategy and ensure that it's current and up to date. Green growth is an accepted OECD term, and in the Executive's draft programme for government, the Executive have recognised the importance of harnessing the potential of green growth and decarbonisation for our economy. The Green Growth Strategy will provide our framework for tackling the transition to a greener, sustainable future. I intend to present the updated Green Growth Strategy to the Executive in coming weeks so that there is an agreed framework in place for all departments to develop policies and deliver programmes that tackle climate change, that protect and restore our environment and support the growth of our economy. In the draft programme for government, the Executive has recognised the impact that climate change is already having on our communities, environment and our economy, in particular through increased occurrences of severe weather events leading to impacts such as flooding, which we must address. The devastating events that we have witnessed in Spain at the end of October, with the sad loss of life, should be a wake-up call for us all. What would a year's worth of rainfall in 8 hours do to our businesses, to our farms, to our economy and to our communities? And we know the impact of that last year in terms of Downpatrick, Portadown and other areas. To improve our resilience to climate change, my department has been leading on the coordination of the development of our third Northern Ireland Climate Change Adaptation Programme. This plan will set out the actions from all departments that are underway and in development to adapt to climate change risks. It is important that we acknowledge that even with achieving net zero by 2050, we will still have locked-in impacts of climate change, which we must continue to ensure that we are adapted to and to improve our climate resilience. Subject to Executive Agreement, I will be launching a public consultation on the draft third Northern Ireland Climate Change Adaptation Programme later this year. Whilst Northern Ireland departments are not attending COP29 in person, we will continue to support the UK Government's COP objectives where needed. I recently had the privilege of being invited to the Under 2 Coalition to attend New York Climate Week. The Coalition represents 178 individual states, regions, provinces and subnational governments, like ours, totalling more than 50% of global GDP. During Climate Week, I was fortunate to be able to engage in a range of events and discussions with ministers and governors from across the globe, to see firsthand world-leading billion oyster project in New York Harbour and to engage in a number of direct bilateral meetings with our international counterparts. The key theme of Climate Week was the time to act is now, not tomorrow. I was reminded that we're not alone in this journey. This is a global problem, and in finding a solution, we all have a role to play. Across this region, we have so much expertise, knowledge and skills, and a strong history of innovation, which we should be rightly proud of. We are already developing local solutions. Northern Ireland has the chance to showcase our global trading science, our technology, and embrace future industries that will attract green investment and have real economic benefits. Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, during my brief time in New York, it was very apparent that we have much to be proud of in Northern Ireland in terms of the progress we have made to date, and particularly the strength and depth of our climate change legislation. It was evident that other regions admired our approach and the strength of our legislation through elements such as embedding biodiversity, soil and air quality targets, the establishment of a Just Transition Commission, and the important embedding of the Just Transition principle in our legislation. I believe that the progress we have made to date and the steps we are about to take in setting our first 3 carbon budgets, finalising the development of the first climate action plan and publishing our green growth strategy will act as the springboards to drive forward necessary emissions reductions and to begin to realise the economic, health, social and wellbeing outcomes for all of our communities. Finally, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker and members of this Assembly, I hope that colleagues will recognise my emphasis on partnership and collaboration in this statement and how I do business. No one single department or sector can deliver the road to net zero. We need to all work collectively together to bring all sections of society along with us in a just and fair way as we transition to a net zero society and economy. Speaking with people across Northern Ireland, it is clear how much we value our environment and we need to protect it. This has never been more apparent than the impact of our actions have had on Lough Neagh, which we are now seeking to reverse. Climate change is the issue of our time, and we have the opportunity now to stop the worst effects impacting our communities and businesses, whilst we also are growing a sustainable economy. I believe we owe it to ourselves and to our young people and to future generations to do all we can now to tackle climate change. Everyone in this room and beyond has a leadership role and a part to play. With the impact of climate change, we face challenges that go beyond anything we have dealt with as a society before, that impacts every aspect of our lives. I believe that it's a challenge that together we can and we must rise to. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. I call Patsy McGlone.
Got a good free all as can hold is we has leisure out of
Thank the Minister for that statement.
To the Just Transition Commission, could you provide us some detail as to what the public consultation is actually seeking input on, and will that include a Just Transition Fund for agriculture?
Thank the member for his question, and there's two parts to that which I think is important to answer. One of the questions we want to tease out in the consultation is in terms of the sectors to be represented and the inclusivity of that, and I'll be very, very keen to hear responses on that. In terms of the Just Transition Fund for Agriculture, that is a requirement set out within the Act. I made a case to the UK Government as part of the recent budget, which was announced at Halloween, that there should be a separate and additional capital funding to qualify as a Just Transition Fund for Agriculture. I wasn't successful in that because, as we know, this budget was not good for agriculture in Northern Ireland. What I'm doing is now engaging with the Finance Minister as part of the budget for the next financial year and what we can put together as a Just Transition Fund for Agriculture, because I believe it's important and it's something I'll be working with the Finance Minister and executive colleagues on.
Thank you, Minister. I call Robbie Butler.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker. Minister, thank you for your statement today, particularly in the Just Transition. You will know that mental health in particular was a real primacy for me and speaking to young people. So can you outline to us what the engagement will look like, particularly with young people and young farmers in particular, and I'm thinking with the budget last week and the further implications that they may not see a future in agriculture and farming, but how Just Transition will fit into perhaps protecting that. Thank you.
Thank you. And you touched upon a really important issue, which is about young people in Northern Ireland and their concerns around climate change. And from meeting the Children and Young People's Commissioner and people and representatives that he works with, there's real anxiety around this. So that's why I'm looking to convene a Citizens' Assembly for young people around climate change. And this is work in progress, and we want to partner with others around this. So it's important we hear their voices around these issues. I do get the concerns, particularly you've outlined in terms of young people working in farming. We need to have succession planning, and we need to give people hope for the future. And that's what I'm doing day and daily, because I think it's absolutely vital that we get young people in farming and agriculture in Northern Ireland. The issue around climate change is an issue of our generation, and it's an issue particularly of concern for young people. So it's important we hear their voices.
Thank you, Minister. I call Nicola Brogan.
Thank the Minister for a statement. The Minister will be aware that the Climate Change Act recognises the importance of treating the island of Ireland as a single biogeographic unit, and also requires that we harmonise climate action in the north with steps that are being taken in the rest of Ireland. Can the Minister outline what level of cooperation he's had with his counterparts in the rest of Ireland to ensure that climate action across the entire country is as complementary as possible, please?
Minister.
Thank you, and you touched upon key parts of the Act, and I've had a significant engagement with my counterparts in the South through the North-South Ministerial Council with Eamon Ryman and also with Charlie McConalogue and also Heather Humphreys, whether that's through the North-South Ministerial Council, but also there's been bilaterals with Charlie. I am awaiting the outcome of the election in the South. I don't know who I'll be dealing with after the end of November, but whoever it is, I'm looking forward to very strong relationships about this, because we have to work north-south, east-west and way beyond that to deal with these issues, and I think good working relationships and also taking learnings from the work that's being done in the south or across the water is really, really valuable for us, and that's why we have, for example, the co-centres set up, which are actually a valuable resource in terms of science and research.
Call Michelle McIlvaine.
Given that the climate change targets set by this Assembly are somewhat unrealistic and unlikely to be met, and the fact that the Minister hasn't yet secured a financial budget to deliver them, Can I ask the Minister if he will consider bringing forward amending legislation to adjust the targets to ensure that meaningful climate change is deliverable?
So I continue to work through the budget issue as we do as an executive around this, but this isn't just about costs, this is significantly about opportunities. And I have a real concern if we don't travel this road as set out within the climate change legislation, we're going to be losing investment. We're going to be losing good green jobs that people in Northern Ireland deserve, and that's something we should grasp. I've already addressed this within the committee. I do not intend to be bringing primary legislation to amend the targets.
Thank you, Minister. Can I call John Blair?
Deputy Speaker, and can I thank the Minister for that comprehensive statement as well. And further to that, can I ask him if he can outline any reasons why the implementation of the Climate Change Act, agreed so convincingly in this House, has been delayed?
Minister.
The member rightly outlines that this was approved unanimously at final reading by the Assembly, and delivering on the requirements of the Climate Change Act is challenging for my department and the wider executive. But many things in life are challenging. I run marathons, they're challenging, but it doesn't put me off. What you do is you train harder and you go at it. Okay? The lack of a sitting Assembly and functioning executive until earlier this year has undoubtedly had an impact in terms of meeting our statutory deadlines as set out in the Act. And it's not just in relation to this, many other areas in terms of lack of Assembly or executive have been impacted. But my focus is not about looking back. As in a marathon, it's about looking forward and trying to do what we can to deliver on the ambition of our climate change legislation that I am proud of. Since coming into office, I have already introduced public body reporting regulations, which was the first deliverable required under this Act. As many will know, my department has consulted on carbon budgets during 2023, and I'm currently engaging with executive colleagues on setting Northern Ireland's first 3 carbon budgets and the review of our 2030 and 2040 emission reduction targets. I've met with several of my executive colleagues and had very useful, positive and constructive discussions. Once the executive position has been agreed on these issues, I will bring forward legislation for this Assembly to consider. This consultation on the Just Transition Commission will help inform the final policy content of the regulations that will establish the Commission. Progress has also been made in terms of the development of our first Climate Action Plan. I believe that we make real progress in delivering on the requirements of the Act in the coming months, and I hope my executive and Assembly colleagues will support my efforts to do so together.
Thank you, Minister. I call William Irwin.
Deputy Speaker, I thank the Minister for her statement. Agriculture plays a key role in Northern Ireland economy, and agri-food sector employs over 100,000 people or thereabouts. Indeed, Northern Ireland produces food for 10 million people in the UK. Will the Minister undertake to work constructively with the sector and their representatives to ensure that climate change targets don't do irreversible damage to the sector?
Minister.
I thank the member for his question, and he touches upon what are key issues, which is why we're launching the consultation and setting up the Just Transition Commission, because we need to do this in partnership with people. And I'm very aware of the role that agriculture plays, not only to our economy, but also to communities in Northern Ireland. Family farms are the bedrock of our rural economy in Northern Ireland, and we should be very proud of them. In terms of the first Climate Action Plan, which hopefully I can bring to the Executive and then out for consultation, it is very ambitious, but agriculture is playing a significant role in relation to that, and I should be rightly proud of that. We often talk in this place about what we are not doing. We talk negatively about Northern Ireland. We should be very proud of the role agriculture will be playing in the first Climate Action Plan, because it's positive, it's constructive, and you have other parts of the UK and Ireland looking to Northern Ireland and seeing what we're doing and want to replicate it. And you know there's many examples of that in terms of the packages of measures we're bringing forward. The Farm Support Development Programme is ambitious, and it includes many measures, including the Soil Nutrient Health Scheme. So we should be hopeful for the future. I don't underestimate the challenges, but we should also be positive about what the role agriculture plays in Northern Ireland.
Thank you. I call Stuart Dixon.
Mr Deputy Speaker, thank you, Minister, for your statement so far. Minister, given your clear and indeed our party's unequivocal stated commitment to tackling climate change, may I ask you to set out the rationale for your appealing the judgment handed down by the Court of Appeal in respect of the No Gas Caverns case, in order, Minister, to allay any concerns expressed by the No Gas Caverns campaign, which I and my East Antrim colleague Danny Donnelly wholeheartedly support?
Minister.
Thank you, Stuart, for your question. The rationale that I set out for the appeal of this is purely on constitutional grounds, and it was set out on the 9th of July, because I remember that was my birthday, and that's when I give a written ministerial statement to this Assembly in relation to it. And it's very clear that for those who read the judgment and also the written ministerial statement, the impact of this in terms of the requirement for referral of decisions to the Executive is changed. That has potential to have real impacts in terms of me progressing important interventions to protect our environment around Northern Ireland. I think some of the commentary of late is bereft of any evidence and any reality. The idea that I'm some sort of gas guzzler and climate change denier is untrue. I took this decision after careful consideration in terms of the constitutional implications around that. I do not believe in further oil or gas extraction or storage which perpetuates our further reliance upon fossil fuels. But I took this decision purely upon the grounds I set out on the 9th of July.
Thank you, Minister. I call Tom Buchanan.
Speaker. Minister, it is disappointing that you're, maybe perhaps a little alarming, that you're pressing on with targets that are unrealistic and refusing even to look at bringing forward primary legislation to for more realistic targets. However, with regards to the just transition, you've talked about broader representations from others such as energy and transport sectors. What then do you envisage the total membership of that commission will be, and what will the annual cost of that commission be?
Minister.
Thank you very much. And I'm not prefixed in terms of what the Commission will look like, and I think it's important I acknowledge that. That's the purpose of the consultation, is to be aware of the different views and to take those into account. I'll deal with one issue in terms of cost and then your first comments just in terms of our targets around this. Similar to setting up a commission in Scotland, and that was recently set up in Ireland, I'm proposing that commission members will be part-time but will be remunerated in line with the Department of Finance public appointee remuneration levels. My department will provide funds to the Commission to meet costs for the Secretariat, IT support, operational costs as required, and fees and expenses will be in line with the Department of Finance guidance. These costs will be dependent on a number of factors. This consultation will seek views on these factors, and the sectors will be represented, and that will determine the way forward in terms of costs, particularly with regards to frequency of meetings. In terms of the targets, I would say a couple of things. This legislation was agreed unanimously at final reading. The first climate action plan that hopefully I'll be able to break forward, I have confidence that we'll be able to achieve that and be able to meet that. So why would we miss that opportunity? Why would we turn that away? Why would we turn around the opportunity for investment? Because I'm very serious about this. I want Northern Ireland to succeed. I think it's the best part of the world. I'm very, very proud to represent it. But I want to get investment in here. I don't want companies going elsewhere. I want them to be coming here. And we need to show that there's certainty and that we're serious about our climate change legislation. And as in a marathon, you don't give up at the start line. When you're at mile 20, you might want to have a bit of a consideration where we're at. We're nowhere near mile 20. We haven't even started. Let's get cracking at it. Let's show a bit of confidence for Northern Ireland, and let's work with people through the Just Transition Commission.
Thank you, Minister. I call Steve Aiken.
Very much indeed. Thank you very much indeed, Minister. And I thank indeed Mr Dixon for sort of bringing on the same sort of question I'm about to ask. But Minister, on the 27th of June this year, the Lady Chief Justice quashed the marine licence associated with the gas caverns project in Isla-Magee. In the light of your comments in paragraph 5, 10, 31 of your 70-paragraph statement, and you say specifically about a moral duty, I say that again, a moral duty of ministers to deliver on the climate emergency, why are you and the department taking such a retrograde step of referring the decision on the gas caverns back to the courts, when actually what we need is resolute action from you, Minister, in stopping it right now?
Minister. What you're getting is resolute action from me on climate change, and that's why I've came to the Assembly today to outline the work that I'm doing in relation to this. If the member cared about this issue as he pretends he does, he would have read the judgment fully and my written ministerial statement on the 9th of July. What I can't stomach is Johnny-come-latelys on the 11th of November suddenly cotton onto this issue and making false allegations in relation to my commitment around climate change.
Here, here.
I call Donny Donnelly.
Principal Deputy Speaker, I welcome the member's statement, the Minister's statement, and his clarity about his actions against climate change. I just want to ask the Minister to detail further how climate budgets and climate action plans reflect the recommendations provided by the Climate Change Committee.
The actions I'm taking in terms of setting the way forward are entirely aligned with the recommendations of the CCC, and it's something that I have already sent a letter today to congratulate the new Chief Executive of the organisation.
Matthew, did you want to ask a question? Yeah, it's just you sort of stood up.
Okay. Apologies.
Go ahead. Thank you.
Maybe it's age, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, that I'm not as quick on my feet as I thought I was. But thank you very much, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker. I obviously don't run as many marathons as the Agriculture and Environment Minister. Minister, there's a bit of a thank you for your statement. There's a bit of a disjunction between the urgency with which you have in your question, your answers addressed climate change, but some of the slowness of pace inside your department. And historically you said that international partners admired our approach. Perhaps that was at the drinks reception, they'd had a glass or two, because I would love to meet anyone who's serious about climate change who admires Northern Ireland's approach. You said that in the coming weeks you will bring forward carbon budgets. You also said that you'd bring forward a climate action plan. Can I ask specifically, when will those be discussed at the Executive? When will you bring forward them to the Executive? And will they be published and brought to this Assembly before the end of 2024?
Thank you. Minister.
Thank the member for his questions. As you're aware, these are discussions I'm having with my executive colleagues, and the pace I run this marathon, that has to be the pace which my executive colleagues are prepared to join me with. And that's something I will continue to encourage others to follow that pace. I am very ambitious about this. I'm ready to go. I'm seeking to continue to engage with my executive colleagues in terms of the carbon budgets. Once that agreement is made, I will be coming to this Assembly to let people know more about that, and then I will look to seek and get approval of the climate action plans, because that's the next step around that. We must get this agreed by the end of the year, and I will continue to engage with executive colleagues in relation to that, and it's absolutely key. In terms of others looking to Northern Ireland, I was referring most specifically in relation to agriculture and the interventions that are being made. And I'm happy to meet with yourselves as a party to brief you on the work that's been done in terms of the future Farm Support Development Programme and the good work that's been done in agriculture. Boy, I know there's more to be done. There's significant more work to be done. But we're making good progress in terms of turning things around. And government can be hard, it can be difficult, but it's about delivering change for people and working together with others. And that's what we're doing, particularly within farming, because it's absolutely crucial we do that and we give people hope for the future. And those interventions in terms of the Soil Nutrient Health Scheme and the different packages of measures we're bringing forward are positive and are groundbreaking in Northern Ireland.
Thank you, Minister. I call Andrew McMurray.
To ask the Minister how a Just Transition Commission will ensure that our farming and rural communities are protected as we move towards a low-carbon economy.
So that's exactly what the Just Transition Commission is about, which is about holding government and this Assembly and more wider our feet to the fire in terms of ensuring those voices are heard. And it's absolutely critical that we move on now and we're able to set the regulations. But what I want to do is do that consultation so we get the voices heard in relation to these issues.
Thank you, Minister. I call Sinead McLaughlin.
Thank you, Minister, for your statement this afternoon. DAERA recently published the Northern Ireland greenhouse gas inventory. Based on his department's document and data, the average rate of emissions reduction, Professor David Rooney, who's an energy expert in Queen's University, who I'm sure you know, suggests that at the current rate, net zero will only be reached by 2118, 68 years after the 2050 target. Would the Minister agree that Northern Ireland is falling increasingly behind? And that is the understatement in my question.
Minister.
So I'm aware of the stuff that you've quoted, and what it doesn't take into account of, which we need to take account of, is the need for ambitious climate action plans, because once you insert those, that's where we get ourselves on a road towards net zero. And that's why it's quite crucial that we get agreement in terms of the carbon budgets and then the climate action plans, because that's the interventions that we need. And as I outlined within my statement, they have to be transformative. But we're up for this. Northern Ireland's got a history of being transformative. Look to our past and look what we were able to do. Don't underestimate what we can do in the future, and other parts of the world are looking to us to lead in those areas.
Thank you, Minister. I call Nick Matheson.
thank the Minister for a statement this afternoon. Can the Minister add some more detail as to what funding the Department needs to drive a just transition and also perhaps the cost of failing to take action on climate change?
Minister.
So there's significant costs of failing to take action as a result of lost investment, lost opportunities for jobs in Northern Ireland, but that's something I don't want to contemplate. There is costs of being able to make the interventions to enable a just transition, and that's something that we should already be doing, frankly. So in relation to, for example, communities, I would support Gordon Lyons in terms of the need for investment in terms of energy efficiency in homes, because it's about a just transition, but also it's about doing decarbonisation. Within agriculture, there is a need for capital funding to drive down not just greenhouse gas emissions, but also water and air quality. My ambition is high, and I will be engaging with the Finance Minister in the time ahead in terms of what sort of resources we can secure to be able to deliver this future for everyone.
Thank you, Minister. I call Colin McGrath.
Speaker, the Minister's statement references embedding air quality targets. If a private business is spraying diluted chemicals over waste and then the wind transmits that on occasions to residential areas and urban areas, would the Minister agree that this actually hinders our ability to meet air quality targets?
I would ask the member if he has concerns in a specific area to raise it with the relevant agencies, because that's important that he does. I'm aware of a local issue he has concern with, and I'll be writing to him shortly, inviting him to a meeting in relation to that.
I call Timothy Gasson.
Much, Principal Deputy Speaker. The Minister is pushing a policy which will result in the slaughter of animals in Northern Ireland and the exporting of demand to the depleting rainforests of Brazil. Can the Minister tell us how many jobs he estimates will be lost in the Northern Ireland agricultural sector if this climate action plan is implemented in its current form?
Minister.
The member is clearly not acquainted with the legislation which was brought forward by the previous DUP Minister and agreed unanimously, including by his own party at final reading of the last mandate. I don't look towards reduction in jobs, I look for the growth of good, green, sustainable jobs. And in terms of the Climate Action Plan, as the member may not be aware, that is something that has to be agreed by the Executive, and it's something I'm working together to achieve. I don't look for us to move backwards, I look for us to move forwards, and that's what I'm keen to do. In terms of agri-food, it's a vital sector within our society, and that's why I'm working to give a sustainable future going forward. That does mean taking difficult decisions, but rather than allowing people to feel warm and not facing up to them, I'm working through them. My entry when I came in February was overflowing with difficult issues, and I'm not dodging them.
Thank you, Minister. I call Anya Murphy.
As Cancunian, I'd like to thank the Minister for coming to the Chamber this afternoon to make his statement. Minister, can you provide any detail on the timeline for completing an equality and rural impact assessment into the final Climate Action Plan to ensure that the needs of rural communities and farming families are addressed?
Minister.
I'll write back to the member with the full details around that, but it's absolutely key that we consider the impact on rural communities, and that's something I'm doing forward in terms of the future rural affairs policy as well, because it's something I want to embed within this department. I'm also doing work with my executive colleagues in terms of the future budget, because you know the earmarking of that has been removed, and it's something we want to be able to ensure that rural development is a key part of that.
Thank you, Minister. I call Mark Durkin.
Starting pistol. We're well aware of the Minister's fondness for marathons, and I think that's reflected in the length of his statements. Today, he has highlighted once again the need for increased investment to address the climate emergency. Can the Minister tell us how much of his department's budget has been allocated towards climate mitigation and adaptation?
Minister.
I thank the member for his question. What members don't know is that on occasions the member has been faster than me in marathons, and I give credit to him for that, but I'll catch up in due course. The issue you raise is where these issues also should be mainstream within all departments, and something that we should be doing as course. One of the challenges we have got is in terms of adaptation and mitigation within Northern Ireland. That's where we need to work as an executive around this, and I'm quite keen to go forward. In terms of the budget for the next financial year, it's important that all departments are bidding for significant funding around these issues. We have to match up with what the UK Government have provided with us, and that's something I continue to engage with DESNES around in terms of financial support.
Thank you, Minister. That concludes questions on... Yeah, sure. Point of order, Jerry.
Deputy Speaker, at question time, the Education Minister, I believe, misled the House by saying
it didn't pass a motion last week on calling for him to review the eligibility criteria for the RAISE programme. I briefly quote that motion passed last week where it says, calls on the Minister of Education to urgently review the criteria for the targeting of the RAISE programme. To me, anybody else is reading that sounds like review it. So could I ask for the record to be corrected in that regard?
Jerry, I'm going to bring that back to the Speaker's office and they can review Hansard and then get back to you. So, just in case the Minister for Agriculture, sorry, were you going to raise a point of order?
Principal Deputy Speaker.
Okay.
But please continue.
You don't mind? Thank you. The questions to yourself and to are concluded, okay? So questions on the statement are concluded. Point of order, Mr. Aiken.
Principal Deputy Speaker. Point of order. The Minister called me, I think he tried to call me a jolly come lately. I think the Minister might like to correct the record, because if he's got any knowledge at all of the number of times I've been involved in the No Gas Caverns process, along with John Stewart, and indeed his two illustrious members from East Antrim, you'll discover we've been doing it for a very, very long time, Minister. Please feel free to correct the record.
Okay. There's a lot of gas in this chamber. Anyway, I will bring that back and ask the Minister to reflect. Okay, so any more points of order?
Member may have been raising this very regularly, but I do note when I published a written ministerial statement on the 9th of July, many who are now commenting upon this issue clearly were on a very long vacation.
Okay, none of these are points of order, as you all well know. Okay, so apart from Jerry's, so the next item of business is a motion to approve a statutory rule. Clerk, would you please read the motion?
That the draft Fair Employment Monitoring Amendment Regulations Northern Ireland 2024 be approved.
I call Junior Minister Cameron to move the motion.
Beg to move.
Thank you, Pam. Junior Minister, the Business Committee has agreed that there should be no time limit on this debate, so I call Junior Minister Cameron to open the debate on this motion.
Thank you, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker. And today we are seeking the Assembly's approval for the Fair Employment Monitoring Amendment Regulations Northern Ireland 2024. It might be useful to members for me to begin by setting out the principal considerations which informed the preparation of this statutory rule. Madam Speaker, the Executive Office proposes to make a statutory rule under powers conferred by Article 53 of the Fair Employment and Treatment Northern Ireland Order 1998, or FETO, to make amendment to the Fair Employment Monitoring Regulations Northern Ireland 1999. The statutory rule is subject to draft affirmative resolution before the Assembly. The statutory rule is substantively an administrative matter, and it will amend the monitoring regulations to require existing registered concerns, including public authorities, to provide monitoring information in respect of school teachers from the 12th of May 2024 only. This is the date on which the school teachers exception in the Fair Employment and Treatment Northern Ireland Order 1998 was removed by the commencement of the Fair Employment School Teachers Act Northern Ireland 2022. Without this amendment, some schools could be in technical breach of the monitoring regulations. The monitoring regulations currently require employers to provide 12 months' data to the Equality Commission for Northern Ireland on the anniversary of their initial registration. The Fair Employment School Teachers Act Northern Ireland 2022 does not provide for the collation of 12 months of teachers' data needed for the first return that follows the removal of the school teachers' exception. The monitoring regulations state that failure to provide a return containing retired information is an offence. In order to ensure that employers are able to provide the required monitoring data and not be potentially subject to a fine, there is a need to amend the monitoring regulations. The purpose of this statutory rule, therefore, is to amend the reporting requirements so that the existing registered concerns do not need to supply information relating to school teachers prior to the 12th of May 2024 only. We would like to thank the Executive Office Committee for its prompt scrutiny of these regulations. Thank you, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Junior Minister Cameron. I call Paula Bradshaw, Chair of the Executive Office Committee.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker. I rise on behalf of the Committee for the Executive Office
The committee considered the draft regulations at its meeting on the 11th of September 2024. The committee accepted that this is a technical piece of legislation to ensure schools do not find themselves in breach of equality legislation. The committee had no concerns about the draft legislation and was content in principle for the regulations to progress. However, the committee did raise a query to the department as to the estimated additional costs to the Equality Commission to add schools to its oversight remit. The department's reply indicated it was considering a business case from the Commission to cover this cost, but stressed a need for the Commission to find ways to absorb the new costs in the current financial climate. The committee will keep under review the capacity for the Commission to undertake this additional work. At its meeting of the 23rd of October 2024, the committee considered the final version of the regulations, which did not differ from the draft presented in September. The committee therefore recommends that the draft Fair Employment Monitoring Amendment Regulations Northern Ireland 2024 be approved by this Assembly. Thank you.
Thank you, Paul. I call Emma Sheeran.
I rise in support of this motion as outlined by the Chair of our committee. We discussed it at the committee and supported this largely procedural matter which just brings equality into place for our teachers across all sectors.
No other members to ask? Okay, so I call Junior Minister Cameron to conclude and wind up on the motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker. So we're grateful to both the Chair and to the members present here for their contributions to debate, and just, I suppose, to update the Chair of the committee in regard to the Equality Commission. Just get the other thing here. So, on the wider issue of the implementation of the Fair Employment School Teachers Act Northern Ireland 2022, the Equality Commission has submitted a business case to the Department in respect of additional staff costs as outlined. The requirement to monitor teachers which flows from the Act is new work, and the scale and volume of tasks required is not yet clear. The vast majority of schools are already registered for fair employment monitoring processes and report through the Education Authority or the Council for Catholic Maintained Schools, who will be able to provide advice and guidance to member schools. It's not yet clear what additional burden will fall to the Equality Commission for Northern Ireland. The Department is extremely mindful of the current financial climate and the likelihood of additional funds being available to centrally meet this new need, and the Department has asked the Commission to look at ways to meet the new requirement by reallocating funds from other work. Additionally, in considering the Commission's business case, the Department asked the Commission for an analysis of which tasks contained in the business case could be conducted at a reduced level and which were unachievable without additional resource. The Department has received this analysis and is actively considering it. The First and Deputy First Minister have agreed to the internal reallocation of £298,000 to the Equality Commission in Northern Ireland to cover staffing cost pressures. Now, this funding is not directly related to Teachers Act work or the associated business case, but the additional funding has been welcomed by the Commission, and TEO has asked the Department of Finance to note the proposed adjustment to its budget lines. So that's more by way of information. So the Executive Office will continue to assess the implementation of the Fair Employment School Teachers Act Northern Ireland 2022 as the monitoring process continues. These regulations will provide a helpful transitional arrangement for the new monitoring arrangements of the school teachers under the monitoring regulations. We thank members during both the debate today and consideration by the Committee for the Executive Office for the support signalled for these regulations and commend them to the Assembly. Thank you.
Thank you. So the question is that the draft Fair Employment Monitoring Amendment Regulations Northern Ireland 2024 be approved. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary of any noes? The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Members, just take your ease for the next item of business, please, just for a few minutes. Okay, the next item of business is a motion on a statutory duty of candour. Clerk, could you please read the motion?
This Assembly agrees on the need for statutory and legally enforceable organisational and individual duties of candour in Northern Ireland's health and social care system. believes that while the overwhelming majority of staff are committed to the highest standards of care, a statutory duty of candour will play a vital role in identifying and addressing cases of abuse, negligence and failings in health and social care settings. Expresses concern that limited progress has been made in introducing a statutory duty of candour since the beginning of the inquiry into hyponatremia-related deaths 20 years ago. Calls on the Executive to engage with the UK Government around the implications of the proposed Hillsborough Law and how it could strengthen candour in public services in Northern Ireland, and calls on the Minister of Health to bring forward legislation to implement statutory organisational and individual duties of candour before the end of the current Assembly mandate.
Thank you. I call on Nuala McAllister to move the motion.
Moved.
Thank you, Nuala. The Business Committee has agreed to allow up to 1 hour and 30 minutes for this debate. The proposer of the motion will have 10 minutes to propose and 10 minutes to wind. As an amendment has been selected and is published on the Marshall list, the Business Committee has agreed that 15 minutes will be added to the total time for the debate. Nuala, please open the debate on the motion.
Okay. Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker. I rise today to introduce our motion calling on the Health Minister to introduce the statutory, organisational and individual duty of candour by the end of this mandate. Since the beginning of the hyponatremia inquiry in 2004, following the deaths of 5 children in Northern Ireland, there have been consistent calls for a statutory duty of candour for healthcare workers to be enacted. Despite this, I stand here 20 years later with very little progress to note from the Department of Health and a string of health ministers. Unfortunately, within those 20 years, we have also seen a number of scandals which could and should have been prevented. The actions of Dr. Michael Watt, the infected blood scandal, abuse in Muckamore, the urology, cervical smear reviews, and scandal at Dunmurray Manor, just to name a few. I have engaged extensively with families of those who have lost their lives as a result of these scandals and those whose lives were changed as a result and heard their pain firsthand. Some of those families are here in the Assembly Gallery today and watching online, and I want to pay tribute to each and every one of them. Mr. Speaker, Deputy Principal Speaker, we should never underestimate the power of a person who has lost a loved one or had their loved ones suffer from mistakes, deliberate or otherwise, who have witnessed cover-up instead of transparency to pursue justice, truth and accountability. While a statutory duty of candour applicable to both the organisation and the individuals within that organisation with legal backing would not have saved every life, and in every likelihood they would have had significantly decreased the time these actions were able to continue and the number of lives impacted as a result. Since joining the Health Committee, I have taken every opportunity to speak up on behalf of families who have been impacted by the abuse and neglect seen in Muckamore Abbey. Just last week, I met with relatives of Muckamore residents who had experienced severe abuse during their time in the hospital, including one young man who was in the hospital for 21 years. They made it clear to me that an individual's statutory duty of candour with legal backing is essential to make sure that learning is gained through the plethora of health scandals in Northern Ireland. Not my words, the words of Glyn Roberts, whose son experienced horrendous abuse during his 2 years in Muckamore and who speaks on behalf of the majority of families of that scandal. My colleague Danny Donnelly and our wider Alliance Party reps have been engaging on an ongoing basis with relatives of deceased patients of Dr. Michael Watt, whose fight for justice has been made all the more difficult due to delays in the deceased patient's review process. This is just a small snapshot of the human impact that these scandals have had on families across Northern Ireland. Alliance have brought this motion on their behalf, and I want them to know that if there is anything that any of us can do for them, we will always be here to listen. I thank Sinn Féin for submitting their amendment, which calls for a duty of candour to be co-produced alongside families and health and social care workers. This is an extremely important point, and we welcome the amendment and we will be supporting it. In discussions with the sector, it is clear to me that they are in full agreement on the need for an organisational duty of candour with legislative backing, so instead I would like to focus on our call for that individual duty.
An important discussion on the duty took place at the NICON conference just a few weeks ago, where the emphasis was made around the need for any statutory framework to be brought in tandem with support for cultural changes within the organisation. And this is an important point, because we are not arguing that the legislative approach in this motion should be done alone. I acknowledge that this would not be successful in a vacuum for it to be effective. It must be implemented alongside efforts to implement an open and transparent environment within the health and social care sector. Staff must feel safe to raise concerns at every level, and I would highlight the Belfast Trust as doing some work to try and implement this, putting an emphasis on psychological safety of staff and aiming to change behaviours at the macro level to the atomic level as tangible examples of supporting a cultural change, such as weekly one-to-ones in order for people to raise concerns, to ensure that they can meet that goal of being more open. But let us be honest with ourselves. We cannot rely solely on the Department of Health to take the lead on changing the culture. How can we trust that the issue of a more open framework will be embedded when it has taken the department so long to get here in the first place? Learning through committee 2 weeks ago that the Being Open framework should launch early next year, is that really acceptable? Is that the grand total of the effort since the launch of the hyponatremia inquiry and since publication of its findings in 2018? I want to make it very clear here today to any healthcare worker that we appreciate and we value your work. The vast, overwhelming majority of you carry out your work every day with the utmost integrity, and for that we are grateful. It is important to emphasise that this is not calling for mistakes to be criminalised, as I am aware that we have been told from within the sector that this is a misunderstanding that was spread carelessly by the department. Mistakes are human. Doctors and healthcare staff are not immune to making mistakes. That is not the issue at hand. The issue is a statutory duty of candour would address is when mistakes are made and an effort is made to cover this up. We recognise the threshold must be high where there is intentional cover-up, but we also recognise that accountability must take place. I have heard some argue that the legislative backing on an individual duty is not required, as healthcare professionals can already be held accountable through the GMC. But to this I would say, they should speak to the parents of Claire Roberts. Alan and Jennifer, who have fought for almost 30 years for the truth as to what happened to their daughter Claire. And we all recognise the smiling photo of Claire that we see in news articles to this day when we talk about duty of candour, when we talk about cover-up and ensuring that we get honesty. If we honestly believe that people can hold themselves accountable, mark their own homework, then we must speak to not only Alan and Jennifer, but to every family member who has lost a loved one and still does not get the truth and accountability they so deserve. The cervical smear review was also launched by the Southern Trust in October last year, long after scandals around hyponatremia and the actions of Dr. Michael Watt became clear, becoming headline news in Northern Ireland. Yet still cover-ups continue to occur. Clearly something needs to change, and these reports, which have called for an individual duty to be implemented, must not be in vain. I recognise that people have concerns around a fear factor coming as a result of this, and to anyone that is worried, I would say we are not blind to the difficult decisions involved in practising medicine. We understand that risks sometimes have to be taken and that decisions may only become clear in hindsight, but the truthfulness and honesty must be prevalent. Patient safety is paramount. I hope that we can get support on this matter, but most importantly, I hope that the Minister can commit today to bringing forward legislation, perhaps even exploring the Hillsborough Law proposals as an opportunity to do our own legislative work here for organisational and individual duty of candour. We owe it to every person who was and continues to be unable to speak up for themselves. And before I finish here, Principal Deputy Speaker, I do want to pay tribute to the parents of Claire Roberts and to many of the victims of the plethora of scandals in Northern Ireland, some of which are sitting up in the gallery today. We thank you for your ongoing campaign, in particular to Alan and Jennifer, who have fought for almost 30 years, indeed finding themselves even as recent as last week fighting these issues in court. It is people like Alan and Jennifer that we need to ensure that this issue does not go unheard. We need to ensure that we instil a legislative basis upon which we can receive honesty and truth for any mistakes that have been made. I commend the motion to the House. Thank you.
Thank you, Nuala. I call Liz Kimmins to move the amendment.
Moved.
Thank you, Liz. You'll have 10 minutes to propose and 5 minutes to wind, and all other speakers will have 5 minutes. I call on Liz.
And I thank the Alliance for bringing this very important motion. We have had numerous discussions in the short time that this Health Committee has been in place, and I think they've been able to speak for others. I think we're all very much on the same page on this issue, because time and time again, even in the short time since February when we first came together, we have heard the very difficult reality that many patients and families have faced as we listened to and met with numerous families and people with lived experience of harm that has come to them as a result of mistakes, cover-up and other factors. And we felt very strongly that now is the time for change. We cannot wait any longer. We cannot continue to see these inquiries and these scandals coming to the fore. And I too want to acknowledge all the families who have used their own experience to ensure that those coming behind them do not go through the same traumatic and distressing experience that they have. So I think without them we probably wouldn't be in this place today, although it is a very sad indictment of what we are discussing. So I think openness and transparency is absolutely fundamental to underpinning trust in our health and social care system, and it is what all users of these services are entitled to expect. A culture of openness benefits patients and service users, but it also benefits those working in health and social care. A statutory duty of candour does not seek to punish workers for mistakes, but seeks to empower workers with the knowledge that if harm is caused, they can flag this to ensure learning and to help improve processes and systems in place. By initiating an openness framework, we can start to make the change from a blame culture to a culture of learning. The most important piece of work is the cultural shift that is required within the health and social care system. This shift needs to ensure that staff feel supported to assist in system learning and improving outcomes for patients. As mentioned, we've experienced a number of scandals within the health and social care service in the past number of years, which have left many patients, families and staff with a sense of distrust in the system and feeling that many issues were missed, which developed into major incidents for patient safety. And as MLAs, a lot of us will also have dealt with individual cases where families have lost a loved one or faced life-changing or life-altering conditions as a result of mistakes being made, and whom have and continue to wait for answers and for change to occur for far too long. So we do believe that it is important that we have both an organisational and an individual duty of candour to ensure that the highest levels of transparency can be relied upon at every level of our health service. Families have a right to know the circumstances if their loved ones experience harm, and it is only right that they can get that. Likewise, staff also need to feel safe to be open and honest, as this seeks to protect them in the crucial work they do and ensure our healthcare is delivered to the highest possible standard. And Sinn Féin commends the patients and families impacted by the hyponatremia and the other scandals within health and social care for their perseverance and endurance in their search for truth and justice. The outcome of their efforts must be a health and social care system that is open, transparent and inspires trust and confidence in all those who deliver and use its services. We need to make these changes, otherwise more and more of these scandals will continue to blight our services and our society, and we cannot allow that to be the case. It is very important that the organisational statutory duty of candour requires each organisation to provide training, support and protection for staff to enable and empower them to fulfil their individual duty of candour, underpinning that open and honest culture that we strive for. And I want to place on record that an overwhelming majority of our dedicated health and social care workers are committed to and strive to provide the best care for their patients. And that is why the amendment seeks to ensure that there is genuine co-production and co-design which involves staff and patients and families that have experienced harm. It's crucial that those with lived experience of the SII process are involved in the development of any legislation around duty of candour. Understandably, a number of representative bodies for various professions within our health service have outlined their concerns and a lack of support for the proposals, particularly around individual duty of candour, citing how workforce pressures have not to date formed part of the discussions, and that staff feel very much that they are the low-hanging fruit where harm is caused and blame is ensued. So this is crucial in any discussion or decision to move to an individual duty of candour, and why we have sought to amend the motion to ensure there is full co-design and co-production with staff as well as the families. Staff must be part of any process to develop legislation to ensure they can outline their key concerns and these are listened to. In a climate where our health service is under extreme pressure, staff are burnt out and often working in unsafe conditions, where mistakes and errors are at a higher risk of occurring. It is vital that this is also recognised and informs any proposals going forward. Staff must not be the collateral damage for organisational failings or poor management and planning, and this must be abundantly clear in terms of duty of candour. And therefore we must collectively strive to reduce the significant pressures on our health service as a whole executive. Priolas Cancórla Sinn Féin want to ensure that patients, their families and all of our staff have confidence and trust in our health service, that people feel safe to speak out when things are not being done how they should be or when mistakes are made, so that steps can be taken to address this at the earliest possible stage. Any culture of cover-up must be eliminated, and we need to put the best interests of patients at the forefront to ensure no family has to wait years upon years for the truth when a loved one comes to harm. We have seen this time and time again through hypernatremia, urology, infected blood inquiries, and that's just to name a few. And the huge impact this has on patients and their families cannot be underestimated. However, one thing has been consistently made clear. Had facts been made available at the earliest possible stage, a lot of this pain and trauma could have been avoided. Families could get some level of closure and justice for their loved one, and the learning from these experiences used to reduce the risks of the same mistakes being made time and time again. So that is the ultimate objective of this motion, but essentially ensuring that all stakeholders are an integral part of the process and the principles of co-design and co-production are fully implemented throughout. There is no doubt there remains difficult conversations to be had, but we cannot stand still on this any longer, and by working together we can ensure there are strong frameworks in place to protect all of our patients, to uphold strong confidence and trust in our systems, and to protect staff going forward.
Thank you, Liz. I call Diane Dodds.
Thank you. And thank you to the proposer of the motion and the amendment for the opportunity to contribute to a very important debate. Since joining the Health Committee in February this year, I have met and talked to a wide range of individuals who have been dreadfully let down by the healthcare system in Northern Ireland. They have found it impossible to get answers, and for many, knowing the truth of their loved one's situation is of paramount importance. It is harrowing for those who have lost loved ones to have to fight long, protracted legal battles in order to get truth and accountability. In the hypernatremia inquiry, which reported in 2018, Mr Justice O'Hara spoke of, and I quote, honesty in reporting, professionalism in investigation, focus in leadership and respect for parental involvement. In a response to my colleague Joanne Bunting on the 26th of September this year, Minister, you indicated that there were 11 of the actions relating to a duty of candour arising from Justice O'Hara's report that have now been put into the development of a being open framework policy that is currently under development. I hope you hear our frustration today, Minister, that there are no conclusions to this. It's hard to tell what progress has been made, and maybe you will outline this in your response. As a Health Committee, we have also met relatives of the deceased patients of Michael Watt and taken evidence from those involved in the infected blood inquiry. I also want to reference here the 17,500 women in the Southern Trust who have had smear tests reviewed because of underperformance in the reading of such tests. The Trust were aware of these issues from 2008, and today I think specifically of the husband and family of Erin Harbinson, who recently passed away after a battle with cervical cancer.
Erin's smear was misread in 2012, in 2015 and in 2018. Erin was diagnosed in 2021 and only received her smear audit in 2023, 1 month before the Trust had to issue the 17,500 letters. There should also be an independent inquiry to establish the facts around this. Families have been left deeply hurt and traumatised, grieving, but with prolonged fights in order to try and ascertain the truth. When we consider all of this, it is understandable that relatives and patients of those so grievously impacted should now be asking for a statutory and legally enforceable duty of candour. Honesty, integrity and transparency with patients and family is key in establishing trust in our health service. Let us also be clear, our healthcare workers are not only highly skilled and trained, but are committed and caring individuals who go above and beyond to give exceptional care to their patient. They operate in a fast-moving and extremely challenging environment where they are often understaffed and under-resourced, and we should pay tribute to their professionalism and care for their patients. On Friday, I met with the RCN, and it is clear that there is anxiety amongst staff as to how an individual duty would work in practice, given the level of risk that they operate under on a daily basis. And as we discuss this motion, we need to acknowledge that the overwhelming majority of healthcare professionals are doing their very best and serving the public in a very different environment. We also need to acknowledge that modern healthcare is now incredibly complex and the risk element is high, and not all decisions will have a successful outcome. In response to the consultation to a duty of candour in 2021, the DUP welcomed Justice O'Hara's report and asked for it to be implemented in full. On the individual duty, I quote, "We are minded to support the introduction of the statutory individual duty of candour, but believe that further work should be undertaken to identify and resolve any potential unintended consequences before such an instrument is formally introduced. The consequential question is whether failure to comply with this duty in more extreme circumstances should mean the possibility of criminal sanctions for breach of duty. Again, we are supportive of this in principle, but want to ensure that it is firmly underpinned by an evidence-based approach involving a wide range of interested parties. We will continue to engage with professional interests and other stakeholders on these crucial aspects of the proposed legislation." Colleagues, this remains our position, and we really thought by now that we would have seen that proposed legislation. Minister, you should move to legislate for the recommendation of Justice O'Hara's report.
Time's up. Thank you.
And my colleague, Mr. Frew, stands ready to do so if you're not.
Thank you very much. I call Alan Chambers.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker. My sympathy today, and that of my party, is with the many families in Northern Ireland who have suffered greatly at the hands of medical negligence and haven't always been able to get to the truth. So they are very much in my thoughts today. I understand the motivation to bring this motion to the House, but my concerns and that of my party are in relation to the unintended consequences, and in particular the chill factor it could create among our health professionals. We will support any future movement to introduce an organisational duty of candour. Such a duty would bring Northern Ireland in line with the rest of the United Kingdom. We have seen the difficulties in the past when efforts were made to attract surgeons to take up employment at the South West Acute Hospital, when the jobs didn't perhaps tick all the boxes for potential applicants. With an individual duty of candour in place, with potential criminal sanctions lurking in the background, how much more difficult will it be to attract health professionals to come here to work? There is also the issue of clinicians becoming more risk adverse in their treatment plans for patients. I know it is the Minister's ambition to deliver on the organisational duty of candour, but there is no doubt that an individual duty would be difficult to deliver, and certainly to deliver at pace. we will not divide on the motion, but will always be honest in regard to what is deliverable. Thank you, Deputy Principal Speaker.
I call Colin McGrath.
Thank you very much, Principal Deputy Speaker. In addressing the motion today, I want to set out that the SDLP has always stood alongside the families impacted, whether it be from Dr. Watt or the scandals at Muckamore Abbey, or those impacted by hypnotremia or other cases. The families fell victim to a litany of failures by those who were charged with their care and health. They deserved better, and for many, they still deserve justice. And having met with many of those families, the justice they deserve goes beyond prosecuting those responsible, but to changing the culture within our health system so that those that witness failings feel that they can speak truth to power. That culture is sadly not there at present, and I think, unfortunately, the motion that we're debating today will maybe not help that need for a change in culture. I think sometimes the motion, or in some ways, the motion might inhibit that need for a change in culture. The process which the proposers are taking today of an individual duty of candour, of organisational duty of candour, of criminal sanctions for all, and then rolling them all in together, I feel could just lead us to poor policy. We have met with doctors through the BMA. We have met nurses through the RCN, the largest union, unison regarding this motion. I would be surprised if the proposers haven't also engaged with these unions, who represent tens of thousands of workers when developing the motion. Because if you had, which I'm sure you have, as we did, you would have heard them saying that where does the proposed duty of candour begin and end? What do we mean by legally enforceable? Are we aware of the unintended consequences of what is being proposed, but actually push us beyond the rest of the UK in terms of statutory duty of candour? Yes, I appreciate that.
Thank you. I suppose, thank you. I obviously don't lead on health anymore, and I, along with my colleagues, have met with the different unions many times. But would the member agree with me that this motion is being brought today out of sheer frustration that 7 years on from the inquiry into hyponatremia, we are no further forward in this space?
Member has an extra minute.
Couldn't agree more with you, and you're now in that executive, so I look forward to you as being part of the executive and part of the decision making and ensuring that happens. I'm an opposition spokesperson. I can't deliver that. You're in the executive. It's up to yourself to deliver that. But anyway, I would want to know about maybe why we're pushing for criminal sanctions when an expert-led consultation 3 years ago said that we couldn't get agreement on that. If I must, you've got plenty of time, but I'm happy to debate.
We've purposely left criminal sanctions out because we understand the conversation needs to be had of that. I mean, you might want to actually engage on the issue in the first instance, and again at committee when we have discussed it time and time again, of which you don't even sit there, you walk out early. I think you're being really disingenuous here regarding why we have brought this here.
Interventions are meant to be brief, just for everybody, please. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Alliance don't like it whenever you disagree with them on a few things. I agree with you on many of these things, but whenever we don't fully agree with the Alliance Party, they like to lecture us. But I'm happy enough to continue, because it's not my intention to completely disagree with all of it. It's the way that it's phrased, and it's the way that it is currently worded. As I say, the amendment from Sinn Féin, we acknowledge the intention of that amendment, because any new system should be co-designed and should be co-produced with workers and with the families that are impacted. But I fear that it's still predicated on the basis of there being an individual criminally sanctioned duty of candour, which might be a bit concerning. Yes, of course, Ken. Yes.
That point, I think, firstly, as the previous member has outlined, there's no reference to criminal sanctions in this motion. Secondly, do you not think that that is the time to have those discussions, to outline what people's key concerns are from all sides of this debate, and then move forward to find a suitable outcome that will benefit everyone and keep patient safety as being paramount?
Thank you, Colin.
I thank the member for the intervention, and agreeing is to say yes, but if we're going to end up with a criminally sanctioned individual duty of candour, then that's not the outcome that those hard-working health staff want, and it's not one that we could support. Obviously, we're being attacked right around the chamber here. I only have 6 minutes. Please go on ahead, because I think yours will be the most interesting that I'm about to get, so go on.
A very quick intervention. Does the SDLP then not agree with O'Hara? Does the SDLP not agree with the O'Hara report?
The Justice O'Hara.
I do, but what I'm saying is that this actual motion as presented, which has absolutely everything lumped in and is a non-binding motion, is not going to achieve that. What we need to see is legislation being presented in this Assembly. That's what we're supposed to be. We need to legislate so that we can work for the families, legislate so we can help those that have been impacted. We need to legislate so that we can create a culture within our health service that will be able to work so that people feel that they can step up and they can detail any of the problems or the concerns that we have. But what we've got is, once again, for here, a talking shop and no action at the end of it. So if we're going to continue with talking shops, we'll see no change of anything. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I just want to remind everybody not to be talking from a statutory position, okay? Everybody needs to be heard. So with that, I'll call Pat Sheehan.
And there seems to be some misunderstanding about what an individual duty of candour is, and one with criminal sanctions. It's not about penalising doctors or other medical professionals who make genuine mistakes. It's about ensuring that there's a culture of transparency, because for the last 20-odd years, last 30 years, we have seen a culture of cover-up time and time and time again. And today I want to talk about one case, and that's the case of young Claire Roberts. And I want to acknowledge our parents, Alan and Jennifer, in the gallery here today. And as Nuala McAllister said, they have been trying to get to the truth for nearly 30 years now. And let me just give a recap of what happened. Claire was 9 years old when she was admitted to Children's Hospital in Belfast with vomiting and lethargy. Her bloods were tested and it was noticed that her sodium was low, not dangerously so, but it should have been checked the next day. That was the 21st of October she was admitted. They should have been checked the next morning on the Tuesday, and they weren't, and that was the first mistake. She was then treated with a number of different medications, which she shouldn't have been given because of her condition. And she was prescribed 3 medications. In 2 of those medications, she was overdosed, which again made the situation worse. Her family were by her bedside for most of the Tuesday. And that evening, around about 9 o'clock, I think it was, because they had 2 other children, they needed to go home. None of the staff in the hospital explained to them how seriously ill Claire was at the time. And after the family had left, later on that evening, Claire went into respiratory failure and was taken to the paediatric intensive care unit, where it's believed she was already dead. The consultant who was in charge of Claire's care didn't see her for the whole time she was there, the Monday and the Tuesday, and she only arrived in the Children's Hospital at 4 a.m. on the Wednesday. And she knew immediately what had happened, because Claire had been put on intravenous fluids, and because her sodium was low, that fluid further diluted the sodium in her system, and that led to hyponatremia, the brain swelling, which then caused her death. The Roberts family, well, first of all, the consultant didn't notify the coroner, as she should have. She didn't order a post-mortem, which she should have. She ordered just a post-mortem of Claire's brain. And the family were told that Claire had died as a result of a bug in her stomach travelling to her brain.
They lied barefaced to the family, and the family, obviously devastated by losing their daughter, but believed what they had been told by health professionals. I will.
The opportunity to add a minute on there. Would the member acknowledge that it was also there was 2 pathologists and a number of consultants involved too in this? What could potential cover up from the start?
The member's an extra minute.
Absolutely, and time prevents me from going into all the details of this case. I'm just going over the main points of it. Alan and Jennifer then watched a programme 7 or 8 years later entitled When Hospitals Kill, which was produced by UTV. And it struck both of them that what was being discussed in that programme, which was about other children who had died from hyponatremia, that the same thing had happened to Claire. And they went to the Belfast Trust and demanded that the coroner be informed about this. And of course, the Belfast Trust were caught with their pants down and had no option but to go to the coroner. Now, you would have thought at that stage the Belfast Trust would have said, right, we've been caught here, let's be open and transparent, let's tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. I'll take a quick intervention, I haven't got much time.
The member for giving way, and I know from my time on the committee with him that this was an issue we were both extremely passionate about, and I do agree with him. The fight that the Roberts family has had to go through has been nothing short of disgraceful. Does he agree that the current system encourages cover-up rather than transparency?
Absolutely agree with you, 100%. And you would have thought that the Belfast Trust would have then been open and honest, and a team was set up to collate information to give to the coroner. Alan Roberts says that between 2004 and 2006, false and misleading information was supplied to the coroner. And the coroner returned findings in 2006 that weren't true and weren't accurate. And then in the aftermath of the O'Hara report and the family campaigning for another inquest, the family then got another inquest in 2019. And the findings from that inquest say that Claire Roberts died as a result of hyponatremia, not as a result of a virus travelling from her stomach to her brain or any other reason. So we need an individual duty of candour with criminal sanctions. That's the only way to bring about a culture of openness and transparency.
I call Alan Robinson.
Principal Deputy Speaker, I rise today to give our support to both the motion and the amendment. The report in the hyponatremia-related deaths was published in January 2018, 14 years after it was set up. The report set out 96 recommendations, all of which were deemed to be major pieces of work, with implications for the entire health and social care system. It was expected that the vast majority of recommendations would be implemented by the end of 2020, with the statutory duty of candour piece requiring Assembly legislation. At the heart of this report, and indeed the debate today, are 5 grieving families of children who should still be with us today. This could have happened to any family. It could have happened to me, who's a healthy, fun-loving 10-year-old girl who I love with every bone in my body. I add, watching the footage of those families of the children, which the hyponatremia inquiry was set up to find the truth on behalf of, is haunting. Whatever the debates back and forth are today, we owe an outcome to those families and others thereafter. But equally, no one in this chamber wishes to be in a battle with their doctors and nurses or any health professional. We recognise the valuable work they do, and I personally very much value and respect their concerns that they have around an individual duty of candour. Submissions from health unions over the weekend would suggest concerns on the individual piece. However, I see no such similar concerns to organisational candour. We heard from Professor Peter McBride at the Health Committee, who told us the high degree of fear and anxiety amongst health staff and the lack of trust in the systems that are in place to allow them to raise concerns, and that it would harm their career if they spoke up specifically around an individual duty of candour. He informed committee members that the organisational piece would bring us in line with other parts of the UK. We have seen time and time again through the conveyor belt of inquiries the importance of transparency, honesty and responsibility in delivering healthcare. Whilst our healthcare professionals are deeply committed to upholding the highest standards of care, we must also recognise that when things go wrong, when failings, abuse or negligence occur, it is essential that these issues are addressed promptly, openly and justly. Statutory duty of candour would ensure that healthcare organisations and individuals are held to the highest standard of transparency. And it's not about blame or recrimination, but about safeguarding lives, protecting public trust and fostering a culture where learning from mistakes is not only encouraged but mandatory. When harm occurs, patients and their families deserve nothing less than honesty and accountability. This principle was made abundantly clear in the aftermath of the inquiry into hyponatremia-related deaths, a tragedy that shook the foundations of our healthcare system 20 years ago. And yet, despite the passing of 2 decades since that inquiry began, families are deeply concerned, and rightfully so, at the limited progress that has been made in introducing a statutory duty of candour. But while it will require decisions that are finely balanced, weaknesses within our health system cannot be allowed to persist. The people of this province deserve a healthcare system where accountability is woven into its very fabric, and not something that is introduced only in times of crisis. I want to conclude by saying, when my party responded to the consultation on candour back in 2021, they said in their response a very important line: it is imperative to make the distinction between mistakes and the deliberate hiding or withholding of information and failure to disclose. A statutory duty of candour will not only help to identify and address individual cases of malpractice or negligence, but it should be designed to strengthen our institutions, providing greater transparency and accountability. It should ensure that healthcare providers learn from any mistakes at the earliest possibility. I want to agree with my party colleagues that a duty of candour should be drafted and enacted fairly and without unintended consequences. It will not be, or it should not be viewed as a punishment. The possibility of criminal sanctions in more extreme and serious cases is something we do support in principle, which recognises that this must be framed in a way that is evidence-based and should make clear a distinction between the wilful and deliberate withholding of information relating to practices that take place in a healthcare setting and those practices themselves. Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Alan. I call Donny Donnelly.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker. A statutory and legal enforceable duty of candour in our health and social care system is urgently needed, both on an organisational and an individual basis. Well, there is no question that the vast majority of our health and social care staff are committed to the highest standards of care. It is impossible to pretend that mistakes will not be made, so we must ensure that appropriate safeguards are in place to ensure that they are not repeated and that we learn the lessons necessary to ensure the utmost care for all of our patients. It is very disappointing that limited progress has been made on introducing a statutory duty of candour and that successive health ministers have failed to bring forward legislation on this issue. The case for reform is more relevant than ever following a number of important inquiries, including the hyponatremia-related deaths inquiry, the infected blood inquiry, and in England the proposal for the Hillsborough Law. There has been an encouraging progress on the proposed Hillsborough Law since the election of the new Labour government, with the Prime Minister recently announcing that the bill will be introduced in Parliament early next year. A previous report from the Joint Committee of Human Rights last year highlighted the importance of such a bill to ensure compliance with Articles 2 and 3 of the European Convention on Human Rights, which legislation from this place would and should be compliant with, due to your membership of the ECHR and the legislative competence of this place under Section 6 of the Northern Ireland Act 1998. The other inquiries mentioned reiterate the need for a statutory duty of candour. The hyponatremia-related deaths inquiry, which began 20 years ago, recommended the introduction of a statutory duty of candour in situations where it was suspected or believed that death or serious injury had been caused to a patient by an act or omission of a healthcare organisation or its staff. In such circumstances, the patient or family should be informed of the incident and given an explanation. The recommendations were specifically for healthcare professionals, NHS healthcare organisations and private providers. The inquiry notes that in 2015, then Health Minister Jim Wells informed the Assembly that a statutory duty of candour should be introduced in Northern Ireland, and it was a priority for him and the Department. But, as with so many other things that we discuss in this chamber, such legislation has been delayed by years due to political instability and the prolonged absence of an executive and ministers. More recently, the Infected Blood Inquiry also highlighted the need for an introduction of a statutory duty of candour. In May this year, the Health Committee heard from Nigel Hamilton from Haemophilia NI. Nigel spoke very powerfully during that committee session on the need for a statutory duty of candour, and I would recommend that members revisit his contributions. He rightly said that people need to have confidence in our public institutions, whether it's this Assembly or our medical institutions. Openness is vital, and those in a position of leadership and responsibility need to listen, not just to tell. Nigel also rightly stated that it is important that we have our own specific legislation on duty of candour in Northern Ireland, given our unique circumstances, and with the realities of devolution, we should not simply wait to see what Westminster chooses to do. We must ensure this is a priority in the remaining 2.5 years of this mandate. In 2021, the Department ran a 16-week consultation on draft policy proposals for a statutory duty of candour and being open framework. There were varying levels of support for the proposals, and we have since met and corresponded with some of these organisations. Some stated they could not support the recommendations, pointing out that their members were already professionally regulated. These proposals are not about diluting existing regulation of healthcare professionals, but a means to complement and expand them. It was also raised that a duty of candour may affect recruitment and retention of staff, the chill effect that some people talk about within the health service, although I do not see how working within this duty would put anyone off, particularly if they are already professionally regulated. As someone who has worked in the health service, I think it is important to emphasise that this is not about punishing people for mistakes. Mistakes can happen in any profession, but it is essential that we learn from such mistakes and that we have a culture within our healthcare system that promotes the highest standards of care and openness, including highlighting mistakes and what must be learned from them. When things have gone wrong and someone suffers harm in the course of receiving healthcare, it is absolutely right that the patient or their loved ones get clarity on what happened from the people responsible for their care, and that steps are taken to make sure that no one else suffers in this manner. A duty of candour is about reassuring the public that they will get answers and truth when things go wrong, and about rebuilding trust in the health service after inquiries that have reached such scathing conclusions. It should not be lost on any of us that the health service in Northern Ireland is under enormous pressure. Our waiting lists are scandalous. People wait years for routine operations and in many cases are forced into paying for private health care. We effectively have a two-tier health system. Wards in our hospitals regularly have extra patients lying in corridors. Our A&E departments are overcrowded and the whole system operates under prolonged periods of intense pressure. Sadly, these are precisely the circumstances when things go wrong. Staff feel exhausted, are overworked and are undervalued. In conjunction with the duty of candour, we need the Health Minister to introduce safe staffing legislation for Northern Ireland to ensure that patients have the correct number of staff to deliver safe and effective care for them. Thank you.
Thank you. I call Paul Free.
Deputy Speaker. Adam Strain, Lucy Crawford, Rochelle Ferguson, Conor Mitchell, Claire Roberts. Children. Children at the centre of the O'Hara report. Alan and Jennifer Roberts, Claire's mum and dad, who are with us today. Conan McElrath, Vice Chair of the UK Haemophilia Society. Nigel Hamilton, who sits in the balcony, Chairperson of the Haemophilia Northern Ireland. Ladies with letters, 17,500 women. Erin Harbison and Lindsay Courtney, who also lost their lives. Muckamore Abbey Hospital, neurology, urology. Northern Ireland has had the need for too many public inquiries for such a small jurisdiction, and too many times promises to learn the lessons have not been fulfilled. In a health system that should have openness, truth and transparency at its heart, it has the opposite. And I wish I was standing here today with faith in the Department of Health, but that faith is shot. It's short because it's so difficult to mourn the loss of a loved one, but to then have to fight for the truth for 3 decades. That's unbearable. That is unbearable. And so, if the Department of Health won't do this, I will. And I have been working on a private member's bill to bring in an individual duty of candour. And I give this commitment today. I will work with the Alliance Party, with Nuala and Danny, and I will work with Sinn Féin, with Pat, and we will try our best to get a piece of legislation that serves the population out there, that serves our healthcare workers, and brings openness, truth and transparency into the heart of our health service. But it's not just about the past, it's about the future. The Ombudsman's report, 2023-24, what does it say? Our public services are under significant pressure, and despite a number of reviews and recommendations, our health service continues to operate in crisis, with an unprecedented reported level of dissatisfaction and stress among HSC staff and practitioners. This in turn has led to a decrease in public trust in our health service. When something goes wrong, it is an opportunity to be open and honest, to involve patients and family and to rebuild trust. However, it remains the case that too often we see a defensiveness within our system. Patients and families who approach NIPSO continue to experience a lack of candour or support and report a lack of compassion or empathy, compounding their trauma. This is a report published for 23-24. Yes, it will.
I thank the member for giving way, and I know how personal this is to him, and I commend him on bringing forward a piece of private member's legislation. He mentioned Lindsay Courtney. Lindsay Courtney was not only a friend, but a constituent of mine. And would he agree with me that the way in which their families have had to fight has compounded the grief that they've experienced in the loss of a loved one?
Paul, you have an extra minute.
Contribution, and he makes a valid point on Lindsay. Health and care, social care complaints continue to account for the largest portion of our overall complaints received, increasing year on year. Many of the complaints we receive, and this is the Ombudsman, highlight the need to prioritise patient safety, to rebuild trust and confidence in our health service. For far too long, our health service workers and personnel have been let down by whistleblowing legislation. It doesn't work. And we need a duty of candour, an individual duty of candour, to empower those workers. By applying a duty of candour and then applying a criminal liability for a breach of the duty to be open and truthful, we believe empowers the individual within the health service who could well come under intense pressure from senior staff or line management to hide or keep secret actions which have had a detrimental effect on people's health. If such a liability and responsible wasn't in place, we also believe there is currently a stigma attached when people speak out or whistleblow for fear of suspensions or retributions, and this must be overcome. Folks, in this House we have an opportunity. We have an opportunity to bring forward a piece of positive legislation that will do a world of good for people who mourn, for people who work hard in our health service. I take this debate as a sounding for my private member's bill, and I give this commitment today. I will work with every single one of you, to try and produce a bill that's suitable for Northern Ireland. Thank you.
Thank you, Paul. I call Jerry Carroll.
Being open and honest when things go wrong is definitely the right thing to do, and I want to pay tribute to all the families who have campaigned for that. The families of former patients of Dr. Watt, the Roberts families, and all who have been mentioned so far. And as the motion states, the vast majority of health and social care workers are committed to providing the highest quality of care Many already work according to professional codes of practice under a de facto individual duty of candour, and place the duty of candour for individuals and organisations on a statutory footing may help to ensure more patients and their families get the honesty and transparency they deserve. But in reality, health and social care workers, Deputy Speaker, are scared to speak up because they know they'll be bullied and intimidated by management if they do. And multiple health unions, Deputy Speaker, have reported that their members don't feel support enough to raise issues about unsafe staffing levels and high vacancy rates. Unsafe staffing levels, as been mentioned, are just one of the factors contributing to massive amounts of pressure on this workforce. And in the context of the...
It's disappointing that we still haven't seen safe staffing legislation come forward either. Thank you.
I agree with the member, and also proper budgets that properly fund our health service too, but I agree with the member on the lack of legislation and disappointment around that. And in the context of these broader pressures, Deputy Speaker, and systemic failings, it's unsurprising that mistakes are and do be made. But the focus shouldn't be solely on the individual worker who's dealing with unsustainable workloads, persistently low pay and high pressure. The focus should be on the wider system that brings about these conditions. This is a health and social care system, last time I checked, with over 5,000 vacancies. This is just crazy. We have a system that contracts private companies to provide social care services and tells workers to deliver complex personal care during 15-minute home visits. How many issues around standard of care and safeguarding are caused here? A system that breaks its promise to maintain pay parity for workers. I direct people to their inboxes. We also need to see systemic, as people have said, cultural change across our health and social care system, which is badly needed. It's basic common sense that our health and social care organisations and senior managers should reflect on existing systems and procedures when things go wrong. Doesn't always happen, to put it mildly. Workers report a culture of corporate protection, blame and cover-up on the part of senior managers within health and social care bodies. I've heard this far too many times. Our health and social care system must develop a culture of openness and learning to improve patient safety, and organisational duty of candour will be part of the change that is needed. Deputy Speaker, the Department of Health's 2021 consultation on the introduction of a duty of candour was severely lacking in detail about how the duty will be implemented and who is responsible for its outworkings. This can't be left up to the underpaid, understaffed and overstretched workers on the front line. It should fall to the department heads, permanent secretaries and senior staff in the department. I also support the call for the Executive, Deputy Speaker, as the motion says, to engage with the UK Government on the implications of the proposed Hillsborough law. It's been long fought for working class communities who experience tragic injustice and their good name besmirched by a rotten Tory government. Being open and honest about unethical and unacceptable behaviour, Deputy Speaker, should be the norm. There should be a culture of transparency and accountability that allows workers to feel safe when speaking out and not be targeted or victimised. The ultimate focus of this duty of candour should extend beyond workers, Deputy Speaker, at the front line to HSE bodies, organisations and senior management as well. But a separate duty of candour should also apply to executive ministers, who should have an obligation to be open and honest about the issues plaguing our health and social care system. A duty of candour might compel ministers to explain cuts and closures, the downgrading of services and the creeping privatisation of our health and social care system and its effect on the standard of care. The Executive, Deputy Speaker, owes a public honesty and transparency about the implications of their decision making, and to be clear about the consequences of years of reconfiguration, privatisation and underinvestment, and the impact all this has on people's clinical outcomes, quality of life and health inequalities. Thank you.
Thank you, Jerry. I'd like to, our next speaker is the Minister for Health, Mr Mick Nesbitt. And just to advise you, Minister, you have up to 15 minutes to respond to the debate.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker. To begin with, can I just acknowledge the genuine passion with which members have spoken in this debate, and also acknowledge the frustration that nothing has been done in a long number of years. And members have alluded to the fact that the idea of a duty of candour has been around since the inquiry into hyponatremia-related deaths and the conclusion of the chairman, Mr Justice O'Hara, that arrangements to ensure the quality of services that the behaviour of certain individuals within the health service at the time were not acceptable. And as Mr Frew pointed out, those failings led to the tragic deaths of 5 young children: Adam Strain, Claire Roberts, Lucy Crawford, Rachel Ferguson and Conor Mitchell, who, along with their families, of course, were so badly let down. Mention was also made of other disasters, and in recent times I have met with representatives of the Ladies with Letters and I think 29 family members who lost loved ones to Dr. Watt. And some people say to me, oh, those must be difficult occasions to go and listen to, and actually I think they're difficult occasions for those survivors to trust somebody in authority by coming and telling their stories. And so we've seen recommendations for a duty of candour also arising from the urology inquiry and the UK-wide infected blood inquiry. That last one recommends that statutory duties of candour should be extended to cover those individuals in leadership positions of the health service, in particular individuals in executive positions and board members, and specifically Northern Ireland should introduce an organisational duty of candour, as we are the only part of the United Kingdom without such a sanction in place. And Principal Deputy Speaker, I agree, and if the legislative programme permits, it is my ambition that legislation will be introduced before the end of this mandate. It's a vital issue. It's one that must be addressed by my department, yes, but also by this Assembly and by the health and social care sector at large. Our focus and the purpose of any legislative change needs to be very clear, and that is to reduce patient harm and support a culture where openness and honesty are at the centre of the services we provide. And as members have made out, it would be remiss of me not to say that in the vast majority of cases, openness and honesty, as well as a relentless commitment to patients and their safety, is evident in every ward and through every service in Northern Ireland. The staff in our health and social care sector continue to undertake some of the most difficult work in some of the most challenging environments. However, as is clear from the reports and reviews I've referenced, much more needs to be done to ensure that when things do go wrong, there is openness, and when things go wrong, there is candour. As mentioned, my department consulted on both organisational and individual duties of candour in 2021, and understandably there was a great deal of interest in the issues raised. In fact, the consultation yielded 344 responses, which were considered by the department, along with the hyponatremia workstream structures that were established. And these structures included service users as well as the clinicians who provide these services. While there was significant support for legislation to support duties of candour, there was also a significant amount of concern and fear around the proposals. In the main, these concerns related to whether a culture of openness and candour is sufficiently present and supported in the systems we currently have in place. There were also concerns around what the unintended consequences of an individual criminal sanction might be in Northern Ireland when such a sanction does not exist elsewhere in the United Kingdom. However, I'm very conscious a duty of candour for our HSE staff is nothing new or indeed novel. It appears throughout professional codes of conduct, and in that sense, nothing new is being asked of staff when it comes to being open and honest when things go wrong. The proposals, as members will know, are not to sanction mistakes, but rather to sanction attempts to mislead or cover up when mistakes are made. It's clear that a lack of openness when things do go wrong can be devastating for patients and for families, and can significantly frustrate our efforts to keep patients safe going forward. The Department's response to the consultation was outlined to this Assembly in October of 2022, just days before the Assembly collapsed at the end of that month. The decision of my predecessor was to address, in the first instance, the cultural piece of work, which is critical to any successful piece of legislation, and in parallel further consider the concerns expressed by some consultees around the impact of the proposed criminal sanctions. I am firmly of the view that new legislation without also addressing the cultural issues I've referred to would not be particularly productive. However, I'm very aware of the time that's passed since the release of the hyponatremia recommendations in 2018 and the frustrations that I have mentioned. I'm on record as saying I am in favour of every individual working in public service being honest and candid when people suffer unnecessary harm, whether that harm is physical, mental or psychological. And that's my desired outcome in this important policy area. The key question then becomes how to create a regime that minimises the chill factor, that deters individuals from being candid, and maximises their willingness and responsibility to engage in an honest review of what went wrong. So I'm happy to report to the Assembly that we've made significant progress on a regional being open framework in recent months, and I expect to consult on this towards the end of this calendar year. That work that was initiated in the autumn of 2022 with Professor Peter McBride, an experienced associate member at the HSC Leadership Centre, was commissioned by the Department to lead on this work.
Minister, for taking the intervention. Would you agree with me, Minister, that being open is one part of it, but those staff seeing the changes that need to be made when they are open, very visible and in front of them, is what will encourage them to be open, because it can be very disheartening when you tell the truth about something that's happening and nothing changes?
I thank the member for her intervention, and I do agree with her, and hearing members say that even when individuals within HSC are willing to come forward and talk about what went wrong and why, they are sometimes discouraged, and discouraged may be a light description by their senior management or by people above them in their line of management. So yes, it's very important, and that, I believe, links into the culture which has to go alongside any legislation. So significant engagement has been carried out by the Department over the last number of months about this being open framework. It aims to ensure individuals within our system are fully empowered to exercise candour and openness, and that HSC organisations have in place the necessary support and the systems required to enable and nurture a truly open culture, as the member has referred to. It's important too to recognise the wider duty of candour policy context across the UK. England, Scotland and Wales have already an organisational duty of candour in place. The legislation in Wales was implemented quite recently, in fact 2023. Principal Deputy Speaker, it's also important to note that in December of 2023, in response to the release of the Hillsborough Disaster Report, the Department of Health and Social Care in London announced a review into the duty of candour in England. Their statutory duty has been in place for 10 years now, and the review is taking place to understand to what extent the duty is being honoured, monitored and enforced, and to ensure that the initial policy objectives are being met. In terms of ensuring our legislation is as effective as possible, the evaluation of the English duty will be of significant benefit to us, and my officials continue to engage with colleagues in England to ensure that any future work in Northern Ireland is informed by the conclusions of this important review. The Assembly will also have noted that the Prime Minister committed in the King's speech that a Duty of Candour Bill will be introduced to Parliament before the next anniversary of the Hillsborough disaster in April of 2025. This bill is expected to be a much more wide-ranging bill, taking into consideration all public bodies, so that they all act in the public interest with transparency, candour and frankness. And again, my officials are engaging with colleagues in England, Scotland and Wales to consider these wider developments. I have also written to the First Minister and Deputy First Ministers on this matter, as there will be implications across the public sector that we will need to be alert to. Now, while the duty of candour is under review throughout the UK, I am not content that Northern Ireland remains as an outlier on the organisational front. It's certainly important I continue to take account of the experience and effectiveness of the duty in the rest of the United Kingdom over the coming months, but I do not want that to unduly delay progress. So, in principle, therefore, I repeat, I support the implementation of an organisational duty in Northern Ireland, and I expect to make a firmer commitment on its implementation following the outcome of the forthcoming consultation on the Being Open framework. I am optimistic regarding what we can achieve before the end of this Assembly mandate and the momentum across the system on this issue that exists, and that is something that I very much welcome. And I look forward to updating the Assembly again following consideration of the Being Open Framework consultation. That's in terms of next steps on that piece of work, but also in relation to the duty of candour issue more broadly in Northern Ireland. As we move forward on an organisational duty of candour, it will also give us a further opportunity to involve key stakeholders in the development of this policy. Principal Deputy Speaker, I talk often of trying to avoid the chill factor. One member did point out that not all decisions, clinical decisions, will have successful outcomes, and perhaps a chill factor would impact on a clinician deciding whether or not to perform a certain procedure. There's also the question of whether people who know what went wrong will be willing to speak out. And I know when I spoke to a lot of the victims who lost loved ones to Dr. Watt, they were very clear in their own mind. There were people around Dr. Watt who knew exactly what he was doing, who knew exactly the harm that he was creating, but they were afraid to speak out. And the question is, will that individual duty of candour, which is legally binding or which has criminal sanctions, will that further enforce that chill factor, or will it open it up? And the final thing, which we haven't discussed in terms of a chill factor, is if you're applying for a job in health and the duty of candour with the criminal sanctions for individuals only applies in Northern Ireland, we're already having huge workforce issues. Maybe we'll lose more people to Sláintecare and to England and Scotland and Wales.
I think the Minister needs to be honest here today and genuine in saying to healthcare workers that a duty of candour will only come into force where there is cover-up. And that's what people like Alan and Jennifer want here today, is to ensure that there is no cover-up.
I am very clear there should never ever be a cover-up by an individual, by a group, such as a group maybe who had operated a procedure in a theatre on a single day, by a trust, or by the health and social care system. Nobody.
Just on this chill factor, Minister, and some individuals within the health system being afraid to speak out because they're under pressure, maybe from more senior people within the health service. If they have a choice to make between acquiescing to what a more senior person wants or complying with the law, if they don't, they could end up in front of a judge. I mean, I think it's pretty straightforward what choice they will make. And that's why it's important that in an individual duty of care that there is a criminal sanction so that people can't be pressurised by people above them. As the Director of Litigation did with one of the doctors involved in Claire Roberts' care, that doctor in a statement accepted that he had made a mistake, and the Director of Litigation in the Belfast Trust pressurised him or asked him to change that statement, and he did so.
Again, Principal Deputy Speaker, I just accept that as a genuine belief by the member, but ultimately it's going to be a judgment call for this House, and I'll make my judgment call after we've consulted on our Being Open framework. But what I do believe we can all agree on is that we have an opportunity here to end the years of frustration, and we might not at this point agree on the exact way forward, because I am proposing that we go forward with an organisational duty of candour only, but maybe Mr Frew will bring forward a private member's bill, or maybe he'll try and amend the bill that might come out of the department. But we have an opportunity to try and ensure that this sort of thing, the cover-up, never ever happens again.
Thank you, Minister. And before I bring our next speaker in, which will be Orlea DeWind on the amendment, as the business on the order paper is not expected to be disposed of by 6 this evening, in accordance with Standing Order 10(3), I'm going to allow the business to continue until 7 or until the business is completed. So, Orlea, just for you to conclude on the amendment, and you've got 5 minutes.
Yes, Gormi Agat, Alaskan Collier. The motion and amendment being debated here tonight seeks to create a culture of transparency and accountability in the North's health and social care system by establishing a legally enforceable duty of candour. We would be taking a critical step to ensure that every organisation and individual within our healthcare system is open and honest about any shortcomings. This isn't just a policy change, it's about building a foundation of trust and integrity. A statutory duty of candour is ultimately about protection for staff, for patients and for families and our wider communities. This duty ensures that cases of abuse, negligence or mistakes are brought to light, they're investigated and they're addressed transparently. Families and staff deserve this assurance, and I think just that line's important because throughout the debate tonight it seems to be that yes, there's of course really genuine concerns, absolutely, that our health and social care workers have, and again, you know, we're here as MLAs, as elected representatives, representing, you know, we represent people that work in the health and social care service, we have family members that work in the health and social care service, we have MLAs who work or worked in the health and social care service. So it is trying to find the balance of how can we have those conversations, allay those fears, also in tandem with giving families that complete security and confidence that they're never going to go through what other families have went through. So I know that it is a fine balance, and I suppose tonight is maybe it's a good beginning to a conversation. Obviously there's different views you know, amongst the members, and it's good that the Minister's taken forward the piece of work on the candour, the being open framework. We had a presentation on that at the Health Committee the other week. It's really good that that work is taking place, but I think that it's maybe just a sign of there's much more conversations that have to be had, and I know that will take place as part of the consultation. But again, it's how you're getting that balance for the health and social care staff, but also for, again, the patients and their families who come from our homes, who come from our constituencies, you know, so everyone's included in this conversation. We're all speaking, I think, on behalf of both sides, and it's the challenge is then how you find the right method, the right piece of legislation that makes everyone feel protected and safeguarded. And it was says as well around, I'm trying to remember who mentioned it, just around the fear, I think it was Jerry, around this, the culture of fear around speaking up for health and social care staff. And it was mentioned a few times, and again the big question is why? You know, there's a big wrong there in itself. Why our staff, Pat had mentioned then, maybe in cases where it's senior managers, senior executives in trusts and health and social care settings. But the big question there is why are those staff feeling that fear? Why is there that culture of people are too afraid to speak out when they see someone doing wrong or doing harm intentionally, or probably 99% of the time it's unintentionally? And I think that's the important question also. We can bring the legislation in, but why is our health and social care staff feeling that sense of fear when they want to speak up about something that they think has went wrong? Because again, to me, that would signal that there's a legacy somewhere within our health and social care system that has let some of that fester in terms of the structures, in terms of management. So, yeah, I think that we also need to be focusing on those conversations alongside the conversations in terms of any legislation that we're going to bring forward. And again, obviously, the motion, it's not about blaming staff, it's about how we protect staff, it's about how we protect patients. And as I say, both need to be treated on an equal par. And again, it's been mentioned just around, you know, if we're not going to build the foundation of trust within the health and social care system, how are we ever going to instill a confidence within our health and social care workers that they can communicate with their managers, that they can communicate things that have went wrong, they can feed it up the line? And the conversation that we had in the Health Committee the other week was basically around, you know, if we're getting to the stage where all of that trust and openness and transparency is there, well then whenever an adverse incident takes place,
Time's
ideally it won't lead to a serious adverse incident, and ideally it won't lead to the situation that obviously the families in the gallery have had to endure, and that's what we're trying to prevent.
So I want to call on Paula Bradshaw to conclude and wind up on the debate on the motion, and Paula, to advise you of 10 minutes.
Thank you very much, Principal Deputy Speaker. I just want to thank all the members for their contributions this afternoon, and I very much concur with the Minister that there is a lot of passion, very passionate debate, and it's really because we all just care so much about this issue and the stories of the victims and survivors, many of whom are in the gallery, that we've come across as elected representatives. So, Principal Deputy Speaker, the fundamentals here are simple. Victims have rights. Those who suffered ruined and incomplete lives because of any scandal or disaster need to be central to the response of that scandal or disaster, and work needs to be undertaken to ensure that these do not occur. And I think that was something certainly that Alan Chambers did highlight in his remarks. So just turning to the scandals, and my colleague Nuala McAllister did outline some of those, and sadly, the list of scandals and disasters of the century alone do make for grim reading, with a significant human cost. We had the hypernatremia inquiry, and I would also like to pay tribute to Alan and Jennifer Roberts for their courageous work over the years, and very much appreciate Pat Sheehan outlining. I don't know how you remembered it all, Pat, but when I heard their story again today, it is just so harrowing what the family have had to go through. We also have had the Muckamore Abbey Hospital inquiry, again another inquiry that there was a reluctance within the Department of Health to bring forward, but we're underway with that, and some of the information coming from that is deeply disturbing, and we pay tribute to Dawn Jones and her late husband, Councillor Mervyn Jones, in terms of the support they've given to their son Timmy over the years as an inpatient in Muckamore and what he has been through. We've had the independent neurology inquiry, and again we see the sterling work from Colin Armstrong, who's been fighting on behalf of the deceased families. And then, of course, the infected blood inquiry, and Nigel Hamilton and his late brother. They have been such stalwarts in their campaign for truth, justice and accountability in that space. So we've just seen a series of individual cases of negligence, and indeed the payouts for negligent average roughly £40 million per year here in Northern Ireland. Sorry, and I should have highlighted as well, there was Diane Dodds did raise, and I hadn't on my list, the cervical smear test failings within the Southern Health and Social Care Trust. So, I suppose we could stand here all day and recite them, but the fact is that there are so many inquiries into these scandals and disasters that there is even a Department of Health Inquiries Implementation Programme Management Board, and remarkably, however, this is made up entirely of departmental appointees. And victims, we all know, are looking for truth, justice and accountability, and you would have to question how they would have faith in such a board. And as Jonathan Buckley highlighted, these families, many of whom have campaigned for decades for the truth into their loved ones' cases, and they need to have faith in whatever processes are taken forward. So in terms of the neurology inquiry, let us, just by way of example, look at some of the findings of this independent neurology inquiry, which should truly shock us. It found that there was a lack of prioritisation of patient safety, to the extent that trusts have audit committees but not patient safety committees, and this was an issue my colleague Nuala McAllister raised. It found that intervention is required where there is a clear evidence of poor performance and malpractice, yet no such intervention occurred when this was the case with Dr. Watts. It specified, and we should note this clearly, that intervention is required where there is reason to suspect patient safety is at risk. In other words, the burden of proof is not as it is in a court of law, but it is based on the balance of probability based on the evidence. It found that opportunities to stop harm being caused to patients were missed, and even when it was evident that harm had been caused, the authorities focused on trying to reduce the financial burden that would arise rather than on accepting liability and trying to learn from it. And I think that's an issue that's come up today. Rather, those whose focus was not on patient safety and was not on trying to learn from the process which led to appalling harm being caused are, in some cases, on the board supposedly implementing the change based on these very findings. Incredibly, even after all this, authorities were subsequently called out in court for conspiring to enable Dr Watt to escape due process by allowing a voluntary erasure. So another aspect of patient safety members will be aware of, and that's in relation to the SII process. Incredibly, if we do turn to any of these inquiries and then look at the review of systems and processes of learning carried out on behalf of the department by the RQIA, by an expert panel, some of whom came from outside Northern Ireland, it gets even worse. The panel specifically found that in over a decade of serious adverse incident reviews, started in current form in 2009, not a single review had delivered any improvement. The panel found that the procedure for serious adverse incident reviews had never met the requirements of the statutory duty of personal public involvement set out in the Health and Social Care Reform Act of 2009, did not provide for reasonable application of the principles of SII review practice, did not deliver significant independence of chairs, did not provide for the formulation of evidence-based recommendations, nor for the design of action plans which would enhance safety and quality of healthcare, and did not produce readable reports. It did not end there. The panel further noted that the SIA procedure focused too much on timescale rather than standards, did not have regional standards on patient rights, lacked regional patient safety training, failed to provide clear competencies required from those leading reviews, delivered insufficient independent advocacy for patients and their families, and struggled because time was taken up in some cases with reviews that were not necessary. And this is purely shocking. The outcome of this is that we simply can no longer trust those responsible to put the needs of victims first. There are simply too many incidents of patient safety not being the absolute priority, and indeed, in many cases, these instances are systemic. Go ahead.
Would the member also acknowledge that in some of those instances where there were individuals involved in dealing with families afterward, and where the truth has eventually come out through public inquiries, that those same individuals now sit on the boards of implementing the very recommendations of inquiries?
Exactly, thank you. I'll touch on that a bit, but thank you for that. It is perhaps small wonder that when Justice O'Hara's first recommendation for a statutory duty of candour, those who had overseen the system, which did not prioritise patient safety, decided to kick for touch, persuading the former Health Minister essentially to ignore this absolutely critical recommendation and instead pursue this process of being open, this framework. And it's still incomplete 6 years on, and we're hearing today that it's going to go out to consultation. I mean, we just need to get on with these pieces of work. And I very much welcome the contribution from Paul Frew when he has talked with passion about bringing forward his own private member's bill. Unfortunately, so many times in this Assembly chamber, it is up to individuals rather than the responsible minister to actually bring forward the piece of legislation that are required. So moving on yet. Go ahead.
I failed to mention in my speech that I am prepared to work with the Minister of Health and the Department in trying to bring forward a piece of legislation. I would wish that he would bring this forward. I feel he won't. His utterings today suggest he won't, and I will do it if need be, but I wish that the Department of Health would do this. Thank you.
For that clarification. The public has grown tired of scandal after scandal and disaster after disaster, as the Chair of the Health Committee, Liz Kimmins, highlighted. They rightly no longer trust a system which refuses even to engage with clear recommendations for improvement and for putting patient safety first. This is why a statutory duty of candour is necessary, otherwise there is no prospect of restoration of patient confidence. So just let me finish off my remarks, Principal Deputy Speaker. The interests of victims must be put first when we look back, and the interests of patient safety must be put first when we look forward. Yet the motion is drafted as it is for a reason. Among the prime beneficiaries of a statutory, legally enforceable duty of candour will overwhelmingly be the majority of HSE staff, and my colleague Danny Donnelly did highlight that as well. because we do recognise and we really appreciate that they are committed to the highest standards of care and to the oath of working in consort with patients. If we identify cases of abuse, we will identify those responsible. If we address negligence, those committed to higher standards will themselves be able to have more faith in the system within which they are working. And if we are able to address the public with candour about the care and services they are receiving, the bond between HSE staff and those for whom they care will be strengthened. I do appreciate the Minister's contribution today. I do hope he brings forward his piece of legislation shortly, and we will work with him on that. Thank you.
Thank you, Paula. So the question is that the amendment standing in the names of Liz Kimmins, Pat Sheehan, Orlea Flynn and Linda Dillon be made. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary of any noes? The ayes have it. So that the other question is that the motion as amended be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary of any noes? The ayes have it. The ayes have it. So I've received notification from members of the Business Committee of a motion to extend the sitting past 7 p.m. under Standing Order 10(3)(a). Clerk, could you please read the motion?
That in accordance with Standing Order 10(3)(a), the sitting on Monday the 11th of November 2024 be extended to no later than 8:30 p.m.
Paula Bradshaw to move the motion.
Move, thank you.
That's it, members. So just take your ease to change the top table. Sorry, everybody. Order, please. My mistake. So the question is that the motion standing in the name of the Business Committee be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary of any noes? That's it. Thank you.
The next item of business is a motion on tackling the high number of unadopted housing developments and roads. Clerk, could you please read the motion, please? Thank you.
That this Assembly expresses alarm at the high number of unadopted housing developments across Northern Ireland, regrets that some roads and footpaths have been left for decades without full adoption, highlights the significant challenges faced by affected homeowners when seeking to sell their property, is concerned that unfinished and unadopted sites are contributing to pollution in our waterways, stresses that those who have purchased a home in good faith must not be left to foot the bill of bringing their development up to an adoptable standard, further regrets the significant number of unadopted alleyways locally, which raises health, safety and public hygiene concerns, calls on the Minister for Infrastructure to proactively identify high priority and legacy sites for adoption and to bring forward plans for more meaningful enforcement against developers who have entered into bonds but failed to bring roads and sewerage systems to a satisfactory standard, and further calls on the Minister to work alongside Northern Ireland Water and executive colleagues to develop and publish a new strategy to address the backlog in unadopted roads.
Okay. Motion.
Moved.
Thank you. Thank you. The Business Committee has agreed to allow to 1 hour 30 minutes for this debate. The proposer of the motion will have 10 minutes to propose and 10 minutes to wind. As an amendment has been selected and is published on the Marshall list, the Business Committee has agreed that 15 minutes will be added to the total time for the debate. Deborah, please open the debate on the motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. At the outset, I would like to declare an interest as a homeowner living in an unadopted housing development. Today's motion is nothing new to this Assembly chamber, but it is an issue which I know members deal with on a regular and frequent basis. We have to date been unable to fully implement a roadmap on it. We are failing our constituents if we do not act on this, and we must make progress on this issue in the here and now and within this mandate. I feel strongly about this issue, and I know too well of the impact it has on homeowners, and that is why I am developing my own private member's bill on this issue. Roads and footpaths have been left for decades without adoption. It is not just the fact that it is aesthetically unappealing, it is a major health and safety concern. From potholes that damage vehicles to poorly lit street lights that increase the risk of accidents, to footpaths that are so poorly maintained that they pose a risk to pedestrians, particularly those with mobility issues. The neglect of these developments has far-reaching consequences. The residents who have done nothing wrong other than buying a home in a development they believed would be finished are left carrying the financial and emotional weight of unfinished work. But the situation is even more troubling. Unadopted housing developments are contributing to environmental damage. We've seen how unfinished and unadopted sewage systems and drainage networks are affecting our waterways and polluting the very environment we all depend on. Beyond the environmental and safety concerns, there is a very real and urgent issue facing homeowners who wish to sell their properties. The existence of unadopted infrastructure makes properties difficult, if not impossible, to sell. Many buyers are wary of purchasing homes in developments where roads and paths are not adopted and where they will be left financially liable for costs of repairs and upgrades. This creates a stagnant housing market for affected communities and places an unnecessary burden on homeowners who are unable to move forward with their lives. To protect homeowners, we need to have an enhancement of property certificates to offer greater protection in the case of reselling of these properties. Therefore, today I am calling for a clear and strategic plan to address the backlog of unadopted roads, to ensure that legacy sites are identified and prioritised for adoption. It is crucial that the Minister works alongside Northern Ireland Water, local councils and other relevant bodies to identify these sites and ensure they are brought up to an adoptable standard without further delay. So today we will support the amendment brought forward by Mr Carroll. In Northern Ireland there are 1,868 unadopted sites. I obtained the list of housing developments across the country, and it is a substantial document which highlights each street and development of which behind the names are those in a predicament of poor infrastructure right outside their door. Hundreds of thousands of residents across Northern Ireland are affected. Quite rightly, residents are angry. I pay my rates and my taxes is a cry I hear often, and they are right. Many work hard and do their jobs for a living, and they have bought a house in good faith. I give an example. It is of a person who bought their house 30 years ago to complain about a pothole in their development, which then turns out can't be fixed because it is unadopted. Another prime example is the first-time home buyer. A first phase of the development goes live. They purchase and they know, as anyone would, that whilst building work may go on at another stage in the development phase, they have the hope that one day their development, which is in construction, is completed and they will have street lighting, better footpaths and roads. But a year or two after all the construction has finished, houses are built and purchased, everybody starts to notice that nothing has changed. And we might get a call to our constituency offices from residents in the development checking in to see what the relevant authorities are saying. But it becomes clear that the residents are living on an unadopted site. Now, in the majority of cases, it could be a simple matter that it is an elongated process, but for a huge proportion, there seems to be an issue which brings logjam to the process. Developers believe that the bond that they have in place is sufficient. Meanwhile, at the end of the development construction period, DFI or NI Water attest that it isn't. You see, the developer in most cases is pointing to the fact that the guarantee bond is a tripartite agreement between the developer, their bank insurer, which provides the funding for the bond element, and DFI NI Water. The value of the bond is determined by DFI NI Water and is based upon what costs they would incur if required to complete works. And I recognise that already there's legislation where construction of a private street is not progressing properly. DFI can intervene and issue a notice under Article 11 of the Private Streets NI Order 1980, which requires the execution of all works necessary to bring the street into conformity with the regulations. If the notice is not complied with, DFI NI Water can proceed to carry out work using contractors and recover the costs of the work from the bond and bring the roads and sewers up to an adoptable standard. However, how many cases has this happened in? It seems to me powers are not being implemented and indeed not tough enough. There is no redress for homeowners. In fact, they are the middleman stuck in a back and forth between developer, DFI and NI Water. And that's if you're lucky that the developer is still in business. Where the bond is not sufficient to bring the development into an adoptable standard and they have ceased trading, DFI and NI Water have no funding mechanism or legal responsibility, I understand, to bridge the shortfall between the bond and the cost of the necessary works. So that leaves homeowners literally picking up the pieces of the broken streets and footpaths, and even worse, the receipt reverts to the homeowners. We've been here debating this issue before. In 2012, the former Assembly Committee, which was then for Regional Development, held an inquiry into unadopted roads. It was then estimated that it would take 300 million to bring roads up to an adoptable standard, and somewhere between 41 million and 100 million, quite a range there, to allow for adoptable sewage and wastewater schemes. What does the Department believe now will be the costings? In 2021, the Infrastructure Committee brought a motion to the Assembly which pointed out the lack of progress made in addressing the failures in adopting sites since the report in 2012. It called on the Minister to formulate and implement a more robust and time-constrained package of guidance and enforcement. So I asked the Minister what has his department done since, and why is this crucial element not being addressed? Time is critical, and I've seen situations in which housing developments have been built, homes purchased, developers go bust and leave homeowners in the lurch, or indeed developers go bust and then frustratingly pop up in another area, or, as is the case in the past, even just down the street, and from the last unadopted site under a different company and start building again. Which brings me to a key question: how is this allowed to happen? In my view, developers should face a penalty for this. Poor infrastructure is surely something nobody in this chamber wants to see outside the doors of our constituents. We need a review of the main statutory instruments. The Private Streets Northern Ireland Order 1980 and the Private Streets Amendment Northern Ireland 1992 are outdated and require amending to both update them and to ensure that they offer protection to consumers. Furthermore, to ensure that they are adequate to address issues surrounding unfinished developments and roads. So, members, I trust that you will join with me in calling for greater action and urgency on this matter this evening in the chamber. Thank you.
Speaker.
Thank you, Gerald. We will have 10 minutes to propose and 5 minutes to wind. All other speakers will have 5 minutes. Over to you, Gerald.
Deputy Speaker, I'm happy to support the motion, obviously. I think the amendment strikes it. I'm glad the proposers accept the amendment and hope that the House does this evening as well. Deputy Speaker, the issue of unadopted roads, developments and alleyways is one that affects our communities on a daily basis. My own constituency, obviously, as well. Unadopted roads and alleyways present a major health and safety issues for those in the local community. Deep potholes, raised manhole covers, bad paving, poor or no street lighting, flooding, poor drainage, backed up sewage, the list goes on. And these are all a health risk as well as a nuisance to experience and live with. Some residents, and the proposer mentioned this, some residents living off unadopted streets are also forced to take measures in their own hands that they wouldn't normally do, including wheeling full bins of rubbish down steep lanes and causing all sorts of problems and health risks. The private streets order provides DFI with powers to begin enforcement action using a bond, as was mentioned, provided by the developer to fund the completion of roads and footpaths. But I would say, what use are the powers to begin enforcement action if the Minister and the Department fail to use them enough? I don't think they're being used adequately. The Minister has described enforcement action as a protracted process and preferring to liaise with developers to achieve completion of works to an adoptable standard. I would ask the Minister, how well has this approach been working? I don't think it is working very well. And we're talking here about, Deputy Speaker, private developers who fail to complete basic infrastructure works on a development because they've often gone bust, or because they simply lose interest and move on to the next project, as has been mentioned. These developers only care primarily about one thing, and that's maximising their profits. They don't care about the chaos they leave in their wake, and those are problems for the residents or us in this building to deal with. Private companies are literally profiting from the chaos that developers leave in their wake. Mortgage holders are locked into a relationship with unscrupulous management companies who can charge uncapped fees for maintaining communal, unadopted areas. This is completely unacceptable. People are left, Deputy Speaker, unable to sell their homes, including people with disabilities who need a more of an accessible home, those who need to downsize, those who are growing their family, and those who just want to move somewhere with basic functional infrastructure. And I would ask, what takes more resources, time and effort, gently persuading private developers to finally finish or fix the job they started, or starting enforcement action, using the bonds provided by the developers for their intended purpose? I would suggest strongly, Deputy Speaker, the latter. I would say maybe the reluctance to use enforcement powers is connected to budget cuts. In 2021, members, there were just 20 workers overseeing 3,470 live bonds plus enforcement cases. In 2015, there were 43 workers in the same team. Less workers, less action, with almost a 50% reduction in those workers in that department, in that section. I would say maybe the lack of enforcement action against developers is a bit of a conscious strategy and a consequence of austerity, budgeting and efficiency savings as well. I think we need to crack down on developers, stop them from moving from one site to another until they can show that roads, street lights and sewers are in an adoptable state. I would say we need to stop granting planning permission to developers who repeatedly abandon shoddy developments, leaving residents to pick up the pieces. More of a role for councils, but I think it's relevant to this debate this evening. I want to commend the work of local communities in my own constituency who step up to make alleyways and back entries clean, safe and welcoming places. In St James's in West Belfast, Three Sisters and around the Cavendish Street area, many more residents in South Belfast doing similar work and beyond. Really, really important and valuable work. It's important that the proper level of funding, Deputy Speaker, is given to local councils on an equitable, consistent basis, so it doesn't fall solely to volunteers to do this work in the main. Residents are the people who know their areas best. They can identify local alleyways that are most in need of investment and work out ways to clean them up and make them useful for people who live there. The DFI and local councils should, and this is obviously the reason why I submitted my amendment, Deputy Speaker, the DFI and local councils should work together to support community-led development and give local communities the investment they need to bring alleyways up to an adoptable standard. And grants shouldn't solely be just for cleaning and greening, as important as this is, but ways to upgrade unadoptable, unsafe alleyways to safe and better standards. So I urge members to support the amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I too welcome the motion here today and the opportunity to speak on an issue that affects each and every constituency across the north and in turn impacts on the lives of real people in our communities. Our communities deserve good quality public services, including proper infrastructure in roads, footpaths, street lighting and sewers. Not having roads and footpaths adopted causes not only a health and safety issue for those affected, but is also an issue of inequality for people trying to access the same level of public services across our society. I welcome the amendment to the motion to include councils as a key contributor to the joined-up approach asked for in the motion. It is important that we do all we can to ensure that there are no barriers to people accessing basic yet vital public services. In 2021, I spoke on this topic in relation to a similar cross-party committee motion in this chamber, and we highlighted then that these issues affect our constituents in their everyday lives. During that debate, it was roundly recognised that the issues relating to unadopted roads and footpaths in developments is yet another example of British Government austerity. I know that the Minister is well aware of these issues we are discussing today, and I am confident that with the correct support, the Minister would act to address barriers facing many of our constituents. It is imperative that we continue to press for adequate funding for public services so that they properly deliver for everyone. I think it is also important to remember that there is a responsibility on developers to bring developments up to an adoptable standard. Having more sites that are adoptable would reduce the need for departmental intervention and improve this issue going forward. In conclusion, Deputy Speaker, it is imperative that there is a collective approach around these issues, that we speak with one voice on the need for funds, proper funds, at a level of need to ensure we can transform and support public services.
Peter McReynolds.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, I rise to welcome this motion today, and I thank the Infrastructure Chair for having tabled it. The issue we've heard is nothing new, and to my knowledge has been discussed in 2012, 2021, in local councils and in the Infrastructure Committee, so I know that the Minister and his officials will be acutely aware of the issues facing homeowners on these sites across the country, and I find it frustrating that we're here today discussing what has already gone before. It's also clear from what we've already heard today from the proposer of the motion that the developer-led process for the adoption of roads and other associated infrastructure is falling short from its intended purpose. The bonds, which are almost like a deposit for a developer and insurance for the homeowner, should be an incentive for developers to complete construction. However, all of us will be aware of the developments that are neither finished on time, or to a financially reasonable level for DFI to adopt, and this is key to the argument, with one of the issues highlighted being the value of the bonds not being adequate to cover the cost of the remaining works in the circumstance where a developer defaults. This leads to developments not being constructed as expected, the developer ending up going bust, and the responsibility for unfinished work reverting to homeowners. This is a major dilemma for families and homeowners, with their largest asset facing increased expenditure and uncertainty that wasn't there at the original time of purchase. For this reason, and with the Minister here today, I'd be grateful for his thoughts on potentially reviewing the bond limit with inflationary pressures built in and the process for invoking a bond. And I know the previous Minister spoke of this in 2021, so I'd be here as to where we're now at with that from the Minister and his department. This is essential because a house on the unadopted site is almost impossible to sell, leaving the owners stuck where they are, unlikely to reach its full market value, and representing a loss on investment. Moreover, surrounded by infrastructure they can't use, such as street lighting, pavements, pedestrian crossings, speed reductions, parking enforcement, or proper sewerage and drainage infrastructure, all of which are completely unusable. So not only is this an issue of equality in the provision of services, but it's also a risk to the physical safety and public health. And I'm aware of residents who are consciously navigating these sites to avoid injury, which becomes even more difficult for those living with disabilities, which raises issues in terms of equality for access. Mr. Deputy Speaker, there's been a lot of talk at the moment about building more homes, which leads to getting access to wastewater treatment, which is linked to the underfunding of Northern Ireland Water. But the sites we're talking about today cannot be allowed to maintain their present levels or to degrade more. As we look to increase house building to accommodate demand, it is important the issues we see with unadopted sites are not replicated into the future. Not only do we need to ensure that new sites are not left unadopted, we also need to tackle the long list of legacy sites which have remained unadopted for several years. This is why it is incumbent on the Department, alongside statutory partners, to develop a strategy for the adoption of private infrastructure. And on this note, I should add that we'll be supporting the amendment today from Mr Carroll, which pragmatically includes local councils. And when I saw it coming through in my emails, I was reminded taking part in a debate on unadopted alleyways a number of years ago while I was a councillor in Belfast City Council, something that one of our councillors at that time tried to address. But 4 years on, I'm conscious of several alleyways and roads near where I live that remain littered with fly tipping and remain a health hazard for the public. Mr Deputy Speaker, of course.
I thank the member for giving way, and I thank him for raising about alleyways, because he will know, with being a Belfast rep, that that becomes an issue, because nobody seems to want to take responsibility for that, yet it is having a huge impact upon residents with health and safety concerns, a lot of fly tipping, and nobody is taking responsibility for this.
I thank the member for giving way, and it's something I completely agree with. I know, having spoken to the estates team in Belfast City Council on several occasions, there's a lot of historical issues with it, with the ownership probably being recorded about 125 years ago, and it's difficult to establish. And I think that's why it's important that we have the department coming on board to make sure that we're able to try to find a way forward, because the issues remain even if there isn't a solution in place. Of course.
The member agreed that some of those alleyways which he talks about also have infrastructure within them that can only have been placed by DFI or their predecessors, and they continue to deny that there's anything to do with them.
I thank the member for his intervention and thought this was going to turn into a Belfast City Council love-in. That's something that I'm always proud to talk about as a former Belfast City Councillor. But no, I completely take your point, David. Mr Deputy Speaker, today's motion is practical, ambitious, and it would deliver real value and impact for constituents across Northern Ireland. I appreciate the Department's capacity and available resources are limited, and it has a multitude of competing priorities, so it will be difficult to allocate funding in the immediate term to the adoption of roads and sewers. However, there are several focused recommendations in the 2012 report which would reinforce the process of adoption to mitigate against loopholes that developers are exploiting. In closing, this Assembly is in a better place now, and I think the fact that we're talking about these issues may remind us all of the importance of long-term, sustained government with ministers able to drive issues for residents across Northern Ireland. I look forward to the Minister's response and working on this more in the Infrastructure Committee. Thank you.
On behalf of the Ulster Unionist Party to say we'll be supporting both the motion and the amendment today, and the proposer and the Minister as well will know that this is something that I too have been raising both in this chamber and the committee, and any opportunity that I can. As elected representatives, we will know that at the best of times it's hard to get roads repaired and to get sewage facilities sorted and to get lights fixed, but when you don't even exist on the system, it is impossible. And last week I stood with one of the many hundreds of people who live in East Antrim, who are one of those 1,600 developments, as they had just managed after 6 months to get lights switched on at due to their own efforts, but who remain without any proper sewage facilities and road repairs. And they are part of the many thousands across the country who are in that situation. And we will all know, Deputy Speaker, that buying a home is one of the most important and the biggest steps that you will ever take. And many, thankfully, go through without any difficulties. But sadly, for thousands of people across Northern Ireland, they are left in this limbo land where they cannot get access to the services and are not on the grid. I want to agree with many of what has been said today, and there's been a lot of things covered to date, particularly the frustration with developers. I called previously in a member statement for a two-pronged approach, and that would fit in line with what has been proposed already here today regarding a strategy to tackle the backlog. And I appreciate, and I'd be interested to hear from the Minister just how much that would cost. I know it would be significant and that money is tight at the minute. I know the 2012 report, for example, suggested, Mr Deputy Speaker, could be in excess of £300 million, and no doubt it will be significantly more than that. But there is nothing more frustrating for those people who are living in these developments to see developers starting to build elsewhere while they cannot be finished. And some of these developments are 20 and 30 years old, and they continually... Sorry, yeah, go ahead.
Thank you, and I absolutely agree. And thank you for giving way. We have large developments that are allowed, and I appreciate developers will want to get the final surface on at the end of it. But we are allowing, for one example, in Lisburn with Ayrshire, a multiple phase approach, and they're allowing multiple phases to be built beyond the start without the sewers even been agreed for approval, which is then causing all the exactly same problems. Would you agree that there should be a limit on how far development should be allowed to go, or moving to other places without looking after the ones that have purchased first?
Yeah. Thank you, and that's exactly the point, and that is the frustration. In fact, one of these developments in my hometown of Carrickfergus, I think it's 24 years now, still remaining unadopted. It transpires that the bond is 90% drawn down by the developer, but it has transpired that the money that's left over won't even touch the sides of doing the repairs that need to be done. So where did the system break down? How on earth could they be in a situation where that developer is allowed effectively draw back 90% of it without having done any of the adequate works underneath the ground? And when they contact myself and other representatives in the department, they're invariably told, sort it out with the developer, who does not engage. So after 20 years, the cycle just continues, and they remain totally frustrated, and their house prices are affected at the same time, and their ability to even sell the property is affected, and they just feel like so many other people that they're totally in limbo and nothing has been done. And that's why I think we do need to see some sort of change, and I'm open for the discussion of what that looks like. I appreciate there'll be a backlog issue in terms of addressing some of these, but going forward we must stop this happening. And if that means that the bond has to excessively grow, so be it. If it means that developers are stopped from selling the last percentage of their houses until everything is signed off, then so be it. A debate needs to take place on what needs to be done to stop this, because the good developers will continue to do the right thing, but it's the ones who do the wrong thing that is the most frustrating thing. And as I say, back to that point, for those people who are stuck in this position to see developers who built their properties building a mile down the road, while 15 years on they still can't get access to basic services, they rightly find very frustrating. So, Deputy Speaker, like I said, we will be supporting this motion. We look forward to hearing from the Minister. I'd also like to hear, just in terms of those 1,600 developments, how much of that money is still caught up in bonds, and how much of it, how many of those examples have been tapped into. So, in terms of the likes of the example that I gave, where a percentage is drawn down, what is the current value of bond money sitting in holdings, and how much of that could actually be used to start tackling some of this backlog? Because that would be very interesting to know going forward. So interested to hear those thoughts, Ministers, and thanks very much, Mr Deputy Speaker.
Mr Deputy Speaker, first I'd also like to declare an interest as someone who currently lives in an unadopted street. Unadopted housing developments, footways, roads, alleyways are a massive concern which impacts on countless people to varying extents, but it's a problem which has evidently gone unchecked. It's very frustrating that 12 years since the Regional Development Committee presented its findings to the Assembly, and 3 years on from a motion presented by the former Infrastructure Committee, that we're no further forward. Not only are we no closer to resolving this matter, but the problems that householders are facing around roads and sewerage systems have intensified. Currently, I think, Mr Stewart, it's nearly 1,900 housing developments that remain unadopted. However, the Department have been unable to provide me details on how many of these developments are currently stalled due specifically to issues with water and wastewater infrastructure. This is indicative not only of the woeful data held around unadopted areas, but also of a lack of communication between the Department, Northern Ireland Water and other statutory agencies and bodies. So we'll be happily supporting the amendment as well as the motion. We know that some housing developments, and we've heard again today, have remained unadopted for decades. In some cases, developers have gone into liquidation, leaving residents to shoulder the costs themselves. This is the case in Burnside Manor in my own constituency, where residents are left in an area where DFI hold the bonds for the site, but due to water defects, the site doesn't meet Northern Ireland water standards for adoption, and the Department has now shifted the responsibility onto residents, requiring for them to pay for the necessary repairs to bring the site up to adoptable standard. Some homeowners feel trapped, unable to resell their homes due to the poor condition of infrastructure. This not only limits their ability to move, but also impacts their property value and financial stability, leaving them stuck in a worsening situation and having an extremely negative impact on their own health and well-being. Sadly, this isn't an isolated situation and one which I've seen repeatedly across Derry. At Ivy Mead and other developments, in 2016 there were 80 unadopted housing sites in Derry and Strabane. That number has now increased to 147, and this is clear evidence that the problem and the solution doesn't lie, Mr. Carroll, solely with developers. And I have to make the point that, believe it or not, some developers are actually responsible and responsive when it comes to addressing residents' concerns, dare I say sometimes even more so than DFI themselves. Certainly.
Any site that's not adopted, it's adopted for one reason and one reason only. The developer have not carried out their duties to bring the site up to the standard on which it is adoptable. It's not a case where DFI is turn around and say we don't want it. So I know it's the nature of the game we're involved in, it's to have a go at the department or whatever it may be, and that's fair enough. But factually, any site that's not adopted is not adopted because the developer has failed to bring it up to standard.
Minister for his intervention, but where we've seen there in the space of 8 years an additional 67 unadopted sites, or well, the increase in the number by 67. It is indicative of perhaps it's a resource issue within the department, but certainly, I suppose, how shall we say it, an inability by the department to adopt even those sites that are adoptable in a timely manner. The lack of action on this issue has allowed the situation to worsen. The department's failure to implement recommendations made in 2012, including the Law Society's call for redress options for homeowners and developments where, despite bonds being in place, roads and sewerage systems remain unadopted for extended periods, has only compounded the problem. Any further slippage risks us reaching the point of no return. Moving to alleyways and footways, the recorded data on these areas is scant at best. However, daily inquiries received, I'm sure, by all of us make it clear that this is a widespread concern impacting on safety and accessibility. We receive countless reports of maybe elderly residents slipping on moss-covered pathways or tripping over badly lit, litter-strewn alleyways when simply trying to take out their bins, and this is a concern that affects people's daily lives. I'll have a wee bit more to get through here, but most of the time residents and agencies navigate the maze of ownership before hearing that dreaded phrase, "This is a no man's land." So we definitely need to see a more strategic and centralised approach from the department on unadopted spaces. This affects public safety, well-being, community pride and property value. While there's no denying the financial challenges facing the department, budget constraints won't absolve the Minister or the department from a lack of meaningful intervention on this issue. Additional legislation and action is needed to grant the department more authority, create a more streamlined approach and support the long-term sustainability of our infrastructure. Sorry.
Deputy Speaker, I too welcome the motion and the amendment. All our people deserve access to secure, adequate and affordable homes. This should be supported by good local infrastructure and amenities, accessible services and strong communities. Housing is not just about having a roof over your head, but importantly it's about improving the quality of life and well-being of our people and our families. When we talk about adequate homes, this simply means that they are able to meet people's needs in terms of size, space, light, accessibility, proximity to work and support networks, etc. Unadopted roads within our housing estates negatively impact upon this right. We all know, as we've mentioned, a number of issues is raised here today about unaddressed potholes, poor drainage, lack of basic services such as rubbish collection, gritting or street lighting, and the health and safety implications of all of this. For example, in Derry, the likes of Gortna Close, built back in 2002, the residents are totally frustrated. They're dealing with blocked gullies, broken street lights, but the developer no longer exists. It went into liquidation.
And likewise, as a previous colleague mentioned, residents in the likes of Ivy Mead, who have been totally frustrated, have been unable to sell their homes. They've attempted 4 or 5 times due to it not being adopted. Fortunately, working with DFI and the developer is currently out now and upgrading that area, which is good news. And more recently, I met with Derry City and Strabane District Council Building Control and Legal Services about this very issue. And they did highlight the plethora of estates that are unadopted, but they are taking a proactive approach, and they are in the process of setting up a working group. So they're keen to be working with all the statutory stakeholders, with DFI, with the developers, to try and address this. And likewise, I also want to commend our community organisations who are supporting our local communities when it comes to unadopted alleyways and pathways, and you can lift up the phone and they'll support the residents in that area. But I think, as we all know across this chamber, 14 years of a Conservative government in London has wreaked havoc on our vital public services, our community infrastructure and our economic development. We have been subject to a continual failure to adequately invest in society, resulting in devastating unmet basic needs. And we only have to look at the many people who don't have access to basic resources or income for food, clothing, housing or healthcare, for example. The debate today is very much welcome, but it should be viewed in that context. And we should be collectively outlining and asking why we have some of the poorest outcomes. The British government has failed to deliver sufficient investment to meet our critical social and economic priorities, including adequate social and affordable housing delivery. I welcome the work of the Finance Minister since coming into office in championing this point and negotiating a vital interim fiscal framework back in May. Undoubtedly, however, continued pay and inflationary pressures and growing demands on services after decades of austerity mean these are very real issues which we collectively need to get a grip of. This is not about pointing at any one department. Ending homelessness and transforming our public services will require genuine collaboration and collective leadership. Thank you.
Mr Deputy Speaker, and I welcome this opportunity to speak today on what is an important issue that affects so many parts of Northern Ireland. And at the outset too, I wish to declare an interest that I plan to move into a currently unadopted housing development shortly, just to keep myself right. I know we'll have to wait and hear what the Minister says, might change that, but it is certainly, as has been said, is not a new issue for the House, but I do feel that this is a useful opportunity to remind the Minister once again about the need for action. And I know the Minister, I certainly hope that the Minister is in listening mode, as he always is to us here on the DUP benches. There are indeed many things to consider for those purchasing a new home, and one factor is about the roads and footpaths. Have they been adopted? And as our motion rightly points out, there are a litany of problems that can come from that, and as has been said already, particularly around public services that flow from both outside the property and below the property as well. And I know from within my own constituency of North Down, I have been working on a number of recent examples where there is problems within developments, people that have invested heavily in purchasing properties given the ever-rising house prices, and when they went to look to try and get their road upgraded, they faced a very extensive list from DFI to get those up to standard, and the associated costs were eye-watering for them and simply unaffordable. And it sometimes gives the opportunity where developers can, unfortunately, wash their hands of responsibility in getting those areas properly upgraded. Indeed, statistics provided by the department show that the Southern Division, which covers my own constituency, has indeed the highest number of unadopted bonded phases of developments, with 80% occupation, with 485 developments, and being the next highest 303 and the lowest 205. And indeed, within my own council area, having 151 housing developments unadopted, highlighting the significant scale of the issue. And indeed, that is reflected right across our country. And it is an unacceptable backlog, and each year, unfortunately, it does get worse, and homeowners can face deteriorating road and footpath conditions, and as has been said, experience difficulties in selling on their property. And the current situation is such that should a developer default or dissolve the bond, that can be used by DFI and or NI Water to complete the roadworks and sewers. And as my colleague Deborah Erskine has said, legislation is indeed outdated and ineffective, and I think that is where there is room for improvement. Some action has been taken, particularly on the bond rates, when they were increased by around 70% in 2023, and we understand that the Department do plan to adjust that bond rate at the beginning of 25, and we do look forward to hearing more detail on the Minister's intentions today and going forward. I think it is important that homeowners must not be left to foot the bill or be liable for bringing the development in which they live up to an adoptable standard in cases where that developer has defaulted. And as has been said, some people can reappear in close proximity in a new name sometimes, and I think that leaves the case where homeowners, it does emphasise that homeowners do need to be protected. Indeed, yes, certainly.
Would the member agree with me that perhaps the Minister, and maybe perhaps he'd comment on this, should look at piercing corporate veil legislation and to ensure that developers are not able to set up shell companies and seek protection in that way if we do not already have that legislation? And perhaps the Minister can comment on that.
Thank you, and thank my colleague Mr Brooks for that, and I think it does open up, there is opportunities to certainly improve things for everybody in this process, and I think that opportunity is there, and hopefully it will be taken forward by the Department and the Minister. And indeed, that is why we are calling on the Minister to do more. And in the case of unadopted alleyways, we do think there is a partnership approach needed between local community, councils, the Housing Executive and DFI and others to adopt these areas and instigate a programme of basic maintenance. And that is why we are happy to support the amendment, bringing in the councils, and I do think that certainly strengthens it. So, in conclusion, Mr Deputy Speaker, our motion calls on the Minister to put the interests of ordinary homeowners first and take the necessary steps to identify high priority and legacy sites for adoption. As was mentioned, many of these are historical issues, and it can be tricky to get clarity on ownership and so on, but I think there definitely is room for improvement given the issues that we're having as we seek to make this more effective and efficient. Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. And the problem of unadopted roads and developments is a long-standing issue, and there's a fair number in Northern Ireland, and I suppose maybe can I be, I think, the third or the fourth MLA here to point out that there are now 1,868 unadopted developments in Northern Ireland. Of these, 170 are in the council area of Newry, Morning Down, which contains most of my South Down constituency, the third highest number after Mid-Ulster and ABC Council. The Committee for Regional Development undertook an inquiry into unadopted roads in 2012, and the Infrastructure Committee heard evidence from DFI in 2021. A similar motion to the one we are debating today was tabled later that year. In other words, the issue has been discussed before. It is well known and understood, but it persists nonetheless. I understand that all new developments start out as unadopted, and often there isn't any issue at all. Developers do what they are supposed to do, and the road adoption is fairly smooth. But where things do go wrong, it can be a very significant problem for residents. We must not forget that this issue can cause real hardship for the people who are unable to sell their properties and, in the meantime, are dealing with completely unacceptable conditions. There's a development in my constituency in Downpatrick which is experiencing very serious problems with sewers and subsidence. I received some media coverage a while ago. The bond is insufficient to address the issues. DFI say they do want to help and find a solution, but because the grounds of continuing to settle repairs won't be possible until 2030. My constituents do not create this issue or problem, but are now in the impossible scenario of not being able to sell their houses due to the inadequate infrastructure within the development. And while this is the most serious of examples, it is not the only one. But by putting off this until 2030 seems decidedly unfair to these constituents. This example points to a bigger problem with some developers. We need to ensure that developers meet their obligations and build an acceptable standard, and that doesn't cause problems further down the road. I understand that DFI have increased bond calculation rates to ensure works can be completed to adoptable standard if the developer defaults, and solicitors are also more aware of the issues than they were in the past. This will hopefully act as an incentive to developers to ensure a bond is in place before they start work. Hopefully all of this will mean that substandard roads will become less of an issue in the future, but we still need to keep an eye on this to make sure that it is working. We also need to find solutions for the existing developments that cannot currently be adopted, especially those that have very serious problems and where the bond is inadequate or non-existent and the developer has gone out of business. We just can't abandon the residents who bought their homes in good faith and are facing the nightmare due to no fault of their own. From a housing perspective, we also cannot afford to essentially take so many existing homes out of the market because they cannot be sold. Although the issue has been debated at length and for years, I do have a couple of questions which I hope the Minister will maybe pass remark on. The first is in relation to staffing levels with DFI and the impact this may have on enforcement, but also on adoption of uncomplicated roads. I'd be interested, and I know the Minister has intimated in the interjection before, how this affects capacity within the team dealing with the adoption of developments and if the staffing situation in this particular team has improved or worsened in recent years. Also, is the backlog of roads to be adopted reducing at all, or in any way is any progress quickly being cancelled out by new cases entering the system? Finally, I want to raise the impact capacity constraints might have in the future if we manage to overcome the wastewater and planning issues that are restricting housing development at the moment. We want to see new homes being built, but is the Department actually able to cope with more new developments coming their way for adoption, or are we going to face a much bigger issue of unadopted roads in the future? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, and I want to thank my colleagues for bringing this motion to the House today, and a lot of issues have already been covered, so we'll be as brief as we can. But unadopted housing developments are a blight right across our constituencies. Unfinished footpath and roadways posing a serious health and safety risk to homeowners and to the residents in these areas. Curbs and manholes protrude above the base coat of tarmac, leaving potential trips, dangers and hazardous conditions for the residents, the children, the elderly people and all that reside within the area. And indeed, in many cases, the council refuge lorries will not enter these developments in their unfinished conditions, leaving homeowners having to take their bins to the entrance of the development. I know, Minister, you will agree with me today that that is a totally unacceptable situation. And for these homeowners who purchased their properties in good faith, with the expectation that the developments would be duly completed and adopted, they are now left in a position where they cannot sell their property on. Many perhaps first-time purchasers now wanting to move on, unable to get a sale due to the unfinished condition of the development. And when we contact the relevant authorities, we are told it is up to the homeowners now to rectify the problem. And I want to say to the Minister today that the Department cannot simply wash their hands of this issue and leave it at the door of the homeowners. I have been dealing with a number of these in my own constituency which have been sitting unfinished for years. And in recent correspondence with the Minister, he informed me that in Oma area alone there are 76 unadopted developments. That's only one small area of the constituency of West Tyrone, and we're dealing with these unadopted developments right throughout the constituency. And yet developers are being let off the hook, and that should not be the case. Developers should not be let off the hook on this issue. When a developer comes into an area with a new development and gets planning permission for it, then a bond is required, and we've heard much about the bonds today. Bond is required from DFI and by NI Water. Yet on every occasion, when I have requested of DFI and NI Water about using the bonds to make good the default, and some of these developments were told it is inadequate to cover the cost. Now, Minister, I have to ask the question, why? Why is a bond that is set by the Department inadequate then to cover a cost whenever the developer defaults? And I heard what you said earlier, it is up to the developer to complete the developments, and that is absolutely right. But then there's a fallback position if the developer defaults on, and that is a bond. And yet on a number of the occasions, if the bond covers 25% of the work that's left to do, that seems to be the problem. And I can't for the life of me understand why that a department will set a bond that is so insufficient to cover a default whenever something like this happens. It leaves that the bonds are not actually worth the very paper that they're written on. I have contacted Building Control with regards to inspecting the sewage systems during installation. Obviously, that's the role they have to play, but they only inspect the sewage within the curtilage of the property. And whenever we take the main body of the sewage, the storm and the stormwater, there's no checks that are carried out in that during the laying of the pipework. And in 99% of the time, it is the sewage and stormwater pipe work which fails the test, resulting in so many developments lying unfinished. Minister, this practice must change going forward. There must be a bond. A bond must be set. Any bonds that are set must be sufficient to cover a default position. I believe also there should be inspections during the laying of the sewage and stormwater pipework. NI Water have advised me they don't do any inspections during the laying of the pipework. And here again, the developer is getting off the hook and is not being held accountable. And one of the developments in Oman, NI Water sent me a list of the defaults within the sewage system. That is why that the development can't be adopted. NI Water said we haven't got the money. The bond is insufficient to put in and to repair the sewage network within the area.
I thank the member for giving way. I know in some circumstances as well, and I thank the member for raising this, that homeowners are then left with a bill which could run into tens of thousands of pounds themselves because either a developer has went into liquidation, has gone bust, and homeowners are left counting the cost of that as well, which is really huge whenever you think about the fact that they've bought the homes in the first place.
Thank the member for her intervention. And today I must urge upon the Minister to be more proactive going forward and bringing forward plans for more meaningful enforcement against developers. We can't simply continue with a situation where a developer builds the houses, he sells them, but he defaults in doing the completion on the roadway, on the footpaths and on the lighting, and it's all down the majority of the time to the sewage network being incomplete and insufficient. And therefore, I believe that there must be stiffer legislation put in place in order to hold the developers to account on this issue. And if they do default, then that the money is there within the bond to bring it up to the sufficient standard.
Deputy Speaker, and my colleagues distracted me here. Now, I declare an interest too as someone who's recently moved on to an unadopted road, but the Minister will be pleased to know my neighbours don't want the road to be adopted, so that can be one taken off the Minister's list. I don't intend to use this as an opportunity, Mr Deputy Speaker, to bash the department or bash the Minister. I don't think that moves the debate forward one iota. I'm just simply trying to get some answers for my constituents. So I do have to commend the ability of Ms Ferguson to blame the Conservative Party on the inability of the department to date to use their enforcement powers or to set bonds at a relevant height. Minister, I have in a number of written questions raised a number of recent developments with you. Lockshore Manor and Willowbrook in my constituency. In your answers, you have stated on a number of occasions that your department does have enforcement powers, but at this stage have judged that it is not appropriate to use them. So all I'm simply trying to find out, Minister, is when do you or your department think it is appropriate to use your enforcement powers? There is a bond that sits in place. The longer that we leave this, the higher the price will come for these adoptions to ever take place, and the developers clearly have no interest in ever finishing the road. So when the department doesn't take action with the cost of increase in materials, the price goes up and up and up, and the bond level then is not sufficient to make it. So it would be grateful, Minister, if you could make clear what is the criteria that your department sets for taking enforcement action. Otherwise, the list of unadopted roads and footpaths continue to grow. And the message from the constituents that I represent is they want a simple answer as to when the department will use the powers that are currently available to them. Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker.
Speaker, for letting my name to be added to the list at such short notice. I only came into listen and I was getting post-traumatic stress disorder from working from constituents who live in a development in South Belfast, and they've been waiting for, I think it's 13 and a half years now, for their road to be adopted. And I think the questions that Philip Brett just asked are the ones that I would really be wanting to know as well. You know, we keep going round in circles with the departmental officials around, look, it's maybe a wee bit too early for using the enforcement powers, maybe we'll send another letter. Is there any benefit in sending another letter? And it is ridiculous, Minister. And the reason why I'm not mentioning this development is because the residents of it have said over and over again, we don't want to go to the media for this because the last thing we want is to devalue the price of our property. They want to protect the reputation of the area. But they have spent years repairing their cars, themselves getting the stuff out of the gutters. I mean, they've just been tortured. This was meant to be their dream home, and they've just been left with a shambles. And I have to say, in many ways, it's down to inaction on behalf of the Department for Infrastructure. Thank you.
Call on the Minister. Minister, you've got up to 15 minutes.
Deputy Speaker, and thank you to the introductors of the motion and all those members who have also spoke on it. And I am also conscious of the private members' bill put forward by Deborah Erskine on this subject, and my officials are gathering information to help her inform this proposal. And I look forward to working with Deborah as that private members' bill makes its way through the Assembly, because there may well be a need for change in legislation in regards to some of these matters and some of the ideas, and indeed some of the knowledge from the 2012 report, I'm sure will help inform that. At the outset, it's important to note that the majority of housing developments pass through the various processes of planning, consent, construction and adaptation with relatively few issues. DFI Roads data indicates that approximately 92% of all housing developments are adopted by the Department with no need to engage in enforcement action or for the development to be added to the list of unadopted sites. However, I fully recognise that despite the fact that most developments are constructed successfully, there are a significant number of developments which are not completed to the correct standard and remain unadopted. I also recognise that each unadopted development has an impact on the residents and families who live there. My department defines an unadopted backlog development on one that has at least 80% of houses occupied, but the infrastructure remains unadopted. There are currently 839 developments that are designated as backlog developments. For a long-term comparison, the 2012 inquiry into the unadopted roads found that there were approximately 1,200 unadopted sites at that stage. While the number of unadopted developments remains significant, my department continues to work with the developers, stakeholders and homeowners to further reduce the backlog. I acknowledge the point raised by this motion that there are some developments which have been left for decades without full adaptation. It is important to state that it's the developer's responsibility to ensure the infrastructure is constructed to the correct standard to allow the adoption. However, it may be useful to highlight the powers available to my department when seeking to facilitate adoption of a development. The statutory basis for the adoption of private streets by the department is provided within the Private Streets NI Order 1980 and the Private Streets Amendment Order 1992. The Private Streets Order requires developers to take out a bond surety, which is a financial guarantee that the developer will meet their obligations, or if the developer defaults, the authority may draw down the bond in order to have the works completed to the required standards, and I'll return to the issue of the bonds later in my address. A similar mechanism exists within the Water and Sewerage Services Act 2016. Where a developer has defaulted on their agreements either by leaving a site incomplete or the company ceases to trade, DFI Roads and NI Water have the discretionary option to commence enforcement by using notices under their relevant legislation and using the bond monies to complete the works necessary to bring the infrastructure to its required standard. The value of the work, if the value of the work necessary to bring a development to an adoptable standard exceeds the value of the bond, then my department has no funding stream to bridge this gap, and unless alternative funding can be identified, the development will remain unadopted. It's likely that the majority of the developments which have been left for decades without full adoption fall into this category. I understand the significant challenges faced by homeowners on unadopted sites seeking to sell their property, and I share members' concerns at the situation homeowners have been left in by developers. My department is ready to work with other stakeholders to identify any solutions that may help overcome these challenges, including strengthening the rights of homeowners and being more proactive and engaging in enforcement action. And I think one of the benefits of this debate is again highlighting to potential homeowners the liabilities they may be taking on when buying a new home in a development, because it's quite understandable that many people don't understand how the system works, and they quite rightly expect when they buy a new home and a new development that they'll move in, that there will be the basic amenities available to them. They don't understand the dangers there may not be. And one option in terms of legislation, which may not necessarily fall under legislation under DFI or even maybe under the Private Members Bill, is we may have to strengthen the consumer rights of home purchasers in this regard. So I think it's something we have to look at. Members have mentioned that there is potential for pollution from incorrectly constructed sewage works, etc. I note the comments by Tom in relation to the inspection process around pipe work, etc. And I think that is a model that needs followed up. The bonds issue, my department has increased the bonds after quite a significant period of time when there was no increase in the value of the bonds. That came about following an instruction I gave when I was in this post for a short period of time in 2022. That came a reality in 2023. But again, I think it's something we have to maybe look at in terms of how we ensure that bonds are meeting the right value, especially if a site develops over 3 years, over 5 years, over 7 years, over 10 years. How we ensure that the bond my department is holding will meet the value of the repairs or the insulation works required if, for whatever reason, a developer does not complete those works. And that's something I'm more than happy to undertake in that regard. In regards to the issue of, moving on to protection, as I said, the protection for homeowners, I think there is a necessity to look at the legislation around that, though it may not necessarily all fall under my department. In regards to unadopted alleyways, I can confirm that my department is not responsible for the inspection or maintenance of unadopted alleyways, and it is the department's policy not to adopt alleyways and pathways which are not essential for safe vehicular and pedestrian access. You know, as a minister and as a public representative, I'd be more than happy to take on more roads and improve the lot of the people we all collectively serve. But members will also understand that if I was to take on board unadopted alleyways, or indeed if I was to take on board unadopted developments, I'm taking on a huge financial burden for the public purse. So the money I would need to bring those up to standard is less money from my own department to do another service. It's just less money for health, less money for education, less money for communities. So there is a cost. Yeah, well, certainly.
I think that certainly from the short period I was in the chamber, it's not even so much about your department taking on the burden, it's the enforcement piece. Okay, thank you.
I will come to the enforcement piece because I think it's a valid point and a number of members have raised it. In terms of enforcement, my officials have adopted a policy of engaging with developers, and where necessary they will bring enforcement cases, and there has been a number of enforcement cases in recent years where they have went to that stage. Now, my officials are much nicer than I am, and perhaps they engage much longer than I would in these circumstances, and I hope some of my trait will start rubbing off on them a bit. But I have, in discussions with officials, said that we do need to be able to say or provide guidance to our teams who are working on the ground. Say, well, look, yes, engagement's good, but you have to reach a point within a certain time frame when enforcement kicks in. And my officials have undertaken to go away and look at how we could produce that guidance for our teams who are working on the ground to do that. Because unfortunately, in many of these things, in any scenario such as you have to have a carrot and stick scenario, but you need the stick to make sure it's carried out. So I have asked my officials to take that piece of work on board moving forward. Just turning to some of the members' comments around the various issues. You know, as I say, Deborah's bringing forward hopefully a new legal framework in this regard, and I look forward to working in that regard. Is the legislation we have effective? Mr. Carroll had asked on the terms of working together with other agencies. I think legislation is only as effective as you use it. And while I made the comment around the guidance around when we use enforcement, the point has also been made during the debate that my department is significantly understaffed and under-resourced. And we only have so many staff to carry out certain functions. Now, we have recruited a number of new staff for the private streets issues, and I hope to be able to have them on the ground. I'm looking at other options in the short term as well to see if we do need to bring in consultants for a short period of time to work our way through the backlog as well, while we continue to recruit staff within our own department as well. I have answered the question around the pipework, inflationary pressures. Again, yes, there is inflationary pressures on bonds, and this is why I think they need to be index-based and increase over a period of time. I've mentioned the issue in relation to staff levels, capacity, and in terms of Mr McMurray around staffing, capacity issues. Yes, we have capacity issues, but we're working with it. And that also answers your question in relation to if we ever get to the point where we have sufficient funding for wastewater treatment works, and if we can properly resource our planning service moving forward, will we be able to deal with this issue? Yes, there has been improvements in recent years. There is a legacy. We have a legacy issue which I do not have the answer to. There are sites sitting, and some members have mentioned 29 years. I do not have the financial wherewithal to resolve those issues. So that's a legacy issue, which I'm not ignoring. I'm pointing out that we don't have the resources to resolve that issue at this stage, and I think that has to be an executive, collective discussion as to how we start working our way through those legacy issues. We then have those sites that are coming, that have been online maybe for 5 years or so. I do think we have a mechanism to deal with those. There may be some cost implications, but I do think there's a mechanism to deal with those. But I'm also confident that the current process, with some refinement and some engagement and some resource issues, that we can ensure that we don't fall into the backlog issues of 20 and 29 years and 10 years, etc., where we ensure that those sites are coming on board now, that developers, and the vast majority of developers, are responsible and do their tasks and do what's asked of them and do the responsible thing by the people who are purchasing homes of them. But there are those who are slipping behind, that we have a properly resourced system with the financial or with the whereabouts to hold them to account and to ensure that proper processes are delivered. But again, I do recognise the fact that Deborah Erskine is bringing forward legislation, and there may, legislation can be useful in terms of strengthening powers where needed be, and I'm looking forward to with the member around that. But I can assure members that I have tasked officials to enter into enforcement as soon as is practically possible, to ensure that we are recruiting, and and getting staff on board, and I will work with other agencies, whether it's the council or whoever it may be, around unadopted alleyways. Yeah.
Even in terms of enforcement, I think I read somewhere that there's a penalty even to developers of about £500 contained within legislation. £500 is pittance for developers. Now, I don't want to stop house building in Northern Ireland, but I also think that from an enforcement point of view, we need to ensure that it is stringent, that things like this do not happen again.
I'm not aware of the penalty that is enforced on developers. I'll let the member know that. I'll get officials to ensure that that's brought forward and she's informed of it. What it is, whatever legislation we're using has to have teeth. Nobody wants to get to the point where you're using it, but it has to be available to you to ensure that proper procedures and protections are given to those people who are purchasing probably the biggest purchases in their lives, their family home. And we want to make sure we're in a position to protect them. And I can assure the member I'll work with her and other members of the House till we get to that point where we are. Yeah. Minister, and I do sense a real commitment for you, particularly in relation to the developments of up to 5 years old. You don't have a magic wand, and those older ones will be much more difficult. But in terms of the new guidance that you have tasked officials to produce, when do you hope that that will be produced, brought up to you and approved and put in place? Because I think the debate tonight, people in those developments just want to have some glimmer of hope that actually sooner rather than later they will have a possibility of getting the upgrades they deserve. I would hope to have that paperwork with me this calendar year. Now, I'm conscious that I'm asking teams who are involved in the enforcement work and all the other work that we want them to do to go away and do this for me as well. So I would hope to have it this calendar year. Sorry, Mr. Speaker, and that's very concluded.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Excuse me. Thanks to the Minister and the members for their comments and support of the amendment. And members raised obviously various concerns about the plight of unadopted housing developments and the increase in Strabane area. For the member from Foyle, if I heard him right, is an almost 50% increase in 8 years. And he made some scathing comments of the department, some warranted. But I would also gently remind him that his party held the post for 2 years as well. The fact that a number of members reported living in or about to live in areas where the housing development is not adopted really points to how much of a problem it is out there in society. So I think that was useful for members to say that. The member for South Down, if I picked them up correctly, I think he asked a question about working in enforcement powers aspect of the DFI, and I reported earlier in the debate that in 2015 there was 43 workers in this section in this team, and now there's only 22, so almost a 50% cut in the workers who could, enforce these bonds, enforce proper payment. And the Minister mentioned about new staff being employed in I think another department, another section of his department, which is welcome. But I'm not quite sure why we need consultants, Minister. I know you said temporarily. Happy to give way if you want to clarify that.
I don't favour using consultants only when it is necessary. It is to deal with the backlog, while we can work our way through the backlog, and I can also continue to recruit staff into my team.
I thank the Minister for that. I would still express some concern. I think we'll probably need permanent workers rather than usually overpaid consultants, so I just want to raise some concern about that, Minister. And obviously the wider issues raised by members, Deputy Speaker, about the number of unadopted roads and developments does point to a lack of investment. I think there is a point about lack of investment in the services, in the sector, and in people who can obviously make sure those bonds are adequate and are paid, and infrastructure, in investment in water and sewage infrastructure, that sort of really keeping pace. And obviously I would say in a general sense, and appreciate probably in a minority of one in this House, but the state of the unadopted roads and alleyways is a perfect illustration of the failure of the private market and our over-reliance in a general sense on developers. Why not go back to wide-scale public building of homes so we don't have to rely on developers, chase after them, get nowhere in many cases, and obviously leave people in the lurch in that process. So if it's more profitable, Deputy Speaker, for a developer to abandon a house development and to finish or fix infrastructure, the developer will obviously abandon the development, as we have heard, and there's nothing really, there's some legislation, but there's nothing really meaningful or strong enough, in my view, to compel them against doing so. I think there's room for councils in that as well. If private companies, Deputy Speaker, can't work out a way to make profit from our footpaths and alleyways, and the state refuses to adopt them, which is a reality, places will lie derelict and unsafe until communities take it upon themselves to transform the space. And fair play to people for doing that across the board, but it shouldn't be on the people falling to their shoulders solely. I think the executive, obviously, and Ms Erskine raised a point similar to this, the executive is happy to take in money from domestic rates, but fails to take responsibility for adopting roads and alleyways that surround the homes in many cases. I don't think it's a radical idea, Deputy Speaker, to suggest that the state has a duty to take responsibility for the basic upkeep of public spaces in this in this regard. The Minister previously stated that he implemented the vast majority of the 2012 recommendations from the RD Committee and Inquiry. I don't think he mentioned which recommendations have still to be implemented, so I think a bit of clarity on that would be useful. Excuse me. He also stated in 2023 that his department increased the bond calculation rates, but I don't think he stated what the increase was. Happy to give way if there's a general figure that he could give on that. No, not that hand. Yes, no problem. I appreciate just if we can be informed of that. I mean, do the bonds, maybe to expand upon the point, do the bond amounts really reflect the current price of works? Is there still a gap in the cost of works that needs completed and the bond with inflation, cost of materials? And I would ask, has the department done a wider review of the bond process? So I think we need some information on that as well. So thank the members for their contributions, and I commend the amendment to the House. Thank you.
Deputy Speaker, I don't think it'll take me 10. I'm going to rattle through this fairly quickly because other comments, to be fair, I've covered, and I think I was looking at my notes and I think somebody's already spotted them and took notes from them. But a lot of the points are covered, but I just want to, I suppose, make the point broadly. I dealt with several of these issues from Macarra right down in New Mills and Mid Ulster, and the point I want to make is, the Minister talked about 82%, I think it was, if I'm correct, was okay, 82% had no issues. But not all developers are bad. There's only very, very few. I think they just need a little bit of focus. At times, it's like we're all guilty ourselves. There's probably some phone calls you didn't make today, which you should have made this morning, and you put the awkward ones off to tonight, and you're all smiling. So they just need a little bit of focus, I think, developers, or a little bit of push, or a little bit of persuasion. They're not all bad. I think that's to be taken into account, because I don't want to be referenced to those remarks. So I'm going to go through briefly the comments that different members had said here. Deborah referred to health and safety issues, mobility issues. The large number of people, obviously, in these affected houses, in the houses, it's a large number of people across Northern Ireland. The value of the bond, which, to be fair, the Minister's touched on. And then, obviously, we talked about the Article 11 being instigated and the current legislation, the upgrade of that. Jerry, again, talked about health and safety issues. Moving the heavy wheelie bins, which is a big thing, believe it or believe it not. There's a lot of people moving large wheelie bins down to the end of their estate, which can be a fair distance. And you get to some house developments and 30, 40 wheelie bins at the end of the estate. So it's a big issue for people, and it's a very practical thing for them. And as well, obviously, council will not go up those estates, we know that. Trip hazards, etc. They've done risk assessments, they won't go up with the bin lorry to collect them. So one of the issues relating to that. Jerry also talked about management. Companies charging for areas that are not adapted, grass cutting, etc. So it is a point, and I have heard that before in many issues, and also the volunteers tidying up alleyways. Cahill referred to having adequate funding, out with some adequate funding for some developers. And I suppose it's back to that bond issue. And I'd be interested to have that piece of work forward, how much that bond actually needs to be and how you do manage it. The Minister referred to 3, 5, 7 years. It's a difficult one to get that piece of work correct, to have some control over them. Mark Durkin talked about the residents having to pick up the pieces, 147 in London and Staban, and then community pride. I think he referred to the community pride issue, and I think it's Jerry's point as well, about people having to go and tidy up their own areas, which is nothing wrong with that, but they shouldn't be the sole people to do that. They shouldn't be tidying up something that's not already in some degree of state to be tidied up. Ciara Ferguson talked about gridding, health and safety as well. Then developers going into liquidation. She mentioned about funding from UK government. I don't know how that's relevant whenever the department's not holding developers to account, but she made the point, which is valid enough. Stephen Dunn, you talked about high numbers in Southern Division, selling in properties and bond rate increases, and then I've wrote down housewarming, so maybe Stephen's going to invite us down. His housewarming club. So we can put that in our diaries if you give us a date, Stephen. We'll set it out in time if you don't mind. Andy Muir then talked again about high numbers, developer responsibility, and again he talked about the bond values. Tom, I think to be fair to Tom, and I'm not defending Tom as my colleague, he made some very good points about the installation work and building control only monitoring till it leaves the curtilage of the house. So who actually polices the developer? Not that they're all bad, but sometimes it's not tens of pounds or thousands of pounds, it's tens of thousands and hundreds of thousands to put these issues right. So who's actually going to do that? So it's who polices that work when it leaves the curtilage. And the houses are good enough to sell, but it seems to be if they leave the curtilage of the house, the developer gets into this land of confusion and no responsibility. So there was very good points. Checking the storm and foul pipe work. more meaningful enforcement and when's that going to happen. And to be fair, the Minister has covered most of those points. Philip, you talked about criteria for enforcement action as well. And Paul, you mentioned as well, it's a valid point about people are not going to shout to the media for obvious reasons. It's going to be counterproductive for them. And then, Minister, your lastly in my notes, I didn't refer to Jerry at the last, he got his touch earlier. You talked about the 92% with snow issues, which is fair enough, which obviously gives the 8%, but still a lot. It's still a big issue for them, people living in those areas. And then, which is the worrying part, no funding seemed to bridge the gap. And looking at the bond, so it's how, I suppose, to summarise, how going forward you police the developer to make sure he or she finishes the work to a standard that doesn't leave the people in the position they are now. So, to be fair, I think it was a good debate. A lot of things covered several times over, but I think most of the points were covered, and the Minister, to be fair, has come back with some commitment. So, thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Is that the amendment standing in the name of Jerry Carroll be made? All those in favour say aye. Aye. Any contraries? The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Therefore, the question that the motion is amended be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Any contraries? The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Item 8 on the order paper, the adjournment. The question is, the Assembly do now adjourn. The Assembly is adjourned. Thank you.
Assembly Chamber. Sound. Assembly Chamber. Sound. Assembly Chamber. Sound. Assembly Chamber.